Hey there, night owls! Tonight we're tearing apart one of history's biggest lies, the so-called Dark Ages. You know the story. Rome falls, the lights go out across Europe, and humanity spends the next 6 centuries stumbling around in ignorance, fear, and filth. Except, that's not what happened, not even close. Here's the thing nobody told you in school. While historians were busy calling this era dark, the people actually living through it were creating some of the most stunning art, complex metalwork, and mind-blowing manuscripts the world had ever seen. We're talking about an age that gave us glittering gold treasures, underground galleries of sacred art, and books so beautiful that monks spent entire lifetimes crafting single pages. Dark? More like dazzling. So before we dive in, smash that like button if you're ready to have your brain rewired, and drop a comment. Where in the world are you watching from right now? Dim those lights, get comfortable, and let's shine some light on the so-called Dark Ages. Trust me, by the end of this journey you'll wonder how we ever fell for such a massive historical con. Let's go. Let's start with a confession. The term Dark Ages is one of the most successful pieces of marketing in human history. It's catchy, it's dramatic, and it paints a vivid picture in your mind, a picture that happens to be almost entirely wrong. The phrase was invented by an Italian poet named Francesco Petrarch back in the 1330s, and he wasn't trying to be historically accurate, he was trying to make a point. Petrarch was obsessed with ancient Rome the way some people today are obsessed with vintage cars or limited edition sneakers. He looked at the classical world and saw perfection. He looked at the centuries that followed Rome's collapse and saw, well, disappointment. So he called those centuries dark as a kind of intellectual insult, a way of saying that nothing interesting happened between the fall of Rome and his own supposedly enlightened era. Here's the problem. Petrarch was phenomenally wrong. Not just a little bit wrong, like guessing the wrong answer on a multiple-choice test. He was spectacularly, monumentally, almost impressively wrong. The period he dismissed as a cultural wasteland, roughly from the 4th century to the 11th century, was actually one of the most creative, innovative, and artistically explosive eras in human history. We're talking about 700 years of human achievement that got slapped with a label that still sticks today, like a bad nickname you picked up in middle school and can never shake off. Think about what that label implies. Dark suggests ignorance, backwardness, a lack of progress. It conjures images of people huddling in mud huts, forgetting how to read, burning books for warmth. The reality couldn't be more different. During these supposedly dark centuries, craftsmen were creating golden treasures so intricate that modern jewelers struggle to replicate their techniques. Monks were producing illuminated manuscripts so beautiful that people still travel thousands of miles just to glimpse them behind museum glass. Architects were building churches that manipulated light and space in ways that continue to inspire awe. Artists were developing entirely new visual languages to express ideas that had never been expressed before. If this was darkness, then darkness was doing some seriously impressive work. The chronological boundaries of this era are a bit fuzzy, which is typical for historical periods. History doesn't come with neat chapter breaks, unfortunately for those of us who like things organised. But generally, when we talk about the Dark Ages or the early medieval period, we're looking at the span from roughly the 4th century, when the Roman Empire began its long, complicated decline, to the 11th century when Europe started, transforming into something that looks more recognisably medieval to modern eyes. Think castles, knights, and the whole feudal package. That's about 700 years of human experience, roughly the same amount of time that separates us from the late Middle Ages. Imagine someone in the year 2700 dismissing everything from 1300 to today as a single, undifferentiated blob of cultural stagnation. That's essentially what we've been doing to the early medieval period. Within this vast time span, we're going to explore 3 major cultural threads that weave together to create the tapestry of early medieval art. The first is early Christianity, not the powerful institutionalized religion it would later become, but the scrappy underground faith of the first few centuries when being a Christian could get you arrested, tortured, or killed. The second thread involves the peoples that Romans called barbarians, the Germanic tribes, the Celts, the Anglo-Saxons, and others who created art of stunning sophistication while being dismissed as uncivilized savages by snooty Mediterranean historians. The third thread is the unique fusion that emerged in places like Britain and Ireland. where Christian learning met Celtic and Germanic traditions to produce some of the most distinctive art in world history. Here's the central question we need to grapple with as we move through this story. If the Dark Ages were really so dark, where did all the light come from? Because the art of this period isn't just technically impressive, it's luminous, often literally so. Gold gleams from jewellery and manuscript pages. Mosaics shimmer with thousands of tiny glass tiles. Even the carved stone of early churches seems designed to catch and play with light. The artists of the Dark Ages were obsessed with light in a way that their supposedly more enlightened successors often weren't. They used light as a symbol, as a material, as a theological statement. They created art that glowed. That's a strange thing to do if you're living in an age of darkness. The answer to this paradox lies in understanding what was actually happening during these centuries. Yes, the Roman Empire collapsed, or rather, transformed, because empires rarely just fall over like a drunk person after last call. Political structures crumbled and reformed. Cities shrank. Long-distance trade became more difficult. But human creativity didn't stop. It adapted. It found new forms of expression, new purposes, new audiences. The art of the Dark Ages isn't a pale imitation of Roman art. It's something entirely different, with its own aesthetic values, its own technical achievements, its own profound beauty. We've just been too blinded by our prejudices to see it clearly. Now, before we can appreciate the visual splendor of this era, we need to understand something crucial about how the people of the Dark Ages thought about images, symbols, and meaning. Because here's a twist that might surprise you. For the first several centuries of Christianity, the religion had almost no religious art in the way we think of it today. No paintings of Jesus, no sculptures of the Virgin Mary, no stained glass windows depicting biblical scenes. The early Christians developed something far more interesting instead, a sophisticated system of visual codes, secret symbols, and hidden meanings that allowed them to communicate their faith without ever drawing a recognizable religious image. This is where our story really begins, with a language without words, spoken in signs and symbols across the vast expanse of the Roman Empire. Imagine you're a Christian living in Rome around the year 200. Your faith is technically illegal. The authorities view your religion with suspicion at best and murderous hostility at worst. You can't exactly hang a Jesus saves sign outside your house or wear a cross around your neck. Actually, the cross wasn't even a Christian symbol yet, which we'll get to later. So how do you identify yourself to fellow believers? How do you mark your meeting places, your tombs, your sacred objects? How do you communicate your faith in a world where openly declaring it might get you thrown to the lions, which was a real possibility and not just a colourful expression? The answer is that you develop a secret language of symbols, a visual vocabulary that means nothing to outsiders, but speaks volumes to those who know how to read it. This is exactly what the early Christians did, and their system of symbolic communication was so sophisticated, so layered with meaning, that scholars are still decoding its nuances today. Let's start with one of the most mysterious and debated symbols of early Christianity, the Rhota's Square. If you've never encountered this before, prepare to have your mind bent a little. The Rhota's Square is a word puzzle, a kind of ancient cryptographic game that consists of 5 Latin words arranged in a 5x5 grid: rotas, opera, tenus, arepo, and sator. What makes this grid special is that you can read it in any direction, left to right to left, top to bottom, bottom to top, and you always get the same 5 words, just in different orders. It's a perfect palindrome in 2 dimensions, which is about as close to mathematical magic as ancient writing gets. The oldest known example of a Rhota's Square was found scratched into a wall in Pompeii, which means it existed before the volcanic eruption of 79 AD buried the city. That's incredibly early for any Christian symbol. We're talking about a time when the apostles were still within living memory, when Christianity was a tiny, marginalized sect that most Romans had never heard of. And here's where things get interesting. For centuries, scholars have argued about whether the Rhota's Square is actually Christian at all. On the surface, the words don't seem to have any obvious Christian meaning. Sator arepo tenet opera rotas can be translated roughly as the farmer arepo holds the wheels at work, which sounds like either a very boring proverb about agriculture or the world's least inspiring fortune cookie. But in 1926, 3 different researchers independently discovered something remarkable. If you rearrange the letters of the Rhota's Square, you can spell out Paternoster, our Father, the opening words of the Lord's Prayer, twice in the form of a cross with the letters A and O left over. Those leftover letters, they represent Alpha and Omega, the first and last letters of the Greek alphabet, which early Christians used as a symbol for Christ. I am the Alpha and the Omega, the beginning and the end. If this interpretation is correct, and many scholars believe it is, then the Rota Square is a hidden Christian prayer disguised as a meaningless word puzzle. It's encryption before encryption existed, a way of carrying your faith around literally carved in stone while appearing completely innocent to anyone who didn't know the secret. The fact that we found these squares in locations ranging from Italy to Britain to Syria suggests that this cryptographic system spread widely among early Christian communities, a kind of underground network connected by shared secrets. Not everyone agrees with this interpretation, of course. Some scholars point out that we don't have any direct evidence linking the Rota Square to Christianity. No ancient text that says, hey, this is how you decode our secret prayer square. Others note that some of the earliest squares have been found in contexts that don't seem particularly Christian. The debate continues, which is honestly part of what makes early Christian symbolism so fascinating. We're trying to decode messages from people who specifically didn't want outsiders to understand them. They were good at keeping secrets, which makes our job both harder and more intriguing. But if the Rota Square remains somewhat controversial, there's another early Christian symbol that's much more clear-cut: the ichthys, or fish. You've probably seen this symbol before. It's a simple outline of a fish, often rendered with just two curved lines that meet at one end to form a tail and cross at the other to form a mouth. You might have seen it on bumper stickers or jewellery, often with the word Jesus or Greek letters inside. What you might not know is that this humble fish was one of the most powerful secret symbols of early Christianity, a sign that could identify you as a fellow believer while appearing completely innocent to anyone else. The genius of the fish symbol lies in its dual nature. On one level, it's just a fish. Fish were everywhere in the ancient Mediterranean world, in markets, on dinner tables, in decorative art. A fish symbol wouldn't attract any attention because fish were about as threatening and religious as a picture of a chicken. But on another level, the fish was loaded with meaning for those who knew how to read it. The Greek word for fish is ichthys, spelled A-X-T-Y-S in Greek letters. Early Christians realized that this word could serve as an acrostic, a word where each letter stands for another word, for a confession of faith, Jesus Christos Theou Soter, which translates to Jesus Christ, Son of God, Saviour. So when a Christian drew a simple fish, they weren't just doodling seafood. They were making a complete theological statement about who Jesus was and what he meant for humanity, and they were doing it in a way that was completely invisible to anyone who didn't know the code. The fish symbol was incredibly useful for early Christians precisely because it was so innocuous. Imagine you're a travelling Christian merchant arriving in a new city. You need to find fellow believers, but you can't exactly walk around asking, "Excuse me, are you a Christian?" because that might attract the wrong kind of attention. Instead, you might casually draw a curved line in the dirt. If the person you're talking to is also a Christian, they'll complete the fish by drawing the second line. If they're not, they'll just think you're drawing random shapes, probably because you're bored or possibly a bit strange. It's a handshake that leaves no physical evidence, a password that doesn't require speaking. We found ichthys symbols all over the Roman Empire in contexts that confirm their use as Christian identification markers. They appear on seals and rings that Christians use to mark their possessions. They're scratched into the walls of the Roman catacombs, those underground burial complexes where early Christians interred their dead. They show up on tombstones, lamps, and everyday objects. The fish swam through early Christianity as a constant, quiet presence, a reminder of shared faith in a hostile world. The fish also carried additional layers of meaning beyond its acrostic function. Jesus had called his disciples to be fishers of men, making the fish a symbol of evangelism and conversion. Several important gospel stories involve fish: the miraculous catch, the feeding of the 5,000, the breakfast Jesus prepared for his disciples after the resurrection. In a religion where baptism by water was the central ritual of initiation, aquatic imagery made natural symbolic sense. The fish was a symbol that worked on multiple levels, each layer of meaning reinforcing the others. There's something almost playful about the ichthys, a sense that early Christians took a certain joy in their secret communications. They were outsiders, members of a persecuted minority, but they had something the authorities couldn't touch, a shared language of signs that turned their marginalized status into a kind of secret society. Drawing a fish was an act of defiance wrapped in an act of communion, a way of saying we're still here, we still believe, and you can't stop us, without ever saying a word. But perhaps no early Christian symbol achieved the same lasting power and recognition as the chi-rho, also known as the Christogram or chrismon. Unlike the fish, the chi-rho doesn't try to hide what it is. It's a bold, graphic statement of Christian identity that would eventually become the most recognizable symbol of the faith for centuries, until the cross finally took over that role, which happened much later than you might think. The chi-rho consists of the Greek letters chi and rho superimposed on each other. Chi looks like the Roman letter X, and rho looks like a P with a longer tail. When you put them together, you get a symbol that looks a bit like a P with an X crossing through its stem, or depending on how it's drawn, like a six-spoked wheel or a stylized starburst. These two letters are the first two letters of the Greek word Christos, meaning Christ or anointed one. So the chi-rho is essentially an abbreviation, a way of writing Christ in just two letters, like how we might write Xmas for Christmas. Today, except with considerably more theological weight. The chi-rho existed as a simple Christian symbol for several centuries, but its real moment of fame came in the year 312, when it became entangled with one of the most consequential events in Christian history, the conversion of the emperor, Constantine. According to later Christian writers, Constantine was preparing for battle against his rival Maxentius when he had a vision, some accounts say a dream, of the chi-rho symbol accompanied by the words, "In this sign, conquer." Constantine ordered his soldiers to paint the symbol on their shields, won the battle at the Milvian Bridge, and became the sole ruler of the Western Roman Empire. He went on to legalize Christianity, end the persecutions, and transform a marginal sect into the official religion of the most powerful empire on earth. Now, whether Constantine's vision actually happened exactly as later writers described it, or whether the story got enhanced and embellished over time, is something historians debate. What's not debatable is that after Constantine, the chi-rho exploded across the Roman world. It appeared on imperial coinage, on military standards, on public monuments. It was carved into sarcophagi and woven into textiles. It showed up in the most elaborate mosaics and the humblest graffiti. The symbol that had once been a secret sign of a persecuted minority was now the emblem of imperial power. This transformation tells us something important about how symbols work. The chi-rho didn't change, it was still just two Greek letters superimposed. But its meaning shifted dramatically depending on context. Before Constantine, displaying a chi-rho was a quiet act of faith in the face of potential persecution. After Constantine, displaying a chi-rho was a statement of alignment with power, a way of showing that you were on the winning team. The same symbol could mean resistance or conformity, depending on when and where it appeared. The chi-rho also evolved in its visual form after Constantine's adoption of it. Artists began elaborating the basic shape, adding decorative elements, surrounding it with other symbols. A common variation placed the letters alpha and omega, those same symbols we encountered in the Rota Square, hanging from the horizontal bar of the chi, reinforcing the message of Christ as the beginning and end of all things. Sometimes a laurel wreath encircled the chi-rho, borrowing the Roman symbol of victory and triumph. These additions transformed a simple letter combination into a complex visual statement, a kind of theological logo that could communicate multiple ideas at once. One of the most fascinating things about early Christian symbols is what they didn't include: the cross. For modern Christians, the cross is the symbol of the faith, so ubiquitous that it's hard to imagine Christianity without it. But for the first several centuries of Christian history, the cross was almost entirely absent from Christian art and symbolism. You won't find it in the catacombs, you won't find it on early Christian jewellery or household objects. The fish swam everywhere, the chi-rho blazed on shields and walls, but the cross, the instrument of Jesus' death, the central event of Christian salvation, was nowhere to be seen. Why? The answer reveals something important about how early Christians understood their own symbols. For them, the cross was not yet a symbol, it was still a reality. Crucifixion was a method of execution that the Roman Empire actively used. It was a public spectacle of humiliation and suffering, reserved for the lowest criminals, slaves, and rebels. When an early Christian thought of the cross, they didn't think of a beautiful golden ornament on a church steeple. They thought of a bloody, brutal instrument of state terror, something like how we might think of an electric chair or a gallows today. It would have seemed deeply strange, maybe even offensive to early Christians to wear the instrument of their Saviour's torture as a decorative ornament. Imagine someone today wearing a little golden electric chair around their neck as a religious symbol. That gives you some sense of how the cross would have felt to the first generations of believers. They knew what crosses were for. They had seen them lined along Roman roads bearing the bodies of the condemned. The cross was too real, too immediate, too horrible to be aestheticized into a symbol. The transformation of the cross from instrument of execution to symbol of faith was a gradual process that took centuries. It's not until the 4th and 5th centuries that we start seeing crosses appear in Christian art with any frequency, and even then they're often empty crosses rather than crucifixes showing Christ's body. The shift seems to be connected to the passage of time. As crucifixion receded from living memory, the cross could be abstracted from its brutal reality and transformed into a pure symbol. It helped that Constantine abolished crucifixion as a method of execution in the Roman Empire, making the cross a relic of the past rather than a present horror. The absence of the cross in early Christian art is a powerful reminder that symbols are not natural or inevitable. They're created by communities for specific purposes, and they change as communities and contexts change. The early Christians didn't need the cross because they had other symbols that worked for their situation. Symbols of secret identity, symbols of hope, symbols that communicated their faith without attracting persecution. The cross would have its day, but that day was still centuries away. Beyond the big-name symbols like the fish and the chiro, early Christians developed a whole menagerie of visual signs, each carrying its own layer of meaning. The dove represented the Holy Spirit, inspired by the Gospel accounts of Jesus' baptism when the Spirit descended like a dove. The anchor symbolized hope and steadfastness, and it had the added advantage of looking a bit like a disguised cross. You could draw an anchor and be secretly drawing a cross without anyone being the wiser. The peacock represented immortality and resurrection, based on an ancient belief that peacock flesh didn't decay. The lamb represented Christ as the sacrifice for humanity's sins. The phoenix, that mythical bird that rises from its own ashes, represented resurrection and eternal life. What's remarkable about this symbolic system is how much of it was borrowed and adapted from pre-existing Roman and Greek imagery. The dove was already a symbol of peace in classical culture. The anchor was a common maritime symbol. The peacock appeared in Roman funerary art. Early Christians didn't invent most of their symbols from scratch. They took existing images and invested them with new meanings, a kind of spiritual recycling that allowed Christian art to communicate with the broader culture while maintaining its distinctive message. This strategy of adaptation and reinterpretation would become one of the defining features of Christian art throughout the Dark Ages and beyond. Christianity was never an isolated cultural phenomenon. It constantly absorbed, transformed, and redirected the artistic traditions it encountered: Roman, Greek, Celtic, Germanic, and eventually many others. The early Christian symbols we've been discussing represent the first chapter of this ongoing story of cultural synthesis, a pattern that would repeat itself again and again as Christianity spread across Europe and beyond. The geographical spread of these symbols tells its own fascinating story. We've found the fish, the chiro, and other early Christian signs in locations stretching from Syria to Spain, from North Africa to Britain. This distribution reveals that early Christianity, despite being a persecuted minority religion, maintained remarkably effective networks of communication and shared culture across vast distances. A Christian in Rome and a Christian in Antioch, separated by thousands of miles and speaking different languages, would both recognize the ichthys and understand its meaning. They were part of a community that transcended geography, united by shared symbols and shared secrets. Consider the journey these symbols had to make. In an age before printing, before mass media, before any of the technologies we use to spread information today, symbolic systems somehow travelled from community to community, from teacher to student, from port to port. A merchant who learned the fish symbol in Alexandria might carry it to Marseille. A missionary who knew the meaning of the chiro in Rome might explain it to converts in Britain. These symbols were living things, spreading through human networks like messages in a vast game of telephone that somehow kept the message intact. The archaeological evidence for this spread is scattered across the former Roman world and beyond. In the catacombs of Rome, we find thousands of early Christian symbols scratched into walls and painted on tomb chambers. In Pompeii, we have that enigmatic rota's square, frozen in time by volcanic ash. In North Africa, Christian mosaics display the full vocabulary of early Christian imagery. In Britain, which was at the very edge of the Roman world, we find Christian symbols on objects ranging from simple pottery to elaborate silverware. The faith spread, and its visual language spread with it. But here's the crucial point that brings us back to our central theme. For these early centuries, Christianity was primarily a religion of symbols and meanings, not of images. The fish meant something. The chi-rho meant something. The dove, the anchor, the peacock, all of them were signs pointing to ideas, theological concepts, statements of faith. What early Christianity didn't have, at least not yet, were pictures, representations of holy figures, narrative scenes from scripture, anything that we would recognize as religious art in the later sense. This distinction between symbol and image might seem subtle, but it's actually profound. A symbol is abstract, intellectual, requiring knowledge to decode. You have to know that the fish stands for Jesus Christ, Son of God, Saviour, or it's just a picture of a fish. An image, by contrast, shows you something directly, a face, a scene, a story. Early Christians embraced symbols but were deeply ambivalent, sometimes hostile toward images. This ambivalence had roots in Jewish tradition, which had a strong prohibition against graven images, and worried that representational art could slide into idolatry. For the first few generations of Christians, many of whom came from Jewish backgrounds, the idea of painting a picture of Jesus or any other holy figure would have seemed dangerously close to worshipping false gods. This tension between word and image, between symbol and representation, would shape the entire history of Christian art. It would eventually explode into the violent controversy of iconoclasm, when Byzantine emperors tried to destroy religious images entirely, and defenders of icons died for their right to paint them. But that's a story for later in our journey. For now, what matters is understanding that early Christianity developed its visual language not as a stepping stone to religious images, but as an alternative to them, a way of expressing faith that didn't require showing God's face. The early Christian symbolic system was, in a sense, a religion for readers rather than viewers. It demanded literacy, not in the sense of being able to read books, but in the sense of being able to decode meanings from signs. When you looked at an early Christian artwork, you weren't supposed to have an emotional response to a beautiful image. You were supposed to understand a message encoded in visual form. The fish didn't move you with its aesthetic beauty. It communicated information to your mind. This intellectual approach to visual communication would remain influential throughout the Dark Ages, even as Christianity gradually became more comfortable with representational images. We've been exploring the world of early Christian symbols as if it were a unified, coherent system, but we should acknowledge that reality was messier than that. Different Christian communities in different places developed slightly different symbolic vocabularies. Some symbols that were popular in one region never caught on in others. Local artistic traditions influenced how symbols were drawn and what they looked like. There was no central authority issuing guidelines about which symbols to use and how to use them. The early Christian visual language evolved organically, through countless individual decisions and local adaptations. This diversity is actually part of what makes early Christian art so interesting to study. When you compare the Christian symbols used in Roman catacombs with those used in Syrian churches or North African mosaics, you see both continuity and variation. The core vocabulary, fish, chi-rho, dove, anchor, appears everywhere, but with local inflections. The way Roman Christians drew their fish looked different from the way Alexandrian Christians drew theirs. Regional artistic traditions left their mark, creating a mosaic of related but distinct visual cultures across the Christian world. As the 4th century progressed and Christianity transformed from a persecuted sect to the favoured religion of the Roman Empire, the symbolic system we've been exploring began to change. The need for secrecy diminished. You no longer had to hide your faith behind coded symbols when the emperor himself was a Christian. At the same time, Christianity was gaining access to new resources, new technologies, new artistic possibilities. Wealthy converts commissioned elaborate artworks for churches and tombs. Imperial patronage funded monumental building projects. The humble visual vocabulary of the catacombs was about to expand into something much grander. But the transition wasn't instant, and it wasn't complete. Even as Christianity moved from the underground to the imperial palace, it carried its symbolic heritage with it. The fish, the chi-rho, the dove, these signs didn't disappear when Christians stopped needing to hide. They became part of the artistic vocabulary of triumph rather than secrecy, appearing in mosaic floors and carved marble rather than scratched walls and catacomb ceilings. The language changed its accent, but it remained the same language. This continuity matters because it shows us something important about how cultures work. New conditions don't erase old traditions, they transform them. The early Christian symbolic system was created for specific circumstances, but it proved flexible enough to survive the complete transformation of those circumstances. Symbols that had once been whispered secrets became shouted proclamations. Images that had once been hidden in underground tunnels were carved into the facades of public churches. The visual language of the persecuted became the visual language of the powerful, and so we find ourselves at a turning point in our story. The age of secret symbols is coming to an end, not because the symbols will be abandoned, but because they'll be joined by something new. Christianity is about to discover the power of images, of pictures, of art that shows rather than merely signifies. The underground galleries of the Roman catacombs will give way to the soaring mosaics of Ravenna. The fish scratched in dirt will be reborn as Christ enthroned in gold. But before we can explore that transformation, we need to understand what happened in those underground galleries. We need to descend into the catacombs of Rome and see where Christian art first began to emerge from pure symbol into something closer to image. We need to understand how Christians started to tell their stories visually and what those early visual stories looked like. The catacombs await us, with their dim passages and painted chambers, their cryptic symbols and their first hesitant attempts at something we might call religious art. The light is flickering down there in the darkness beneath Rome, a light that would eventually illuminate the entire Western world. But we'll save that descent for our next chapter, when we'll explore how Christianity learned to paint its faith on the walls of the dead. For now, what we've learned is this: the Dark Ages didn't start in darkness. They started with a sophisticated system of visual communication, developed by a marginalized community that needed to speak without being heard by enemies. The symbols of early Christianity, the fish, the chi-rho, the mysterious rota square, and dozens of others, represent not primitive scratching but complex thinking, not ignorance but subtle intelligence. These people weren't stumbling around in the dark. They were building a new visual language, one sign at a time, that would eventually change how human beings understand the relationship between the seen and the unseen, the material and the spiritual, the symbol and the meaning. When someone tells you the Dark Ages were a time of cultural stagnation, remember the ichthys. Remember that thousands of people across thousands of miles shared a secret language that could be drawn with two curved lines in the dirt. Remember that they developed encryption systems that puzzle scholars 2,000 years later. Remember that they took the entire visual vocabulary of the Roman world and repurposed it for their own spiritual needs. That's not stagnation. That's creativity under pressure, innovation in the face of oppression, art serving survival. The light of the Dark Ages was already burning, hidden in symbols, waiting to emerge into the full brilliance of the art that was to come. We've only glimpsed the first sparks of that light tonight, but already we can see this is not an age of darkness. This is an age of transformation, when the old world was dying and a new world was being born, and the people living through it were doing what humans always do in times of change, creating meaning, making beauty, leaving their mark for future. Generations to find. The fish swims on through history, carrying its secret message. The chi-rho blazes from ancient walls, still proclaiming its hidden meaning. The rota square remains unsolved in its deepest mysteries, challenging us to keep decoding. These symbols were the first visual vocabulary of what would become the most influential artistic tradition in Western history. They deserve our attention, our respect, and our wonder. Because if we want to understand why the Dark Ages weren't really that dark, we need to start here, with these humble signs and their enormous significance. We need to learn to read the language without words. And once we've learned to read it, we'll be ready to see how that language evolved, transformed, and eventually burst into the full visual glory of early Christian art. The journey is just beginning, and the best is yet to come. Now that we've learned to read the secret language of early Christian symbols, it's time to go somewhere those symbols came alive, literally beneath the streets of Rome. We're heading underground into the catacombs, where the first Christian aesthetic was born in the darkness, and where the transition from pure symbol to actual image began to take shape. If the fish and the chiro were Christianity's alphabet, the catacombs were its first art gallery, its first museum, its first attempt to create visual spaces that expressed the faith in ways beyond mere signs and codes. But before we descend into those tunnels, we need to clear up one of the most persistent myths about the catacombs. The idea that they were hiding places where persecuted Christians cowered in the darkness, holding secret masses while Roman soldiers searched for them overhead. This image is romantic, dramatic, and almost entirely fictional. The catacombs were not underground bunkers for a resistance movement. They were cemeteries. Their primary purpose was storing the dead, not sheltering the living, which makes them considerably less exciting but historically more accurate. Here's the thing about ancient Rome that modern people often forget. The city was enormous, one of the largest urban centres in the ancient world, with a population that probably exceeded 1 million people at its peak. That's a lot of people, and eventually all of them died, which created a significant real estate problem. Roman law prohibited burial within the city walls. The living didn't want to share their space with the dead, which seems reasonable enough. So cemeteries had to be located outside the city, along the major roads leading out of Rome. This worked fine for a while, but space was limited, and as the city grew, so did the demand for burial plots. The solution, for those who couldn't afford elaborate tombs above ground, was to go down instead of out. The soft volcanic rock around Rome, called tufa, was easy to carve but hardened when exposed to air, making it perfect for underground excavation. Various religious groups, including Jews long before Christians, began digging extensive underground burial complexes, creating networks of tunnels lined with horizontal niches where bodies could be placed. These were the catacombs, and they eventually stretched for hundreds of miles beneath and around the city, a subterranean city of the dead mirroring the living city above. Christians adopted this practice enthusiastically, probably learning it from the Jewish communities with whom they shared cultural roots. By the 2nd and 3rd centuries, Christian catacombs were expanding rapidly, creating vast underground labyrinths that would eventually hold hundreds of thousands of burials. The catacomb of Domitilla alone extends for over 10 miles of tunnels. The catacomb of San Callisto contains the remains of approximately 500,000 people. These weren't hiding places, they were massive infrastructure projects, requiring considerable investment, labour, and organisation. You don't dig 10 miles of tunnels to hide from the authorities. You dig them because you have a lot of dead people and not enough room above ground. The catacombs did serve religious purposes beyond simple burial, of course. Christians gathered there to commemorate their dead, celebrate memorial meals and honour the martyrs, those who had died for the faith. These gatherings weren't secret escape attempts but regular religious observances, part of the Christian practice of maintaining connection between the living and the dead. The Romans knew perfectly well that Christians were down there. The catacombs weren't secret, they were just underground. That said, the catacombs did provide a kind of sacred space where Christians could express their faith visually without the same constraints they faced above ground. In the relative privacy of these underground chambers, Christian artists began experimenting with images, not just symbols but actual pictures of figures, scenes, and stories. The walls and ceilings of catacomb chambers became the canvas for what we might call the first Christian art exhibitions, though exhibition be too grand a word for paintings made to be seen by flickering lamplight in spaces barely big enough to turn around. The art of the catacombs is not technically impressive by later standards. The paintings are often crude, the proportions awkward, the colours faded by centuries of dampness and neglect. These weren't works by master artists commissioned by wealthy patrons. They were devotional images created by and for ordinary believers, decorated spaces where families would come to remember their dead and affirm their hope in resurrection. The catacomb artists weren't trying to create masterpieces for museum walls. They were trying to make statements of faith in the darkness, and that context matters more than technical perfection. What makes catacomb art fascinating isn't its beauty, but its vocabulary. The specific images and scenes that early Christians chose to paint when they finally began moving beyond pure symbols to representational art. These choices reveal what early Christians believed, what they hoped for, what they feared. They show us a faith still figuring out how to express itself visually, still experimenting with the boundaries between acceptable imagery and dangerous idolatry. Every painted peacock, every scene of Jonah and the whale, every image of figures in flames tells us something about how these people understood their relationship with God, death, and eternal life. Let's start with one of the most common images in the catacombs, the peacock. You might not think of peacocks as particularly Christian birds. They're more associated with vanity and showing off than with humble religious devotion. But for early Christians, the peacock was a powerful symbol of immortality and resurrection, based on an ancient belief that peacock flesh never decayed. This belief was almost certainly false. Peacock meat rots just like any other meat, as anyone who left a peacock carcass sitting around would quickly discover. But the belief persisted, making the peacock a natural symbol for the Christian hope that death was not the end, that the body would somehow be preserved or restored for eternal life. Peacocks appear throughout the catacombs, often flanking other Christian symbols or decorating the spaces around burial niches. Their brilliant feathers with their eye-like patterns also suggested the all-seeing nature of God, watching over the faithful even in death. The peacock was a borrowed symbol. It had appeared in Roman and Greek art for centuries before Christians adopted it. But like the fish and the dove, it was repurposed to carry specifically Christian meanings. This pattern of borrowing and transforming pagan imagery would define Christian art for centuries to come. The peacock represented a general hope in resurrection, but other catacomb images told specific stories, narratives drawn from scripture that carried theological messages about salvation, divine protection, and the triumph of faith over death. One of the most popular of these narrative images was the story of Jonah, that reluctant prophet who got swallowed by a great fish and spent 3 days in its belly before being vomited onto dry land. The Jonah cycle appears in catacomb after catacomb, painted on walls and carved on sarcophagi, in a sequence of images that early Christians clearly found deeply meaningful. You see Jonah being thrown from the ship into the stormy sea. You see the great fish, sometimes rendered as a sea monster, sometimes as something more whale-like, with Jonah visible inside or being swallowed or expelled. You see Jonah resting under a gourd vine after his ordeal, often depicted in a pose that deliberately echoes classical images of sleeping figures from Greek and Roman art. Why was Jonah so popular? The answer lies in what early Christians saw as a parallel between Jonah's 3 days in the fish and Christ's 3 days in the tomb. Just as Jonah descended into the darkness of the fish's belly and emerged alive, Christ descended into death and emerged resurrected. The Jonah story was a prefiguration, a preview, a shadow cast backward in time by the central event of Christian salvation. When early Christians painted Jonah on their tomb walls, they weren't just illustrating a Bible story, they were making a statement about the person buried there. Like Jonah, like Christ, this person will emerge from darkness into life. The Jonah images also reveal something about how early Christians read their scriptures. They practiced a form of interpretation called typology, in which Old Testament stories were understood as foreshadowing New Testament events. Every Old Testament hero who escaped death, Noah surviving the flood, Daniel surviving the lion's den, the 3 young men surviving the fiery furnace, became a type of Christ and of the Christian believer's hope for salvation. The catacombs are full of these typological images, a visual theology painted in the darkness. Speaking of the fiery furnace, this story from the book of Daniel appears almost as frequently in catacomb art as the Jonah narrative. The tale involves 3 Jewish young men, Shadrach, Meshach, and Abednego in the Babylonian names given to them, who refused to worship a golden statue set up by King Nebuchadnezzar. Their punishment was to be thrown into a furnace heated so hot that the soldiers who threw them in were killed by the heat. But the 3 men walked around inside the furnace unharmed, joined by a mysterious 4th figure that the king described as looking like a son of the gods. For early Christians, especially those facing persecution, this story carried obvious appeal. Here were faithful believers who refused to commit idolatry, faced execution for their defiance, and were miraculously protected by divine intervention. The flames couldn't touch them because God was with them. The catacomb paintings of the 3 young men in the furnace were images of hope for a community that sometimes faced its own deadly furnaces. The Roman amphitheatres, the executioner's flames, the various unpleasant ways that Christians could die for. Their faith. The visual representation of this scene in the catacombs is remarkably consistent across different locations and time periods. You see 3 young men standing with their arms raised in prayer, a posture called orant, which was the standard prayer position for early Christians, with flames around them, but not touching them. Sometimes the 4th figure appears, sometimes not. The scene is immediately recognizable, a visual shorthand for divine protection in the face of death. What's particularly interesting about both the Jonah and the furnace images is that they show early Christians willing to depict human figures in religious contexts. We discussed earlier how the first Christians were extremely cautious about images, preferring symbols to representations. But here in the catacombs we see that caution beginning to erode. These aren't images of God or Christ, they're images of biblical heroes, human figures whose stories pointed toward divine truths. They represent a middle ground between pure symbol and divine portrait, a way of telling sacred stories visually without directly depicting the sacred itself. The transition from symbol to narrative image was significant, even revolutionary. A symbol like the fish is abstract. It represents an idea but doesn't show you anything. A narrative image like Jonah and the fish shows you a scene, tells you a story, engages your imagination in a different way. You can see Jonah's body being expelled from the fish's mouth. You can see the 3 young men standing in the flames. These images ask you to visualize, to imagine yourself in the story, to connect emotionally with the figures depicted. That's a different kind of religious communication than decoding a symbolic acronym. The catacombs also contain images of the sacraments, the ritual practices that defined Christian community life. You see scenes of baptism, showing figures standing in water being blessed by other figures. You see images that appear to depict the Eucharist, the sacred meal of bread and wine that Christians celebrated in memory of Christ. These sacramental images are particularly fascinating because they show us not just what early Christians believed, but what they did, the practices that bound them together as a community. One especially common image type in the catacombs depicts a group of people reclining at a meal, sometimes with fish and bread clearly visible on the table before them. These agape feast images recall the Last Supper, but also the ordinary community meals that early Christians shared. Sharing food was central to early Christian practice. It expressed fellowship, equality, and the hope of the heavenly banquet that awaited the faithful after death. Painting these meals on tomb walls was a way of saying that death didn't end the fellowship, that the dead would join the eternal feast in the world to come. Beyond these narrative and sacramental images, the catacombs are filled with decorative motifs borrowed from contemporary Roman art. Vines, flowers, birds, geometric patterns. Early Christian artists didn't work in isolation from the broader visual culture of their time. They used the same decorative vocabulary as their pagan neighbours, filling their sacred spaces with images of natural abundance and beauty. The difference was in the meaning they attached to these images. A vine for a pagan Roman might be simply decorative or might allude to Dionysus, god of wine. For a Christian, the same vine evoked Jesus' words, "I am the vine, you are the branches," transforming a common decorative element into a theological statement. This practice of borrowing and reinterpreting pagan imagery had important implications for the development of Christian art. It meant that Christian visual culture didn't develop in isolation, but in constant dialogue with the surrounding Roman world. Christian artists learned their craft from pagan masters, worked with the same materials and techniques, drew on the same repertoire of images and forms. What made their art Christian wasn't the style or the technique, but the meaning they invested in familiar forms. A peacock was still a peacock, but for a Christian, it meant resurrection. A shepherd carrying a lamb was still a shepherd carrying a lamb, but for a Christian, it meant something much more. The catacombs represent a crucial phase in Christian art history, the moment when the faith began to develop its own visual tradition, while still deeply embedded in the visual culture of the Roman world. The images painted on those underground walls were experimental, tentative, sometimes crude. They were the first attempts to solve a problem that would occupy Christian artists for centuries. How do you make the invisible visible? How do you depict a faith centered on a God who specifically said, "You shall not make any graven image"? The catacomb artists solved this problem by focusing on stories rather than portraits, on narratives that pointed toward divine truths rather than direct depictions of the divine. They painted Jonah, not God. They painted the 3 young men, not the mysterious 4th figure who protected them. They created a visual vocabulary of salvation that circled around its central subject without ever quite touching it. This was an artistically and theologically sophisticated strategy, even if the paintings themselves lack the polish of later masterpieces. The catacombs functioned as the first Christian art museums, though museum implies a level of curation and display that doesn't quite fit. They were more like organic archives, spaces where Christian visual culture accumulated over centuries, layer upon layer of images expressing the faith of successive generations. Walking through a catacomb today, if you can get permission and can handle the claustrophobia, is like walking through a timeline of early Christian art, from the simplest symbols of the 2nd century to the more elaborate paintings of the 4th and 5th. These underground galleries served their community for centuries, long after Christianity became legal and Christians could build churches above ground. The catacombs became pilgrimage sites, places where believers came to venerate the martyrs buried there and to connect with the heroic age of persecution. They were spaces where the living met the dead, where the present touched the past, where the faith expressed in crude paintings on damp walls linked believers to the origins of their tradition. By the time Constantine legalized Christianity in the early 4th century, the catacombs had already established the basic vocabulary of Christian art: the symbols, the narrative images, the borrowed decorative motifs. What happened next was an explosion of artistic activity as Christians suddenly had access to resources and spaces they'd never had before. But the foundation had been laid in the darkness, by anonymous artists painting by lamplight for audiences of mourners and pilgrims. The masterpieces of later Christian art grew from roots planted underground. The catacombs represent something else too, a proof that darkness doesn't mean stagnation. Here, literally beneath the earth, in spaces without natural light, in the presence of death, early Christians created some of the first visual expressions of their faith. They didn't wait for better circumstances or more comfortable conditions. They made art where they were, with what they had, for the community they served. If that's not a refutation of the Dark Ages narrative, I don't know what is. Light can emerge from the darkest places when people are determined to express what matters most to them. Now we need to confront the biggest challenge facing early Christian artists, a challenge that the catacomb painters mostly avoided, but that would eventually have to be faced. How do you depict God? Specifically, how do you depict Jesus Christ, the central figure of the faith, the one through whom God became visible to humanity? This might seem like a simple question with an obvious answer. You paint a picture of a man because Jesus was a man. But for early Christians, it was anything but simple. The problem was theological, not technical. Christianity inherited from Judaism a strong prohibition against making images of God. The Second Commandment's ban on graven images was taken very seriously. And while Jesus was human, he was also divine. Depicting Christ meant in some sense depicting God, and that felt dangerously close to the idolatry that the scriptures condemned. This theological anxiety kept early Christians from creating portraits of Christ for a remarkably long time. For the first 2 or 3 centuries of Christian history, you simply don't find images of Jesus that try to show what he looked like as an individual. You find symbols, the fish, the chiro, that refer to Christ without depicting him. You find narrative scenes where Christ appears as a figure in a story, multiplying loaves, healing the sick, but these figures are generic, interchangeable, not attempts at portraiture. The catacomb painters could show you Jonah's distinctive adventure with the fish, but they couldn't show you what Jesus actually looked like. When early Christians did need a visual representation of Christ, they borrowed an image from pagan art that allowed them to communicate ideas about Jesus without claiming to show his actual appearance. This was the figure of the Good Shepherd, a young man carrying a lamb or sheep across his shoulders. The image was common in Greek and Roman art, representing the virtue of philanthropy or the ideal of pastoral care. It had no religious significance in pagan contexts. It was just a pleasant, decorative image of rural life, the ancient equivalent of a Thomas Kinkade painting. Christians took this familiar image and invested it with new meaning. Jesus had called himself the Good Shepherd who lays down his life for his sheep. The image of a man carrying a lamb thus became a visual reference to Christ and his saving relationship with believers who were the sheep of his flock. But, and this is crucial, the Good Shepherd images weren't portraits of Jesus. They were allegorical figures, symbolic representations of his role rather than depictions of his person. The Good Shepherd looked like any idealized young Greek god, often beardless, handsome in a generic classical way, dressed in a short tunic suitable for rural labor. He could be Hermes or Apollo or any pastoral deity. The image communicated Christ as Saviour without claiming to show what Christ looked like. The Good Shepherd appears frequently in the catacombs and on early Christian sarcophagi. He stands among his sheep, often with a lamb draped across his shoulders in the traditional carrying posture. Sometimes he's surrounded by other pastoral imagery, trees, vines, birds, creating a scene of peaceful abundance. The image was comforting, reassuring, perfect for tomb contexts where grieving families sought hope in death. It promised that Christ would care for the deceased as a good shepherd cares for his flock, gathering even the lost sheep and carrying them home. But the Good Shepherd had limitations as a representation of Christ. It was too generic, too easily confused with pagan imagery, too impersonal. As Christianity grew and developed, as it moved from a minority sect to the dominant religion of the Roman Empire, the need for a more distinctive, more authoritative image of Christ became pressing. Christians wanted to see Jesus, not just a symbolic figure that could represent him. They wanted portraits, faces, something that captured the identity of the person they worshipped. The shift from the symbolic Good Shepherd to actual portraits of Christ happened gradually, over the course of the 4th and 5th centuries. It was a shift that required theological justification, arguments about why it was permissible to depict Christ despite the prohibition on images. The key argument went like this: the ban on images applied to the invisible God, who by definition couldn't be seen or represented. But Christ was the incarnation, God made flesh, God made visible. In becoming human, God had sanctioned the representation of divinity in physical form. If God chose to become visible, then depicting that visible form couldn't be idolatry. This argument didn't convince everyone. It would eventually provoke the violent iconoclast controversies of the 8th and 9th centuries. But it gained enough acceptance to allow Christian artists to begin experimenting with portraits of Christ. What did those early portraits look like? Not like the long-haired, bearded Jesus you probably picture today. The earliest images of Christ show him as a beardless young man, following classical conventions of idealized youth. He looks more like a Roman emperor or philosopher than the suffering Messiah of later art. Only gradually, over centuries, did the bearded, long-haired image that we now consider standard emerge and become dominant. The development of the standard Christ face is a fascinating study in how religious imagery evolves. Early Christ portraits varied considerably, some bearded, some beardless, some with short hair, some with long. Different regional traditions favoured different types. It wasn't until the Byzantine period that the image we now recognise became canonical. The long face, dark beard, centre-parted long hair, large eyes with an intense penetrating gaze. This image then spread throughout the Christian world, becoming so dominant that most people today can't imagine Jesus looking any other way. We should pause here to acknowledge something obvious but important. We have no idea what Jesus actually looked like. No contemporary portraits exist. The Gospels don't describe his physical appearance. Everything we know about Jesus' face comes from later artistic traditions that developed centuries after his death. The bearded, long-haired Christ of Byzantine icons and European paintings is an artistic convention, not a historical document. Jesus was a first-century Jewish man from Galilee, which means he almost certainly looked different from the European featured figure that dominates Western religious art. The earliest Christians seem to have been aware of this uncertainty, which may be one reason they avoided portraiture for so long. When they did begin creating portraits, they weren't claiming to show Jesus' actual appearance. They were creating authoritative images, icons that made Christ present to worshippers without pretending to be photographs. The Byzantine icon tradition, which would flower in later centuries, understood images as windows into the divine rather than representations of physical reality. Looking at an icon of Christ, you weren't supposed to think, so that's what Jesus looked like. You were supposed to encounter Christ spiritually through the mediation of the image. Now we come to one of the most significant and often overlooked milestones in Christian art history, the first known depiction of the crucifixion. We discussed earlier how early Christians avoided the cross as a symbol because crucifixion was still a living horror, a method of execution that Romans actually used. The crucifixion of Christ was the central event of the faith, but representing it visually was deeply problematic. How do you show your Saviour in the most humiliating, degrading death the Roman Empire could devise? The answer, for the first few centuries, was that you didn't. Early Christian art almost never depicts the crucifixion. You find abundant images of Christ teaching, healing, performing miracles. You find the resurrection empty tomb. You find symbolic references to salvation. But the actual moment of Christ's death on the cross, the moment that theologically defines Christianity, was too painful, too raw, too difficult to aestheticize. This changed in the 5th century, and the evidence for this change survives in a remarkable place, the wooden doors of the Basilica of Santa Sabina in Rome. These doors, dating to around 430 AD, contain a series of carved panels depicting scenes from the Old and New Testaments. Among them is a small panel showing 3 figures with their arms outstretched, positioned against what appears to be architectural backgrounds. The central figure has traditionally been identified as the crucified Christ, flanked by the 2 thieves who died alongside him. If this identification is correct, and some scholars have questioned it, then the Santa Sabina panel represents one of the earliest surviving depictions of the crucifixion in Christian art. But what's remarkable is how understated it is. The cross itself is barely visible, suggested by the posture of the figures rather than explicitly shown. There are no nails visible, no wounds, no blood. The figures don't appear to be suffering. They stand calmly, almost as if simply praying with arms extended. This is crucifixion sanitized, abstracted, made bearable for viewers who still carried cultural memories of what real crucifixion looked like. The restraint of this early crucifixion image is theologically significant. The artists weren't trying to evoke horror or pity. They were trying to convey the theological meaning of Christ's death without wallowing in its physical agony. Later medieval art would embrace the suffering Christ, creating images of anguished bodies, dripping wounds, and graphic violence that were designed to provoke emotional responses in viewers. The early Christian approach was different. It acknowledged the crucifixion while keeping it at a certain aesthetic distance, focusing on its salvific meaning rather than its historical brutality. The Santa Sabina doors represent a turning point. After the 5th century, crucifixion images became more common, though they remained relatively restrained compared to what would come later. The cross began its transformation from instrument of torture to central symbol of the faith. The symbol that early Christians had carefully avoided became the symbol that defined them. This transformation took centuries to complete, but the Santa Sabina doors mark an important early moment when artists finally confronted the challenge of depicting Christianity's most difficult image. The evolution we've traced, from secret symbols in the dirt to elaborate narrative paintings in the catacombs, to the first portraits of Christ to the first images of the crucifixion, represents a fundamental shift in how Christians understood the relationship between faith and visual culture. Early Christianity began as a religion deeply suspicious of images, inheriting Jewish concerns about idolatry and defining itself against the image-rich polytheism of the Roman world. Over 4 centuries, it transformed into a religion that embraced images as tools for teaching, worship, and spiritual encounter. This transformation wasn't smooth or uncontested. Every step toward embracing images provoked resistance from Christians who worried about sliding into idolatry. The debates would eventually explode in the iconoclast controversies, when Byzantine emperors tried to destroy religious images entirely, and their opponents died defending the right to create and venerate them. We'll explore that explosive conflict in a later chapter. For now, what matters is understanding that the visual Christianity we take for granted, the Christ faces, the crucifixes, the religious paintings and sculptures that fill museums and churches, was not inevitable. It was created, developed, debated, and eventually accepted through centuries of artistic experimentation and theological argument. The artists who painted in the catacombs, who carved the Good Shepherd on sarcophagi, who experimented with the first portraits of Christ, were working at the edge of what their faith permitted. They were pushing boundaries, testing limits, trying to find visual forms that could express their beliefs without betraying them. Some of their experiments failed and were forgotten. Others succeeded and became the foundation for everything that followed. Either way, they were doing creative work of the highest order, not just making pretty pictures, but wrestling with profound questions about how the divine relates to the material, how the invisible can be made visible, how faith can be expressed in form. The Dark Ages narrative would have us believe that creativity died when Rome fell, that the centuries after antiquity were an artistic wasteland waiting for the Renaissance to bring back the light. But here in the catacombs and early churches of Rome, we see exactly the opposite. We see creativity flourishing in challenging circumstances, We see artists solving unprecedented problems. We see visual traditions being invented that would shape Western culture for millennia. The foundations of Christian art were laid in these early centuries, and they were laid by people working in underground tunnels by lamplight, painting on damp walls for audiences of mourners. Light can emerge from the strangest places. In the literal darkness of the catacombs, in the spiritual darkness of persecution and uncertainty, early Christians created something that would illuminate the world for centuries to come. They took the simple symbols of their secret faith, the fish, the chi-rho, the peacock, and expanded them into a full visual vocabulary. They borrowed from pagan art and transformed what they borrowed into vehicles for Christian meaning. They developed the narrative images, the portrait traditions, the iconographic conventions that would define religious art for a millennium and beyond. This is not the work of people stumbling in darkness. This is the work of creative minds engaging with profound challenges, finding solutions that combined theological depth with artistic expression. The art may be crude by later standards. Catacomb paintings can't compete with Michelangelo for technical virtuosity. But technical virtuosity isn't the only measure of artistic achievement. The catacomb artists achieved something perhaps more important. They invented a visual language for a faith that started with no images at all. They taught Christianity how to see itself. As we leave the catacombs and the early experiments with Christ's image, we're ready to emerge into the light, literally into the soaring spaces of early Christian architecture and the glittering mosaics of Ravenna. The underground phase of Christian art is ending, and a new phase is beginning, one of imperial patronage, monumental buildings, and artistic ambition on a scale the catacomb painters could never have imagined. But everything that comes next builds on what came before. The mosaics of Ravenna speak the same visual language that was first developed in the darkness beneath Rome. The gold backgrounds and hieratic figures of Byzantine icons descend from the humble painted chambers of the catacombs. The first Christian art museums weren't glass and steel buildings with climate control and gift shops. They were tunnels carved into soft rock, filled with bones and prayers and images painted by flickering lamplight. They were places where the living came to be with their dead, where faith was expressed in the presence of mortality, where hope in resurrection gave meaning to the darkness. They're still there, beneath the streets of modern Rome, waiting for those willing to descend and see where Christian art began. And what they show us, among many other things, is that the Dark Ages were never really about darkness. They were about transformation, the death of one world and the birth of another, expressed in images that combined old traditions with new meanings. The peacocks of the catacombs promised immortality, using borrowed pagan vocabulary. The Good Shepherd offered comfort in a form indistinguishable from classical pastoral art. The first Christ portraits emerged from conventions of imperial portraiture. Everything was borrowed, everything was transformed, everything was made new. That process of creative transformation is the opposite of cultural stagnation. It's what human cultures do when they're alive and growing and responding to new challenges. The early Christians didn't have the luxury of building grand museums or training master artists at prestigious academies. They had underground tunnels and devotional needs and urgent questions about how to visualize a faith that resisted visualization. From those unpromising materials, they created something unprecedented, a visual tradition that would eventually cover Europe with churches and fill those churches with images. The light was always there, even in the deepest tunnels. We just need to learn how to see it. We've spent time underground, exploring the cramped tunnels and painted chambers where early Christian art first developed. Now it's time to emerge into the light, literally, and consider how Christians invented entirely new kinds of spaces for their faith. Because here's something that doesn't get enough attention in most discussions of the Dark Ages. The early Christians didn't just decorate existing buildings, they fundamentally reimagined what a religious building could be and how it could work. They created architecture designed to manipulate light, guide movement, shape sound, and produce specific spiritual experiences. And they did it by taking a Roman building type that had nothing to do with religion and transforming it into the template for Western sacred architecture for the next 15 centuries. When Constantine legalized Christianity in the early 4th century and began actively promoting the faith, Christians suddenly faced a problem they'd never had before. They needed buildings. For 3 centuries they had worshipped in private homes in rented spaces, occasionally in purpose-built structures that were essentially modified houses. These worked fine for small communities gathering in secret or semi-secret. But Christianity was about to become the official religion of the Roman Empire, and that meant it needed architecture that could accommodate large congregations, express imperial power, and physically embody the majesty of the faith. Christians needed to build, and they needed to build big. The obvious model would have been the pagan temple. The Romans had spent centuries perfecting temple architecture, impressive facades, elegant proportions, durable materials. Why not just adapt the temple form for Christian use? The answer reveals something important about how early Christians understood their faith and its relationship to the pagan world they were replacing. Pagan temples were essentially houses for gods. The deity's statue lived inside in a relatively small, dark interior space called the cella. Worshippers didn't go inside. They gathered outside in front of the temple, where priests performed sacrifices at outdoor altars. The temple's impressive exterior was what mattered, not its interior. It was designed to be looked at, not entered. When you think of a Greek or Roman temple, you probably picture the outside, the columns, the pediment, the grand staircase. The inside was almost beside the point. Christian worship worked completely differently. Christians gathered as a community to pray together, to hear scripture read, to share the Eucharist. They needed interior space, lots of it, where hundreds or thousands of people could assemble and participate in collective rituals. The pagan temple form was useless for this purpose. Its interiors were too small, too dark, designed for statues rather than congregations. Plus, there was the not insignificant problem of association. Using the same building form as pagan worship might look uncomfortably like continuing pagan worship. Christians wanted architectural distance from the religious practices they were replacing, so they looked elsewhere in Roman architecture and found the perfect solution: the basilica. In Roman cities, basilicas were large public halls used for law courts, commercial transactions, and civic gatherings. They had no religious function whatsoever. They were as secular as a modern shopping mall or courthouse. But their form was ideal for Christian needs. Basilicas featured long rectangular halls divided by rows of columns into a central nave and side aisles. The nave was typically higher than the aisles, with windows in the upper walls, called clerestory windows, that flooded the interior with light. At one end, a semicircular apse provided a focal point where judges or officials would sit. The whole structure was designed to accommodate large crowds, manage traffic flow, and create impressive interior spaces. Christians took this secular building type and made it sacred. The basic basilica form, nave, side aisles, clerestory windows, apse, became the template for Christian churches across the Roman world and eventually across Europe. The transformation was remarkably quick. Within decades of Constantine's legalization of Christianity, major basilicas were rising in Rome, Jerusalem, Constantinople, and other important cities. The age of Christian monumental architecture had begun. The genius of the basilica form lay in how it directed attention and managed experience. When you entered a basilica church, you entered through doors at one end and immediately faced a long perspective view down the nave toward the apse at the far end. The rows of columns on either side created a kind of visual corridor, channeling your gaze forward. The apse, with its curved wall, naturally drew the eye and served as the focal point for liturgical action. The altar, the bishop's throne, the culmination of the architectural drama. Walking down the nave toward the apse was a journey, a procession, a movement from the ordinary world outside toward the sacred space at the heart of the building. This processional quality was enhanced by the play of light within the space. The clerestory windows, positioned high on the nave walls, allowed sunlight to pour into the building from above. In a Mediterranean climate, this light could be intense, even blinding at certain times of day. The contrast between the bright central nave and the darker side aisles created a hierarchy of illumination that corresponded to a hierarchy of sacred space. The center was where the light was, where God was, where your attention should be focused. Early Christian architects understood intuitively what modern architects have confirmed through research. Light affects how people feel and behave in spaces. A building flooded with natural light creates different psychological effects than a dark, enclosed space. The basilica form used light to create feelings of openness, transcendence, and divine presence. When you walked into an early Christian basilica from the shadowy streets of a Roman city, the effect must have been dramatic, a sudden immersion in brightness, a sense of entering a different kind of world. Constantine himself commissioned several of the earliest and most influential basilica churches. Old St. Peter's in Rome, begun around 319 and completed after Constantine's death, established the template that would be imitated for centuries. Built over the presumed tomb of the Apostle Peter, it was enormous, nearly 400 feet long, with a 5-aisled nave, a transept, a cross-arm between the nave and apse, and an atrium courtyard in front. The building that replaced it in the Renaissance, the current St. Peter's Basilica, preserves roughly the same footprint, giving you some sense of the scale of Constantine's ambition. The Lateran Basilica, also in Rome and also commissioned by Constantine, served as the Cathedral of Rome, the Bishop of Rome's official church. Like Old St. Peter's, it was huge and influential, establishing patterns that other churches would follow. These Constantinian basilicas were statements of imperial power as much as expressions of faith. They said, Christianity is no longer a marginal sect worshipping in basements. It's the religion of emperors, and it deserves architecture to match. But the basilica form wasn't just imposed from above. It spread because it worked. Christian communities across the empire adopted it because it solved their practical problems, accommodating large congregations, creating dignified liturgical spaces, expressing their newfound status as a legal and eventually dominant religion. The form proved adaptable to different sizes, climates, and local building traditions. A small parish church and a massive cathedral could both use the basic basilica template, scaled appropriately. The formula was simple enough to be widely implemented, but flexible enough to allow for local variation. As Christian architecture developed through the 4th, 5th, and 6th centuries, builders experimented with variations on the basic basilica form. Some churches added transepts, creating a cross-shaped floor plan that carried obvious symbolic significance. Others incorporated centralized spaces, domed chambers, circular or octagonal baptistries that provided contrast to the linear progression of the basilica nave. The architecture became more complex, more sophisticated, more attuned to the specific liturgical and symbolic needs of different church functions. One particularly important development was the increasing attention to acoustics. Christian worship involved lots of speaking and singing, prayers, scripture readings, sermons, chanted psalms. The effectiveness of worship depended partly on people being able to hear what was happening. Basilica architecture, with its hard stone surfaces and high ceilings, created acoustics that were sometimes wonderful and sometimes problematic. Sound echoed and reverberated, which could make chanted music sound ethereal and otherworldly, but could also turn spoken words into unintelligible mush. Early Christian architects learned to work with these acoustic realities. They experimented with apse shapes that could focus and project sound toward the congregation. They used hangings and furnishings to dampen excessive reverberations. They positioned speakers and singers strategically within the space. The results were sometimes hit or miss. Medieval accounts occasionally complain about churches where you couldn't hear the sermon no matter where you sat. But the attention to acoustic design shows that these builders understood their buildings as total environments, spaces that needed to work for the ears as well as the eyes. The interiors of these early basilicas would have looked very different from the churches we're used to today. Forget the empty white spaces of modernist architecture, or even the cluttered decoration of Baroque churches. Early Christian basilicas were covered, walls, ceilings, apses, with elaborate decoration, painted frescoes, carved reliefs, and above all mosaics. These decorations weren't afterthoughts or optional embellishments. They were integral to how the buildings worked, transforming plain architectural shells into immersive visual environments. Mosaics deserve special attention because they became the characteristic art form of early Christian architecture, especially in the Eastern Mediterranean and Italy. We'll explore Ravenna's mosaics in detail shortly, but first we need to understand what made mosaics such an ideal medium for these buildings. A mosaic is essentially a picture or pattern, made from small pieces of coloured stone, glass or ceramic called tesserae, set into wet plaster or cement. The technique was ancient. Mosaics appear in Greek and Roman buildings for centuries before Christianity. But Christians took mosaic art to new heights of ambition and sophistication, covering vast wall and ceiling surfaces with images that shimmered and shifted in the changing light. The key to mosaic's effectiveness in church interiors was its relationship with light. Unlike painted surfaces, which absorb and reflect light in predictable ways, mosaic surfaces are uneven, with each tessera set at slightly different angles. This means that as light moves across a mosaic, as the sun shifts through the day, as candles flicker in the evening, different parts of the image catch the light at different moments. The surface seems to move, to sparkle, to come alive. Gold and glass tesserae, which were used extensively in Christian mosaics, intensified this effect. Gold tesserae were made by sandwiching thin sheets of gold leaf between layers of glass, creating surfaces that blazed when light hit them. Glass tesserae came in vivid colours, deep blues, rich reds, brilliant greens, that maintained their intensity over centuries without fading. The effect of entering a mosaic-covered church, especially one lit by candles and oil lamps, must have been overwhelming. The walls seemed to glow from within. Figures of Christ, the Virgin Mary, saints and angels gazed down from every surface, present and watching. The building itself became a vision of heaven, a glimpse of the divine realm that awaited the faithful after death. This wasn't just decoration, it was theology made visible, architecture working on the soul. Now we need to travel to the place where this architectural and artistic tradition reached one of its greatest expressions, Ravenna, a modest Italian city that for a brief period became one of the most important places in the world, and that preserves, today, the finest collection of early Christian and Byzantine mosaics anywhere on earth. Ravenna's story is one of those historical accidents that produces extraordinary cultural consequences. The city sits near the Adriatic coast in northern Italy, in a location that was, in ancient times, surrounded by marshes. It had a good harbour and was reasonably defensible, but it wasn't a major cultural centre. It was a provincial town, the kind of place you'd pass through on your way somewhere more important. Then, in 402 AD, the Western Roman Emperor Honorius moved his capital there from Milan. The reasons for this move were practical rather than prestigious. The Western Empire was falling apart, threatened by waves of invasions from Germanic peoples pushing south and west. Milan was too exposed, too easy to attack. Ravenna, with its marshes and its access to the sea, and thus to the Eastern Empire and potential naval support, was safer. Honorius wasn't making a statement about Ravenna's cultural significance. He was looking for a place where he was less likely to get killed. Not exactly a ringing endorsement of the city's charms. But capitals attract wealth, talent, and attention, regardless of why they become capitals. Over the next century and a half, Ravenna was transformed from a provincial backwater into a showcase of late antique art and architecture. Emperors, empresses, and powerful officials commissioned churches, mausoleums, and baptistries decorated with the finest mosaics money could buy. Artists came from across the Mediterranean world to work on these projects, bringing with them the techniques and traditions of Constantinople, Rome, and the eastern provinces. Ravenna became a cultural crossroads, a place where different artistic traditions met and mingled. The city's golden age lasted through a series of political changes that might seem confusing, but actually contributed to its artistic richness. After the last Western Roman emperor was deposed in 476, the traditional date for the fall of the Roman Empire, though transformation is more accurate, Ravenna was ruled by Odoacer and then by Theodoric, kings of the Ostrogoths, a Germanic people, who had settled in Italy. Theodoric was a fascinating figure, a barbarian king who had been raised in Constantinople, who admired Roman culture and saw himself as continuing Roman traditions, who built extensively in Ravenna while maintaining his separate Arian Christian faith, a form of Christianity that the mainstream church considered heretical. His reign brought new influences and new patronage to Ravenna's artistic scene. Then, in the 530s and 540s, the Eastern Roman, Byzantine Emperor Justinian reconquered Italy, making Ravenna the capital of Byzantine administration in the west. Justinian and his empress Theodora poured resources into the city, commissioning the most famous of all Ravenna's buildings, the Church of San Vitale, with its extraordinary mosaic portraits of the imperial couple. Byzantine influence intensified, and Ravenna became a direct conduit for artistic ideas flowing from Constantinople to the Western world. This layered history, Roman, Ostrogothic, Byzantine, is visible in Ravenna's surviving monuments. Different buildings reflect different phases of the city's development, different patrons with different agendas, different artistic traditions encountering each other. The result is a uniquely rich collection of early medieval art that shows us the full range of what was possible in this supposedly dark age. Let's start our tour of Ravenna's mosaics with one of its oldest and most intimate monuments, the so-called Mausoleum of Galla Placidia. Galla Placidia was one of the most remarkable women of late antiquity. Daughter of an emperor, twice married to powerful men, mother of an emperor, regent for her son, and effective ruler of the Western Empire during a period of extraordinary instability. Whether she was actually buried in the small cruciform building that bears her name is disputed. She died in Rome and may be buried there instead. But the building associated with her, constructed around 425 to 430 AD, preserves some of the earliest and most beautiful mosaics in Ravenna. The Mausoleum of Galla Placidia is tiny by church standards. You could fit it inside a medium-sized living room. But what it lacks in size, it makes up for in intensity. Every surface of the interior is covered with mosaics, creating an overwhelming visual experience in a space small enough to feel intimate. The dominant colour is blue, deep midnight blue that covers the ceiling vault and creates the impression of being inside a jewelled cave or under a starry sky. Against this blue background, golden stars radiate outward from a central cross. Figures of apostles stand in lunettes, dressed in white robes against the blue ground. Deer drink from fountains in an image of paradise drawn from the Psalms. The effect is otherworldly, like stepping into a different dimension. The small space intensifies everything. You can't get far enough away from the mosaics to see them from a distance, so you're immersed in colour and light and glittering tesserae. Modern visitors often describe the experience as transcendent, and it's hard to imagine that the original builders didn't intend exactly this effect. The mausoleum was designed to overwhelm the senses, to provide a glimpse of the heavenly realm, to comfort those mourning their dead with a vision of the glory that awaited them. From Galla Placidia's intimate gem, we move to the great public monuments of Ravenna. The churches built during the Ostrogothic and Byzantine periods that showcase mosaic art on a monumental scale. The Basilica of Sant'Apollinare Nuovo, built by Theodoric around 500 AD, features two long processional friezes running down the upper walls of the nave. On one side, a procession of male martyrs approaching Christ enthroned. On the other, procession of virgin martyrs approaching the Virgin Mary. These figures, dozens of them, each identified by name, each carrying a crown of martyrdom, create a sense of endless sacred procession, as if the faithful who fill the church are joining an eternal parade of saints moving toward the divine. The mosaic technique on display here is remarkable for its consistency and quality across vast surfaces. Creating a mosaic is painstaking work. Each tiny tessera must be individually set at the correct angle to catch light properly. The mosaicists who worked at Sant'Apollinare Nuovo maintained consistent quality across thousands of square feet of surface, a testament to their skill and organisation. These were not individual artists working alone, but teams of craftsmen following careful designs, executing complex images with industrial-level coordination. The figures in these processions display the characteristic style of early Byzantine art. Frontal poses, large eyes, simplified features, bodies that seem flat and two-dimensional despite the rich decoration of their garments. This style often strikes modern viewers as primitive compared to the naturalistic art of classical antiquity or the Renaissance. But that's a misunderstanding. The Byzantine style wasn't a failure to achieve realism. It was a deliberate rejection of realism in favour of something else. Byzantine artists understood that they weren't depicting ordinary people in ordinary space. They were depicting sacred figures existing in a spiritual dimension that transcended physical reality. The flat frontal poses emphasized the eternal presence of these figures, their availability for veneration rather than their momentary existence in a narrative scene. The large eyes were windows to the soul, points of contact between the viewer and the saint. The gold backgrounds eliminated any sense of earthly setting, placing the figures in an undefined heavenly space where normal rules of physics didn't apply. This was art designed for contemplation and prayer, not for admiring how cleverly the artist had captured the play of light on fabric. The gold backgrounds deserve special attention because they're so central to Byzantine mosaic aesthetics. Gold was expensive, obviously. Using it to cover vast wall surfaces required serious wealth. But expense wasn't the point, or not the only point. Gold had symbolic significance. It represented divine light, the uncreated light of God that illuminated the heavenly realm. When you stood in a Byzantine church surrounded by gold mosaics, you were standing in a representation of heaven itself. The walls weren't showing you pictures of saints against some background. They were opening windows into the spiritual world, revealing sacred figures as they existed in divine presence. The gold also created specific visual effects that enhanced the otherworldly atmosphere. Gold tesserae, with their reflective surfaces, made the walls seem to glow from within, especially when lit by candles. The figures appeared to float in luminous space rather than standing on solid ground. Shadows were eliminated or minimized. Shadow belongs to the material world of light and darkness, but the heavenly realm was pure light with no darkness at all. The resulting images looked deliberately unreal because they were depicting a reality beyond ordinary reality. The Church of San Vitale, completed around 547 under Justinian's patronage, represents the culmination of Ravenna's mosaic tradition. It's not a basilica, but a centralized building, an octagonal structure with a central dome supported by columns and piers, surrounded by an ambulatory and galleries. The shape may have been influenced by churches in Constantinople, bringing Eastern architectural ideas to Italian soil. The effect is disorienting for visitors used to basilica churches. Instead of a long nave leading your eye toward a distant apse, you're surrounded by space, with sight lines opening in multiple directions. The mosaics of San Vitale include some of the most famous images in all of medieval art. The portraits of the Emperor Justinian and Empress Theodora with their retinues, located in the apse on either side of the altar. These aren't devotional images of saints or biblical scenes, they're political images, depicting living rulers as participants in the sacred liturgy. Justinian appears bearing a golden paten, the dish used to hold the Eucharistic bread, surrounded by clergy and soldiers. Theodora appears bearing a golden chalice, surrounded by court ladies. Together, they're presenting gifts to the church, but the images do more than record an act of patronage. They assert imperial presence and authority within the sacred space, claiming a special relationship between the rulers and the divine. The Justinian mosaic has been analysed endlessly by art historians for what it reveals about Byzantine concepts of power and sacred authority. Justinian stands frontally, his eyes engaging the viewer directly. His halo indicates his sacred status. Byzantine emperors were considered God's representatives on earth, mediators between the human and divine realms. He's surrounded by officials and guards, showing his earthly power, but also by clergy, showing his religious authority. The whole composition presents the emperor as the centre of both secular and sacred order. Theodora's panel is even more remarkable in some ways. Empresses didn't normally appear in such prominent positions in church decoration. Theodora was a woman of famously humble origins. Sources claim she had been a circus performer and possibly a prostitute before catching Justinian's eye and rising to become empress. Her prominent placement in San Vitale asserts her legitimacy and authority, claiming for her a sacred status that some contemporaries probably found scandalous. She's depicted with enormous dignity, wearing imperial purple and an extraordinary jewelled headdress, her large eyes gazing out with the same direct intensity as the saints and Christ figures elsewhere in the church. Beyond the imperial portraits, San Vitale's mosaics include sophisticated biblical scenes and symbolic imagery. The apse features a young, beardless Christ seated on a blue globe representing the cosmos, flanked by angels and by the church's patron saints. The lunettes and vault surfaces show scenes from the Old Testament: Abraham entertaining the three angels, the sacrifice of Isaac, Abel and Melchizedek making offerings, chosen for their typological connections to the Eucharist celebrated at the altar. Below, every image relates to the liturgical function of the space, creating a visual program that reinforced and enriched the rituals performed there. What's particularly striking about San Vitale is how it brings together different artistic traditions. You can see Roman influence in some of the spatial conventions and figure types. You can see Byzantine influence in the gold backgrounds, the hieratic style, and the theological sophistication of the program. You can even see hints of barbarian taste in some of the ornamental details. The Ostrogothic rulers who had preceded Justinian had left their mark on Ravenna's artistic culture. The church is a meeting point, a place where the streams of Roman, Byzantine, and Germanic tradition converge. This convergence is actually one of the most important things about Ravenna's mosaics, for our larger story about the Dark Ages. The period we're exploring, from the 4th century to the 8th, is often portrayed as a time when classical civilization collapsed and barbarian chaos took its place. But Ravenna's mosaics tell a different story. They show us continuity with the classical past, visible in techniques, materials, and some artistic conventions. They show us innovation and development, as artists worked out new visual languages for expressing Christian ideas. And they show us cultural exchange as people from different backgrounds, Roman, Greek, Gothic, others, contributed to a shared artistic project. The mosaics also demonstrate something crucial about the economics of art in this period. Creating these works required enormous resources, not just money, but specialized materials, skilled craftsmen, organizational capacity. The gold tesserae alone represented a significant investment. The glass tesserae came from workshops that maintained complex technical knowledge about how to create specific colors and effects. The artists themselves were highly trained specialists, members of workshops that passed techniques down through generations. None of this happens in a society that's simply falling apart. Ravenna's mosaics are evidence of sophisticated economic and social organization, of networks that could gather materials from across the Mediterranean, of educational systems that could train artists to world-class standards. When we call this period the Dark Ages, we're ignoring evidence like Ravenna that blazes with literal and metaphorical light. We're ignoring the fact that people in the 5th, 6th and 7th centuries were capable of creating art that still takes our breath away 1500 years later. We're buying into a narrative created by people centuries later who wanted to make themselves look good by making their predecessors look bad. Ravenna's mosaics are a standing rebuke to that narrative. They glow with the light of a civilization that was transforming, not collapsing. The churches of Ravenna survived, remarkably, through all the upheavals of subsequent centuries: Gothic invasions, Byzantine reconquest, Lombard rule, Frankish conquest, wars and famines and plagues. They survived partly because Ravenna declined in importance after the early medieval period, becoming a provincial backwater again rather than a prize worth fighting over. They survived partly through the continuous care of religious communities who maintained the buildings for worship. They survived partly through sheer luck, the right buildings escaping the wrong disasters at the wrong times. Today, Ravenna's early Christian monuments are a UNESCO World Heritage Site, protected and preserved for future generations. Visitors can still walk into the mausoleum of Galla Placidia and experience that overwhelming immersion in blue and gold. They can still stand in San Vitale and meet Justinian's gaze across 15 centuries. They can still see what the Dark Ages actually produced when given the resources and opportunity. The light of the mosaics hasn't dimmed. The gold still glows. The eyes of saints and emperors still watch. Ravenna preserves a moment when Roman traditions, Byzantine innovations, and the fresh energies of the barbarian peoples came together to create something unprecedented and unrepeatable. It's one of the treasures of human civilization, created in an age we've been taught to dismiss as dark. But we know better now. The darkness was never in the art or the architecture or the culture of these centuries. The darkness was in our failure to see what was always there, shimmering on the walls of churches, waiting for us to learn how to look at it properly. Ravenna teaches us to look again, to see the light that was always present, to recognize the creative achievements of people we've been taught to underestimate. The mosaics of Ravenna are not just beautiful objects in a museum of the past. They're arguments against the Dark Ages narrative, arguments for the continuity and creativity of human culture, even in times of political upheaval, arguments for the capacity of art to preserve and transmit meaning across vast stretches of time. When you stand in San Vitale and look at Theodora's face, you're not just admiring ancient craftsmanship, you're receiving a message from the 6th century. We were here, we made beautiful things, we mattered. That message is worth hearing. And it prepares us for the next stage of our journey, when we'll leave the Mediterranean world and travel north to the islands and monasteries of Britain and Ireland, where a different but equally remarkable artistic tradition was developing in the so-called Dark Ages. The light takes many forms, and we've only begun to trace its paths. We've been tracing the development of Christian art from secret symbols scratched in dirt to the glittering mosaics of Ravenna, watching a religion that started deeply suspicious of images gradually embrace visual representation as a central part of its practice. It's been a story of growth, creativity, and increasing confidence, artists learning to depict the sacred, communities learning to venerate those depictions, theological arguments being developed to justify what had once seemed dangerously close to idolatry. But now we need to talk about what happens when that progress suddenly reverses, when a civilization turns against its own art with violent determination, when emperors decide that the images their predecessors created must be destroyed. Welcome to the iconoclast controversy, one of the most traumatic episodes in the history of Christian art. A century-long conflict that split the Byzantine Empire, destroyed countless masterpieces, got people killed over questions of religious aesthetics, and left scars that shaped religious art for a millennium afterward. It's a story that proves humans can argue about absolutely anything, including whether it's acceptable to paint pictures of Jesus. Spoiler alert, people felt very strongly about this. The word iconoclasm comes from Greek words meaning image breaking, and that's exactly what happened. Starting in 726 AD and continuing in waves until 843 AD, Byzantine emperors attempted to eliminate religious images from Christian worship. Icons, painted images of Christ, the Virgin Mary, and the saints, were ordered destroyed. Mosaics were scraped off church walls. Frescoes were whitewashed or chipped away. Manuscripts with religious illustrations were burned or had their images cut out. Artists who continued to create religious images faced persecution. Monks who defended icons were imprisoned, tortured, or killed. It was a cultural catastrophe of the first order, and we're still calculating its losses. To understand how this happened, we need to step back and consider the theological tensions that had been building since the earliest days of Christian art. Remember, Christianity inherited from Judaism a deep suspicion of religious images. The Second Commandment's prohibition against graven images was taken seriously by the first Christians, many of whom came from Jewish backgrounds. We've already traced how this suspicion was gradually overcome, how Christians moved from pure symbols to narrative images to portraits of Christ and the saints. But the old anxieties never entirely disappeared. There was always a theological minority who worried that the church had gone too far, that the veneration of icons had crossed the line into idolatry. The concern wasn't entirely unreasonable. By the 7th and 8th centuries, icon veneration had become extremely intense in the Byzantine Empire. People kissed icons, bowed before them, lit candles and burned incense in front of them. Icons were believed to have miraculous powers. They could heal the sick, protect cities from invasion, answer prayers. Some icons were treated as almost alive, dressed in clothing, given jewelry, carried in processions like honoured guests. Skeptics could look at these practices and see something uncomfortably similar to pagan idol worship. Weren't Christians supposed to be different from pagans? Weren't they supposed to worship God, not pictures? The situation was complicated by military and political factors that had nothing to do with theology, but everything to do with why the controversy erupted when it did. The early 8th century was a terrible time for the Byzantine Empire. Arab armies, inspired by the new religion of Islam, had conquered much of the eastern Mediterranean, Syria, Palestine, Egypt, North Africa. The empire's territory had shrunk dramatically, and Constantinople itself had been besieged. Byzantine rulers were looking for explanations. Why was God allowing his chosen empire to suffer such devastating defeats? Some found an answer in the icons. Islam, the religion of their conquering enemies, absolutely prohibited religious images. Jews, the oldest monotheists, prohibited religious images. Maybe, some Byzantines reasoned, God was punishing the empire for its idolatrous icon worship. Maybe the military disasters were divine judgment for straying from proper worship. Maybe destroying the icons would restore God's favour and turn the tide of war. This reasoning might seem bizarre to modern ears. We keep losing battles, so let's destroy our art, isn't an obvious strategic response. But in a world where divine intervention was considered a real and immediate factor in human affairs, the logic made a certain sense. If your God was angry, you needed to figure out why and fix it. The icons were an obvious target for anyone already inclined to worry about their theological legitimacy. The first emperor to act on these concerns was Leo III, who ruled from 717 to 741. Leo was a successful military commander who had saved Constantinople from Arab siege in 718, a victory that probably gave him the confidence to undertake controversial religious reforms. In 726, he ordered the removal of an icon of Christ that hung over the chalk gate, the ceremonial entrance to the imperial palace. The icon was famous and beloved, and its removal provoked immediate riots. A group of women attacked the soldiers carrying out the order, killing one of them. Leo responded by executing the ringleaders. This was just the beginning. Over the following years, Leo issued increasingly aggressive orders against religious images. Icons were to be removed from churches and destroyed. Religious mosaics and frescoes were to be covered or scraped away. The veneration of images was declared idolatrous and prohibited. Those who refused to comply faced serious consequences: loss of property, imprisonment, worse. Leo's son Constantine V, who ruled from 741 to 775, was even more aggressive. Constantine was a genuine theological thinker who developed sophisticated arguments against icons, not just "this seems like idolatry," but detailed reasoning about the nature of Christ and the impossibility of depicting the divine. He convened a church council in 754 that officially declared image veneration to be heretical. He persecuted monks, who were the most vocal defenders of icons, with particular brutality. Monasteries were closed, their properties confiscated, their inhabitants forced to marry or face punishment. Some monks were tortured, blinded, or killed. The violence of the iconoclast emperors against icon defenders, known as iconodules or iconophiles, meaning image lovers, was not incidental but central to their program. Constantine V earned the nickname Kopronimos, which means name of dung, from his enemies, a characteristically Byzantine insult suggesting that his name belonged in the latrine. He was remembered by iconodules as a monster, a persecutor, an enemy of the faith. Whether he deserves this reputation or whether it's largely propaganda by the eventual winners is debated by historians. What's clear is that the iconoclast period involved real persecution, real violence, real suffering for those who refused to accept the destruction of images. Now, we should try to understand the theological arguments on both sides, because this wasn't just a fight between enlightened image lovers and ignorant image smashers. The iconoclasts had genuine intellectual positions that they defended with considerable sophistication. The core iconoclast argument went something like this: Christ has two natures, divine and human, united in one person. When you paint an icon of Christ, what exactly are you depicting? You can't depict the divine nature. God is invisible, infinite, uncircumscribable, beyond any material representation, so you must be depicting only the human nature. But that means you're separating Christ's two natures, showing the human while ignoring the divine. This was the heresy of Nestorianism, which the Church had condemned centuries earlier. Therefore, icons of Christ were inherently heretical because they implied a theological error about Christ's nature. Alternatively, the iconoclasts argued, maybe you think you're depicting both natures together. But that's impossible. You can't mix the infinite with the finite, the divine with the material. Trying to do so was the heresy of monophysitism, which claimed that Christ's two natures were merged into one. So either way, icons of Christ involved heresy. The only safe course was to avoid depicting Christ altogether. These arguments were genuinely clever, using the Church's own theological commitments against the practice of icon veneration. The iconoclasts weren't ignorant barbarians attacking art for no reason. They were educated theologians who thought they were defending orthodoxy against creeping idolatry. The iconodules, the defenders of images, developed their own sophisticated counter-arguments. The most influential was formulated by John of Damascus, a monk living in Arab-controlled Palestine, which ironically meant he was beyond the reach of Byzantine emperors who wanted to silence him. John argued that the Incarnation had changed everything. Before Christ, it was indeed impossible and improper to depict God. God was invisible spirit, and any image would be a false representation. But when God became human in Christ, he made himself visible. He took on material form. He sanctified matter by uniting it with divinity. Therefore, John argued, depicting Christ wasn't idolatry. It was acknowledging the reality of the Incarnation. To refuse to depict Christ was implicitly to deny that he had really become human, really taken on flesh, really been visible to human eyes. The ability to make images of Christ was proof of the Incarnation, not a violation of the commandment against images. The iconoclasts, in John's view, were the real heretics, denying the central mystery of the Christian faith. John also distinguished carefully between different kinds of veneration. When Christians bowed before icons, kissed them, or prayed in front of them, they weren't worshipping the icons themselves. They were venerating what the icons represented. The honor given to an image passed to its prototype, as John put it. You weren't worshipping paint and wood. You were using paint and wood as windows into the divine, as points of contact with sacred figures who transcended material representation. This distinction between worship, which belonged only to God, and veneration, which could legitimately be given to saints and their images, became crucial to later theological defences of religious art. The conflict between iconoclasts and iconodules wasn't just a theological debate conducted in treatises and councils. It played out on church walls and in human bodies. The iconoclasts systematically destroyed religious images wherever they had power to do so. We don't know exactly how much was lost. By definition, destroyed art leaves no trace. But the evidence suggests the losses were catastrophic. In Constantinople, the great church of Hagia Sophia had been decorated with elaborate mosaics since its construction under Justinian in the 6th century. The iconoclasts stripped these mosaics away, replacing figural images with crosses and decorative patterns. When the iconodules eventually triumphed, new mosaics were created, but the original 6th century decorations were gone forever. What we see in Hagia Sophia today, the famous mosaic of the Virgin and Child in the apse, the portraits of emperors and empresses, dates from after the iconoclast period. The earlier images, which must have been among the finest products of Justinianic art, exist only in literary descriptions, the same pattern repeated across the Byzantine world. Churches that had been decorated with figural mosaics under the first Christian emperors were stripped and redecorated during the iconoclast period, then redecorated again when icons were restored. Each phase of redecoration destroyed what came before. Layers of Byzantine art history were erased, replaced, erased again. The surviving monuments represent only a fraction of what once existed, and that fraction is heavily biased toward later periods. Portable icons, painted panels that could be moved from place to place, were even more vulnerable than fixed mosaics. They could be gathered up and burned, which is apparently what happened to most of them. The survival of any pre-iconoclast icons is remarkable and almost accidental. The most important collection of early icons exists at St. Catherine's Monastery in the Sinai Peninsula, which was located in Arab-controlled territory during the iconoclast period and thus escaped the destruction. These Sinai icons, some dating to the 6th century, give us our only glimpse of what Byzantine icon painting looked like before the controversy. Everything else is gone. Illuminated manuscripts suffered similarly. Books with religious illustrations were targeted for destruction, and even books that survived might have their images scraped out or painted over. The Byzantine manuscript tradition essentially had to rebuild itself after iconoclasm, and the manuscripts we possess from before the 8th century are precious rarities rather than representative samples. The human cost is harder to calculate but was certainly real. Monks who refused to accept iconoclasm faced persecution ranging from harassment to execution. Some fled the empire, carrying what icons and manuscripts they could save to friendlier territories. Some went into hiding, practicing their icon veneration in secret. Some were tortured for their beliefs. There are accounts of monks being blinded, having their hands cut off, being forced to trample on icons as tests of compliance. How many died is unknown, but the Byzantine Church eventually recognized numerous martyrs of the icons who had given their lives defending religious images. The iconoclast controversy had a significant geographical dimension that affected the relationship between Eastern and Western Christianity. The Byzantine emperors were iconoclasts. The popes in Rome were not. This created a major rift between Constantinople and Rome at a time when other tensions were already straining the relationship between the Greek East and the Latin West. Pope Gregory III condemned iconoclasm in 731, setting up a direct confrontation with the Emperor Leo III. The popes had theological objections to iconoclasm, but they also had practical and political reasons to resist Byzantine religious policy. The Eastern emperors had been trying to assert authority over the Western Church, and iconoclasm was a convenient issue on which to draw a line. If the emperor couldn't dictate religious policy to Rome, that was a win for papal independence regardless of what one thought about icons specifically. The Western Church had never developed quite the same intensity of icon veneration as the East, so the theological issues felt somewhat different. Western Christians used religious images extensively, but the specific practices that troubled Byzantine iconoclasts, kissing icons, lighting candles before them, attributing miracles to them, were less central to Western piety. The West could defend images without feeling that its own practices were directly under attack. This divergence over iconoclasm contributed to the growing cultural divide between Eastern and Western Christianity, that would eventually produce the Great Schism of 1054. The two halves of Christendom were developing different relationships to religious art, different theological frameworks for understanding images, different liturgical practices. Iconoclasm didn't cause the schism, but it was one of the wedges driving the churches apart. The iconoclast controversy ended officially in 843, when the Empress Theodora, not the same Theodora we met in Ravenna, Byzantine history has too many Theodoras, restored icon veneration and declared the final victory of the iconodules. This event is still celebrated in Eastern Orthodox churches as the triumph of orthodoxy, commemorated on the first Sunday of Lent each year. Icons were restored to churches, new mosaics were commissioned to replace what had been destroyed, and the theological defense of images became official church doctrine. But the scars of iconoclasm didn't heal overnight, and in some ways they never fully healed. The controversy left permanent marks on how Christians thought about and created religious art. For one thing, the theological justifications developed by John of Damascus and other iconodule thinkers became the official framework for understanding religious images in Eastern Christianity. Icons weren't just permitted, they were theologically significant, necessary expressions of incarnational faith. This elevated the status of icons and the artist who created them, but it also created boundaries. Icons had to be correct. They had to follow approved patterns and express proper theology. Innovation and individual artistic expression were potentially dangerous. The result was the highly traditional character of Orthodox icon painting, where established models are followed with reverence across centuries, and individual creativity is subordinated to communal tradition. Western Christianity developed somewhat differently. The Carolingian theologians who responded to Byzantine iconoclasm in the late 8th century took a middle position. Images were useful for teaching and decoration, but shouldn't be venerated the way Byzantine iconodules venerated them. This framework gave Western artists more freedom for innovation and personal expression, while maintaining a somewhat cooler theological relationship to images. The explosive creativity of Western religious art in the Romanesque, Gothic, and Renaissance periods may owe something to this different theological context. The iconoclast controversy also created a particular Byzantine sensitivity to the question of religious images that persisted for centuries. Any suggestion that images were being misused, any hint that veneration was sliding into idolatry, triggered anxious responses shaped by the memory of persecution. The Orthodox Church developed elaborate rules about how icons should be made, displayed, and venerated, rules designed to ensure that icon veneration remained within proper bounds, and couldn't be accused of the excesses that had provoked iconoclasm. The artistic losses are incalculable. We will never know what Byzantine art looked like before iconoclasm destroyed so much of it. The surviving pre-iconoclast icons at Sinai suggest that the lost works included masterpieces of extraordinary quality and theological depth. The mosaics stripped from Hagia Sophia, the frescoes scraped from monastery walls, the illuminated manuscripts fed to flames. All of this represented centuries of accumulated artistic achievement, erased in a few decades of destructive policy. It's worth pausing to feel the weight of this loss. Art historians spend their careers studying Byzantine visual culture based on a fragmentary and biased sample. They're trying to understand a tradition while missing most of its first several centuries. It's like trying to understand the history of cinema while missing all films made before 1980, or trying to understand classical music while missing everything before Beethoven. The iconoclast destruction created a gap in our knowledge that can never be filled. Some scholars have argued that iconoclasm may have had unintended positive effects on Byzantine art, that the break forced artists to start fresh, to develop new approaches, to think more carefully about what they were doing. There may be something to this argument. The post-iconoclast period saw remarkable artistic achievements, and the theological clarity that emerged from the controversy gave artists a sophisticated framework for their work. But this is a bit like saying that burning down a library might have benefits because it forces people to write new books. Whatever gains emerged, they came at terrible cost. The iconoclast controversy also serves as a reminder that the Dark Ages weren't dark because people lacked the ability to create great art. They were dark in part because some of the great art that was created got deliberately destroyed. The Byzantines of the 6th and 7th centuries had produced mosaics and icons of stunning quality. Then their 8th century descendants decided that those works were theologically dangerous and systematically eliminated them. The darkness came not from inability but from ideology, not from ignorance, but from a particular kind of knowledge, the knowledge that images could be powerful enough to threaten the established order. There's a modern resonance to this story that's uncomfortable to acknowledge. Every era has its iconoclasts, people who believe that certain images or ideas are too dangerous to exist and must be eliminated for the public good. The justifications change, but the impulse recurs. The Byzantine iconoclasts thought they were protecting proper worship and restoring divine favour. Later iconoclasts, Protestant reformers smashing Catholic statues, French revolutionaries destroying royal symbols, various modern regimes eliminating art they considered ideologically incorrect, have had their own justifications. The destruction continues, and future generations continue to mourn what was lost. What the iconoclast controversy teaches us, perhaps, is that art matters. It matters enough that people are willing to die defending it and willing to kill to destroy it. The Byzantine monks who suffered persecution rather than renounce their icons weren't dying for mere aesthetics. They were dying for a vision of how humans relate to the divine, how the material world can mediate spiritual realities, how images can be windows rather than walls. The iconoclast emperors who ordered the destruction weren't motivated by mere Philistinism. They too had a vision, one in which pure worship required the elimination of material distractions. Both sides took images seriously, which is why the conflict was so bitter. In an era we dismiss as dark and ignorant, people were thinking deeply about representation, meaning, and the relationship between visible and invisible realities. They were asking questions that philosophers and art theorists still debate. What does an image represent? How does representation work? Can material objects mediate immaterial truths? What are the ethics of image making? The iconoclast controversy was a catastrophe for Byzantine art, but it was also evidence of how much that art mattered to the people who made and used it. You don't fight wars over things that don't matter. The passion of the controversy, the violence, the persecution, the eventual triumph, testifies to the centrality of visual culture in Byzantine civilization. These weren't people stumbling in darkness, unable to create or appreciate art. These were people for whom art was so important that they would kill and die over questions of its proper use. The triumph of orthodoxy in 843 didn't end all debates about religious images, but it established a lasting settlement in the Eastern Christian world. Icons were legitimate, veneration was acceptable, and the theological framework developed by John of Damascus and others provided the boundaries within which artists could work. Byzantine art, after iconoclasm, flourished in new ways, producing masterpieces that are treasured today in museums and churches around the world. But something had changed. The naive confidence of early Christian art, the experimental spirit that had produced the diverse styles and approaches we see in the catacombs and early churches, gave way to a more careful, more rule-bound approach. Byzantine icon painters after 843 knew that their work carried theological weight, that mistakes could have serious consequences. This knowledge produced art of great spiritual depth and technical refinement, but it also constrained innovation. The scars of iconoclasm showed in the very forms the art took. As we leave the iconoclast controversy and continue our journey through the Dark Ages, we carry with us an awareness of how fragile artistic heritage can be. The works we'll explore in coming chapters, the insular manuscripts of Ireland and Britain, the metalwork of Anglo-Saxon craftsmen, survived partly through luck, partly through geographical distance from the centres of iconoclast destruction. They remind us that every piece of ancient art that reaches us is a survivor, an exception, a lucky escapee from centuries of wars, fires, religious conflicts, and simple neglect. The light of the Dark Ages wasn't extinguished by iconoclasm, but it was dimmed. It flickered and nearly went out before recovering. The fact that it recovered at all, that Byzantium emerged from the controversy with its artistic traditions battered but intact, is itself remarkable. The iconodules won, the icons returned, and Christian art continued its development toward the achievements of later centuries. But we should never forget what was lost. Somewhere under the later mosaics of Hagia Sophia lie the ghosts of 6th century images we will never see. Somewhere in the ashes of Byzantine bonfires are the remains of icons that might have ranked among the world's great masterpieces. The iconoclast controversy reminds us that the history of art is not just a story of creation, but also of destruction, not just of what survived, but of what was deliberately eliminated. The war over images ended more than 1,000 years ago, but its echoes still resonate. Every time someone argues about what images are acceptable, what representations are proper, what visual expressions should be permitted or prohibited, they're continuing a conversation that Byzantine emperors and monks had in the 8th and 9th centuries. The questions haven't changed, even if the answers have, and the losses, the irreplaceable, incalculable losses, remind us why these questions matter so much. One of the most poignant aspects of the iconoclast period is the stories of individuals who risked everything to preserve what they believed was sacred. Monks smuggled icons out of Constantinople hidden in their robes, carrying them to monasteries in distant provinces or across borders into friendlier territories. Women, who played a surprisingly prominent role in defending icons, hid sacred images in their homes, continuing private veneration even as public display was forbidden. These acts of preservation were genuinely dangerous. Getting caught with prohibited images could mean imprisonment, torture, or death. Yet people did it anyway, because the images mattered to them more than their own safety. The monastery of St. Catherine at Sinai, which we mentioned earlier, owes its extraordinary collection of early icons to a geographical accident. Located in the desert of the Sinai Peninsula, the monastery had been under Arab rule since the 7th century. The Muslim caliphs, whatever their own views on religious images, had no interest in enforcing Byzantine iconoclast policies. So while Constantinople was busy destroying its artistic heritage, this remote desert monastery quietly preserved what would become the world's most important collection of pre-iconoclast Christian art. Sometimes survival depends on being far enough from the centers of power that the powerful forget you exist. The icons at Sinai include works of breathtaking quality that give us our only window into what early Byzantine icon painting actually looked like. The famous 6th century icon of Christ Pantocrator, Christ as ruler of all, shows a face of extraordinary psychological complexity, with eyes that seem to look in slightly different directions, creating an effect that icon scholars have debated for generations. Is this intentional, suggesting Christ's dual nature as human and divine? Or is it simply an artistic choice? We'll never know for certain, but the icon's survival at Sinai means we can at least ask the question. Had it been in Constantinople, it would almost certainly have been destroyed with all the others. The monks at Sinai also preserved icons in a remarkable range of styles, showing that early Byzantine art was more diverse than the standardized post-iconoclast tradition would suggest. Some Sinai icons show clear classical influence, with naturalistic proportions and subtle shading. Others are more abstract and hieratic, anticipating the stylized approach that would dominate later Byzantine painting. This diversity was largely erased by iconoclasm. When icon painting resumed after 843, it followed more uniform models, having lost the variety of earlier approaches. The psychological effects of iconoclasm on Byzantine society are harder to measure, but must have been significant. Imagine growing up in a world where the religious images your grandparents had venerated were officially declared idolatrous, where the mosaics you'd seen in church as a child were scraped off the walls, where monks who defended the old ways were publicly humiliated or executed. This was a society traumatized by ideological conflict, forced to choose sides in a dispute that divided families and communities. The bitterness of these divisions is reflected in the hostile nicknames that each side gave the other. Iconoclasts calling iconodules idolaters, iconodules calling iconoclasts heretics, and worse. When the controversy ended, Byzantine society had to figure out how to move forward while carrying this traumatic history. The answer, broadly speaking, was to declare a clear winner and build institutions to ensure the conflict couldn't recur. The iconodules won, icon veneration was declared orthodox, and anyone who disagreed was now officially a heretic. The Church developed detailed rules about how icons should be made and venerated, creating boundaries that would prevent the excesses that iconoclasts had complained about, while affirming the fundamental legitimacy of religious images. It was a settlement that worked. Byzantium never again experienced a major iconoclast controversy, but it was a settlement built on the graves of martyrs and the ashes of destroyed art. The iconoclast controversy also affected how Byzantines related to their own past. The pre-iconoclast period became simultaneously a golden age and a problematic precedent. The great churches and artworks of the Justinianic era were looked back on with admiration, but they had also been created in a time before the theological issues had been fully worked out. The iconoclasts had been wrong, but they had raised genuine questions that needed answers. The post-iconoclast church saw itself as wiser, more theologically sophisticated, having learned lessons that earlier generations hadn't known they needed to learn. This attitude shaped how Byzantine artists approached their work. They weren't just decorating churches, they were making theological statements, participating in the ongoing defense of orthodoxy. Every icon was, in some sense, an argument against iconoclasm, a visible proof that the image lovers had been right. This gave Byzantine art a seriousness, a weight of theological responsibility that earlier Christian art hadn't quite had. The playful experimentation of the catacomb painters, the stylistic diversity of early Byzantine workshops, these gave way to a more careful, more controlled approach where getting things right mattered enormously. The contrast with Western Christendom is instructive. The West had its own episodes of image controversy, notably the Carolingian debates in the late 8th century and the much more violent Protestant iconoclasm of the 16th century. But the Western Church never developed quite the same intense theology-laden relationship to images that characterized Eastern Orthodoxy. Western religious art could be more experimental, more individualistic, more willing to innovate and take risks. Whether this was a strength or a weakness depends on your perspective, but it was certainly different. The Protestant Reformation, when it came, would bring another wave of iconoclasm to Western Europe, church windows smashed, statues beheaded, altarpieces burned. The Reformers' arguments weren't identical to Byzantine iconoclast arguments, but they drew on the same biblical prohibitions and the same anxieties about idolatry. The Eastern Orthodox, watching from across the confessional divide, could have been forgiven for feeling a certain grim satisfaction. We went through this 1,000 years ago, and we worked it out. You're just catching up. The scars of iconoclasm mark the face of Byzantine art forever, but scars can also be signs of survival, evidence that something endured despite attempts to destroy it. The icons came back, the mosaics were remade, the tradition continued. In the end, the image lovers won, and their victory shaped the visual culture of Eastern Christianity down to the present day. The monks who suffered under Constantine V, the women who hid icons in their homes, the scholars who preserved iconodule arguments for future generations, they couldn't know that their side would eventually triumph. They acted from conviction, not from knowledge of how the story would end. That makes their courage more impressive, not less. They defended what they believed was sacred without any guarantee of success. That victory, and the art it preserved and enabled, is itself a light shining through the supposed darkness of these centuries. The iconoclast controversy nearly destroyed Byzantine art. Instead, it ultimately affirmed how much that art mattered enough to fight over, to suffer for, to rebuild after devastation. Not bad for a Dark Age. One of the most persistent myths about the so-called Dark Ages is that Europe became isolated, cut off from the wider world, huddled in small villages with no knowledge of or contact with distant lands. According to this story, when the Roman Empire fell, the roads crumbled, the trade networks collapsed, and Europeans forgot that the rest of the world existed. They supposedly spent the next several centuries staring at their own muddy fields, completely unaware that civilizations were flourishing in Byzantium, the Islamic world, and beyond. This narrative is, to put it politely, nonsense. The early medieval period was actually a time of remarkable connectivity, when goods, people, ideas, and artistic techniques travelled vast distances along networks that spanned continents. A piece of jewellery made in 7th century England might contain garnets from India or Sri Lanka. A manuscript illuminated in an Irish monastery might show decorative patterns borrowed from Syrian textiles. A Scandinavian warrior might be buried with a Byzantine silk and an Islamic silver coin. The Dark Ages weren't dark because people were isolated. If anything, they were remarkably cosmopolitan for an era without airplanes, internet, or reliable postal services. To understand how this worked, we need to think about the trade routes that connected the early medieval world. The Roman Empire had built an extraordinary infrastructure for moving goods, roads, ports, shipping lanes, way stations, that didn't simply vanish when the empire's political structures collapsed. Yes, maintenance declined. Yes, some routes became more dangerous. Yes, the volume of trade probably decreased from its Roman peak, but the networks persisted, adapted, found new configurations. Merchants kept trading because merchants always keep trading. That's what merchants do. The Mediterranean Sea remained a major highway for commerce throughout the early medieval period. Byzantine merchants sailed from Constantinople to Italy, North Africa, and Spain. Arab traders, after the Islamic conquests of the 7th century, controlled much of the southern and eastern Mediterranean and connected it to trade networks stretching across Asia. Goods that originated in China or India could pass through multiple hands and eventually reach Western Europe. Silk, spices, precious stones, exotic materials that show up in the most unexpected places in the archaeological record. Consider the garnets. These deep red gemstones were enormously popular in early medieval jewellery, particularly in the Anglo-Saxon and Frankish kingdoms. Craftsmen used them in the cloisonné technique, setting thin slices of garnet into gold cells to create dazzling geometric patterns. The garnets glow like drops of frozen blood, and they're found in royal treasures and aristocratic graves across Western Europe. But here's the thing. Garnets of the quality used in this jewellery don't occur naturally in Western Europe. Analysis of the stones shows that many came from deposits in India, Sri Lanka, or possibly Bohemia. They travelled thousands of miles before ending up in an Anglo-Saxon king's sword pommel. The garnet trade tells us something important about early medieval economics. Someone was organising the extraction of stones from mines in South Asia. Someone was transporting them overland or by sea to Mediterranean ports. Someone was selling them to merchants who carried them north into Europe. Someone was distributing them to workshops in Kent or the Rhineland, where skilled craftsmen turned them into jewellery. This wasn't a simple local economy. It was a complex international supply chain that required coordination, capital and trust across vast distances and multiple cultural boundaries. The garnets weren't alone. Ivory from African elephants appears in early medieval carvings far from any elephant habitat. Cowrie shells from the Indian Ocean turn up in Anglo-Saxon graves in England. Silk from China was traded across the early medieval world, showing up in Byzantine imperial garments, Carolingian royal gifts, and even Scandinavian Viking burials. These weren't one-off curiosities but regular trade goods that moved along established routes. The routes themselves deserve attention. We tend to think of the Silk Road as a single path, but it was actually a web of interconnected routes that linked China to the Mediterranean through Central Asia. Goods moved along this network in stages, passing from merchant to merchant, caravan to caravan. A bolt of silk might change hands a dozen times between its creation in China and its arrival in Constantinople. Each exchange added cost, which is why silk remained expensive and exclusive, but the exchange kept happening because the profits were worth the risks. From Constantinople, Mediterranean shipping could carry eastern goods to Italy, and from there overland routes led north across the Alps into Frankish territory and beyond. Alternatively, goods could travel by sea around the Iberian Peninsula and up to the ports of Atlantic Europe. The Byzantines were active traders, and their merchants showed up wherever there was money to be made. Byzantine coins have been found throughout Western Europe, evidence of commercial connections that persisted despite political and religious divisions. The Islamic world added new dynamics to these trade networks. After the Arab conquests of the 7th and 8th centuries, a vast Islamic empire stretched from Spain to Central Asia, creating a unified economic zone where merchants could travel with relative freedom. Islamic traders developed sophisticated commercial practices, letters of credit, partnership agreements, banking services that facilitated long-distance trade. They connected Africa, Europe and Asia in ways that the Romans had never quite managed. One of the most important Islamic contributions to the early medieval economy was silver. The Abbasid Caliphate, ruling from Baghdad, exploited rich silver mines in Central Asia and minted enormous quantities of silver coins called dirhams. These dirhams flowed through trade networks like blood through arteries, ending up in the most remarkable places. Thousands of Islamic silver coins have been found in Scandinavia, buried in hoards by Vikings who had traded, raided, or served as mercenaries across the Islamic world. A Viking warrior in Sweden might carry more Islamic silver than a merchant in Paris. The Vikings themselves were crucial connectors in the early medieval trade world, though we often don't think of them that way. Our image of Vikings emphasizes raiding and violence, longships appearing out of the mist, monasteries burning, monks fleeing in terror. This image isn't wrong exactly, but it's incomplete. Vikings were also traders, explorers, and settlers who established commercial networks spanning from Newfoundland to Baghdad. The Scandinavians had two main trading routes into the wider world. The western route took them across the North Sea to Britain, Ireland, and the North Atlantic islands, eventually reaching Iceland, Greenland, and briefly North America. The eastern route took them down the rivers of Russia, the Volga, the Dnieper, the Don, to the Black Sea and the Caspian, connecting them to Byzantine and Islamic markets. Swedish Vikings, known as the Russ, established trading posts along these eastern rivers, dealing in furs, slaves, wax and honey, and bringing back silver, silk and spices. The archaeological evidence for Viking trade is remarkable. Excavations at sites like Birka in Sweden and Hedeby in Denmark have revealed cosmopolitan trading towns where goods from across the known world converged. Byzantine jewellery sits alongside Arabic glass. Frankish swords rest near Eastern textiles. Chinese silk fragments appear in graves. These Viking trading centres were the airports of their age, chaotic, multilingual, smelling strongly of fish and ambition, full of people from everywhere going everywhere else. The movement of goods along these trade routes inevitably meant the movement of ideas and artistic techniques. When merchants travelled, they carried more than physical cargo. They carried knowledge of how things were made in distant places, stories of what they had seen, examples that local craftsmen could study and imitate. Artistic styles spread along trade routes the way viruses spread along airline networks, quickly, unpredictably, mutating as they went. This is why early medieval art is so wonderfully hybrid, so full of unexpected combinations. Celtic spiral patterns show up on objects made in Anglo-Saxon England. Germanic animal ornament appears on artefacts from Byzantine workshops. Mediterranean vine scrolls wind their way into insular manuscripts. The art of the Dark Ages wasn't the product of isolated communities working in ignorance of each other. It was the product of constant encounter, exchange, and creative borrowing. Let's look at some specific examples of this hybridity. The Sutton Hoo ship burial, which we'll explore in more detail later, contained treasures that demonstrate connections across the early medieval world. The famous helmet shows influences from Scandinavian, Romano-British, and possibly Eastern sources. The gold and garnet jewellery combines Germanic animal styles with techniques that may have originated in the Byzantine world. The silver bowls in the burial were probably made in the Eastern Mediterranean and travelled north through trade networks or diplomatic gifts. This was a burial fit for a king, and like kings everywhere, he wanted the best the world could offer. Or consider the Tassilo chalice, a liturgical vessel made around 780 AD for Duke Tassilo III of Bavaria. The chalice is covered in decorative panels that combine multiple artistic traditions. You see animal interlace of a type associated with insular art from Britain and Ireland. You see chip-carved patterns related to Germanic metalwork. You see vine scrolls of Mediterranean origin. You see figural images influenced by Byzantine or Italian models. The chalice is a meeting point of artistic traditions, created in a Bavarian workshop but drawing on influences from across the Christian world. The manuscripts of the early medieval period show similar patterns of stylistic combination. The famous Lindisfarne Gospels, created around 700 AD in a monastery in northern England, display an extraordinary synthesis of different traditions. The text is Latin, the language of Roman Christianity. The script derives from Mediterranean models. But the decoration, the incredible interlaced patterns, the elongated animal forms, the spiral designs that seem to move and twist across the page, draws on insular traditions with roots in Celtic and Germanic art. The Lindisfarne Gospels are both thoroughly Christian and thoroughly northern, a fusion of traditions that could only have happened through sustained cultural exchange. Even the techniques used to create art travelled along trade routes. The cloisonné technique for setting garnets in gold, which we mentioned earlier, probably originated in the Near East and spread to Western Europe through Byzantine intermediaries. The process of making fine vellum for manuscripts, the recipes for pigments used in illumination, the methods of gold leaf application, all of these were technical knowledge that moved from workshop to workshop, often carried by travelling craftsmen or learned from imported examples. The movement of people was as important as the movement of goods in facilitating cultural exchange. The early medieval world saw massive population movements, the Germanic migrations that transformed the Western Roman Empire, the Slavic expansions into Eastern Europe, the Viking diaspora across the North Atlantic and into Russia, the Arab conquests that reshaped the Mediterranean world. These migrations brought different peoples into contact, sometimes violently, sometimes peacefully, always productively in terms of cultural mixing. The Germanic peoples who settled in the former Roman territories didn't simply replace Roman culture with their own. They interacted with it, adopted aspects of it, and created new hybrid cultures that combined Germanic and Roman elements. The Ostrogoths in Italy, the Visigoths in Spain, the Franks in Gaul, all of these peoples became, in various ways, heirs to Roman traditions while maintaining their own distinct identities. The art and architecture of their kingdoms reflects this dual heritage. Consider the Visigoths in Spain. They arrived as Germanic warriors with their own artistic traditions, metalwork, animal ornament, decorative styles associated with the migration period. But they ruled over a Roman population with its own long-established traditions in architecture, mosaic and sculpture. The result was Visigothic art that combined both heritages. Visigothic churches used Roman architectural techniques, but incorporated distinctive horseshoe arches that would later influence Islamic architecture in Spain. Visigothic jewellery combined Germanic cloisonné work with Roman-derived figural imagery. The cultural fusion was visible in everything they made. The Franks show a similar pattern. Clovis, the first Frankish king to convert to Christianity around 500 AD, established a dynasty that would eventually produce Charlemagne and shape the future of Western Europe. The Frankish kingdom preserved Roman administrative structures while adding Germanic legal customs. Frankish art combined Roman, Germanic and later Byzantine influences into something new. The Carolingian Renaissance of the late 8th and 9th centuries explicitly looked back to Roman models while building on the artistic achievements of earlier Frankish and insular traditions. Christianity itself was a powerful vehicle for cultural exchange. The Church created networks that linked communities across linguistic and political boundaries. A bishop in Spain might correspond with a bishop in Britain, sharing ideas, books, and artistic models. Missionaries travelled vast distances, bringing their cultural baggage with them. The Irish monks who evangelised Scotland, northern England, and parts of the continent carried their distinctive artistic traditions wherever they went, spreading the insular style far beyond its island origins. Pilgrimage created another set of connections. Christians from across Europe travelled to holy sites, Rome, Jerusalem, Tours, Santiago de Compostela, bringing home souvenirs, stories, and inspiration. A pilgrim who had seen the mosaics of Ravenna or the architecture of Rome returned with mental images that might influence local artistic production. Pilgrimage routes became corridors for cultural transmission, with hostels, churches, and markets along the way facilitating exchange. The Church also moved physical objects, relics of saints, liturgical vessels, manuscripts that carried artistic influences across boundaries. When a church in northern Europe acquired a Byzantine reliquary, local craftsmen could study its techniques and styles. When a monastery received a manuscript from Italy, the illuminations inside became models for local production. These objects were teachers, carrying lessons in art making that could be absorbed and adapted by new audiences. Diplomatic gifts served similar functions. Kings and emperors exchanged precious objects as signs of alliance, respect, or submission. Charlemagne famously received an elephant from the Abbasid Caliph Harun al-Rashid. Not exactly a practical gift for a Frankish court, but a spectacular symbol of the connections between Western Europe and the Islamic world. Along with the elephant presumably came handlers who knew how to care for it, creating a brief moment of direct contact between Carolingian and Abbasid cultures. More practically, diplomatic gifts included luxury textiles, metalwork, and manuscripts that introduced receiving courts to foreign artistic traditions. The Byzantine Empire was particularly active in this diplomacy of objects, sending imperial silks and other treasures to rulers it wanted to impress or influence. These gifts weren't just pretty things, they were soft power, demonstrations of Byzantine wealth and sophistication that also happened to spread Byzantine artistic influence wherever they landed. The myth of medieval isolation probably stems partly from later historical developments. The disruptions of the 9th and 10th centuries, Viking raids, Magyar invasions, the fragmentation of the Carolingian Empire, did cause significant economic and cultural damage in some regions. The volume of long-distance trade probably did decline from its early medieval peak. But even at its lowest points, the connections never entirely broke. And when conditions improved, the networks rebuilt themselves quickly, suggesting that the knowledge and relationships had survived even when the trade itself was reduced. It's also worth noting that isolation is relative. An early medieval peasant living in a small village probably didn't have much direct contact with distant lands, but then, most people throughout history have been primarily concerned with local matters. The relevant question is whether the broader culture was connected, whether ideas and goods and techniques moved across boundaries, whether different traditions could meet and influence each other. The answer, based on the evidence we've been examining, is clearly yes. The hybrid art of the early medieval period is visible proof that the Dark Ages weren't actually dark in the sense of being cut off from the world. Every garnet from India, every silk thread from China, every artistic technique borrowed from distant traditions tells us that people were travelling, trading, exchanging ideas. The isolation myth is a myth, and a particularly stubborn one, probably because it fits our preconceptions about the primitive Middle Ages and because it serves as a convenient contrast to the supposedly enlightened Renaissance that followed. But the evidence points the other way. Early medieval Europe was deeply connected to the wider world, integrated into trade networks that spanned continents, receptive to artistic influences from every direction. The art that emerged from this connected world shows it, shows the garnets and the silks, shows the borrowed techniques and the hybrid styles, shows a culture that was curious, acquisitive, and creative in its absorption of foreign influences. This connectivity also challenges another assumption we might have about the Dark Ages, that they were culturally uniform. If Europe was isolated, we might expect its different regions to develop similar cultures, sealed off from outside influence and left to develop on their own. Instead, we find remarkable diversity. The insular art of Britain and Ireland different from Frankish art, different from Visigothic art, different from Lombard art in Italy. This diversity exists precisely because different regions were connected to different external networks, receiving different influences, combining them in different ways. The Scandinavians connected to the Islamic world via the eastern rivers. The Spanish connected to North Africa across the narrow strait. The Italians connected to Byzantium across the Adriatic. The Irish connected to wherever their monks and missionaries carried them. Each region was a node in a different configuration of networks, and each produced art that reflected its particular position in the web of early medieval connections. Understanding this connectivity changes how we think about the art of the Dark Ages. These weren't primitive people making crude imitations of Roman models in isolated villages. These were sophisticated consumers and producers operating within a global economy, selectively adopting and adapting influences from across the known world. The choices they made, which foreign elements to incorporate, how to combine them with local traditions, what to reject and what to embrace, were creative decisions, not accidents of ignorance. The garnet jewellery of Anglo-Saxon England isn't impressive just because the garnets came from far away. It's impressive because craftsmen developed new techniques to work with these exotic materials, creating effects that hadn't existed before. The hybrid style of insular manuscripts isn't valuable just because it combined different traditions. It's valuable because the combination produced something new, something that neither tradition could have created alone. The cultural exchange of the Dark Ages wasn't passive reception, it was active creation. This matters for our understanding of the Dark Ages as a whole. If these centuries were isolated and cut off, their artistic achievements would be curiosities, interesting exceptions to a general rule of decline. But if they were connected and cosmopolitan, their achievements look different. They become evidence of a culture that was functioning well, maintaining complex networks, successfully integrating diverse influences. The art proves the connectivity, and the connectivity proves that the darkness is a myth. As we move forward in our journey through early medieval art, we'll keep encountering evidence of these connections. The Irish manuscripts will show Mediterranean influences. The Anglo-Saxon treasures will contain materials from across the world. The Viking objects will reveal contacts with Byzantium and Baghdad. At every turn, the art will testify to a world that was more connected, more sophisticated, more cosmopolitan than the Dark Ages label suggests. The crossroads of cultures wasn't a single place. It was everywhere. Every monastery that received a foreign manuscript, every workshop that acquired exotic materials, every court that welcomed foreign craftsmen, these were all crossroads where different traditions met and mingled. The early medieval world was a network of such crossroads, and the art produced at them reflects the richness of the encounters that took place there. We've been trained to think of the Middle Ages as parochial, narrow, limited in horizon. The evidence says otherwise. The early medieval world traded with Asia, exchanged ideas with the Islamic world, maintained connections across vast distances that would challenge modern logistical planners. The darkness we've been taught to see was never there. Or rather, It was there only in our imaginations, imposed retrospectively by people who wanted to make their own era look more enlightened by comparison. Let's talk about some of the specific routes that made this exchange possible, because the geography of early medieval trade is fascinating in its own right. The Mediterranean, despite its political fragmentation, remained the superhighway of the early medieval world. Ships could sail from Constantinople to Alexandria to Carthage to Marseille to Barcelona, carrying goods that would then fan out into the interior of Europe along river systems and Roman roads. The Mediterranean was dangerous. Pirates were a constant threat, and political conflicts could close ports unexpectedly, but it remained far more efficient than overland transport for moving bulk goods. The river systems of Europe were crucial arteries feeding into and out of this Mediterranean core. The Rhone connected Marseille to the interior of Gaul. The Po gave access to the Italian hinterland. The Danube stretched from the heart of Europe to the Black Sea, providing an alternative route to Byzantine territory. Goods could move along these rivers in boats, transferred to pack animals for overland segments, then loaded onto different boats for the next river stretch. It was slow by modern standards. A journey that takes hours by plane might take weeks or months. But it worked. The North Sea and Baltic Sea formed another maritime zone, connecting Scandinavia to Britain, Frisia, and the North German coast. This was the Viking maritime world, dominated by the sleek longships that could navigate both open ocean and shallow rivers. The Frisians, who lived along the coast of what is now the Netherlands, were perhaps the most active merchants in this northern zone during the 7th and 8th centuries, before the Vikings took over. Frisian merchants show up in sources from Britain to the Rhineland, trading in everything from cloth to slaves to luxury goods imported from further south. The overland routes shouldn't be neglected either. The old Roman roads, though deteriorating, still provided the best land routes across Western Europe. Where roads had fallen into disrepair, merchants and travellers created new paths, often following river valleys or passing through mountain passes that had been used since prehistoric times. The Alpine passes, the Great Saint, Bernard, the Brenner, the Simplon, connected Italy to northern Europe and saw constant traffic throughout the early medieval period. Crossing the Alps wasn't exactly a pleasant experience, especially in winter, but people did it regularly because the commercial opportunities on the other side were worth the discomfort. The spice trade offers a particularly vivid example of long-distance connections. Pepper, cinnamon, cloves, nutmeg. These exotic substances came from Southeast Asia and India, travelling through multiple intermediaries before reaching European tables. The trade was ancient, predating the Roman Empire, and it continued through the Dark Ages without serious interruption. When Bishop Gregory of Tours in 6th century Gaul describes merchants selling spices in his city, he's describing participants in a trade network that stretched back to the pepper vines of India and the clove trees of the Moluccas. The spice trade also demonstrates how much early medieval people valued exotic goods. Spices were enormously expensive relative to their weight, which made them ideal for long-distance trade, high value, low bulk. But people kept buying them despite the cost, which tells us something about early medieval economies. There was enough surplus wealth, at least among the elite, to sustain demand for luxuries from the other side of the world. That's not what we'd expect from a society in total economic collapse. Slaves were another major trade good, uncomfortable as it is to acknowledge. The early medieval economy depended heavily on unfree labour, and there was constant demand for slaves in the wealthier markets of the Mediterranean and Islamic worlds. European slaves, often captured in warfare or raids, were sold into these markets in significant numbers. The very word slave comes from Slav, reflecting the heavy trade in Slavic captives during this period. Vikings were particularly active slave traders, capturing people in their raids and selling them wherever the price was best. The slave trade moved people, not just labour, across enormous distances. A person captured in Ireland might end up serving in a household in Baghdad. A Slavic prisoner might find themselves in Constantinople or Cordoba. This forced migration, while horrific for those subjected to it, was another vector for cultural transmission. Slaves brought their languages, their skills, their knowledge with them, sometimes influencing the cultures that enslaved them. It's a dark aspect of early medieval connectivity, but it was connectivity nonetheless. Books and manuscripts travelled along these same networks, carrying not just texts, but artistic models. A monastery that acquired a manuscript from abroad gained access to its decorative program as well as its content. The illuminations could be studied, copied, adapted. Distinctive color combinations, innovative page layouts, particular ways of drawing figures or animals, all of these could spread from manuscript to manuscript along the routes we've been discussing. The famous Codex Amiatinus, the oldest surviving complete Latin Bible, was created in the monastery of Wearmouth Jarrow in northern England around 700 AD, intended as a gift for the Pope in Rome. The monks who created it worked from an Italian model manuscript, faithfully copying not just the text but also the illustrations and layout. When the abbot Ceolfrith set out for Rome with this magnificent book, he was participating in the same networks of exchange that carried garnets and silks, except he was carrying intellectual and artistic capital rather than physical commodities. The Codex Amiatinus shows us cultural exchange in action, a British monastery producing a perfectly Italian-looking manuscript by carefully studying and imitating Mediterranean models. The exchange wasn't always smooth or uncontested. Cultural borrowing could provoke anxiety about identity and authenticity. Were the Franks still Franks if they adopted Roman customs? Were the Anglo-Saxons betraying their heritage by embracing Mediterranean Christianity? These tensions played out in various ways throughout the early medieval period, sometimes erupting into explicit conflict, sometimes resolving into creative syntheses. The hybrid art we've been discussing often represents the successful resolution of these tensions, the demonstration that borrowed elements could be integrated without losing local identity. The Islamic world deserves special attention as a source of both goods and ideas during this period. The explosive expansion of Islam in the 7th and 8th centuries created a vast civilizational zone stretching from Spain to Central Asia, unified by religion, language, and increasingly by shared cultural values. Islamic civilization during this period was arguably the most sophisticated in the world, building on Greek, Persian, and Indian foundations to create new achievements in science, philosophy, literature, and art. Europeans were aware of Islamic civilization, sometimes uncomfortably so. Muslim armies had conquered Spain and raided into France before being turned back at the Battle of Poitiers in 732. The Islamic presence in the Mediterranean was a military threat that couldn't be ignored, but it was also a commercial opportunity. Islamic merchants controlled access to Eastern goods, and trading with them was often more profitable than fighting them. The ambivalent European attitude toward Islam, hostile in religious and military terms, interested in commercial and intellectual terms, would persist throughout the medieval period. Islamic artistic influences on early medieval European art are subtle but detectable. Certain decorative motifs, particularly abstract geometric patterns and stylized vegetal forms, may have travelled from Islamic sources to European workshops. The fascination with exotic materials like ivory and silk was partly fed by Islamic trade networks. When Charlemagne received that famous elephant from the Caliph, he was receiving a symbol of Islamic power and sophistication that must have impressed his court profoundly. The flow wasn't entirely one way. Europeans exported goods to the Islamic world as well: timber, furs, metals, and unfortunately slaves. European swords were particularly prized in Islamic markets, leading to occasional attempts by Christian rulers to prohibit their export to potential enemies. These prohibitions were largely unsuccessful, because merchants will find ways around trade restrictions when the profits are high enough. Some of the finest Frankish blades ended up in the hands of Arab warriors fighting against Christians, an early lesson in the limits of export controls. The cultural exchanges of the early medieval period laid foundations that would shape European civilization for centuries. The connections forged during these centuries didn't disappear, they intensified and multiplied. The Crusades of the later medieval period, whatever their military outcomes, dramatically accelerated the exchange of goods and ideas between Europe and the Islamic world. The Renaissance's rediscovery of classical learning was partly mediated through Arabic translations and commentaries. The global trade networks of the early modern period built on roots and relationships established centuries earlier. When we look at a piece of early medieval art, a cloisonné brooch, an illuminated manuscript page, a carved ivory, we're looking at the product of these networks. We're seeing evidence that the Dark Ages were actually an age of connection, exchange, and creative synthesis. The darkness was never there. The light was travelling, as light does, along every available path, illuminating everything it touched. The light of cultural exchange burned bright through the so-called Dark Ages. It travelled along rivers and sea lanes, carried in merchant ships and pilgrim pouches, embedded in the garnets of royal jewellery and the silk of imperial robes. It connected Ireland to Syria, Scandinavia to Baghdad, Britain to Byzantium. And it produced art that still astonishes us today, art that could only have been created at the crossroads of cultures, where different traditions met and transformed each other. That art is the subject of our next chapters, as we travel north to the islands of Britain and Ireland, where some of the most distinctive and beautiful creations of the Dark Ages were produced. But as we make that journey, we should remember what we've learned here, that the monks who created those masterpieces weren't isolated from the wider world. They were connected to it, influenced by it, participants in the great exchange of goods and ideas that characterized their age. The light they created didn't shine in isolation. It was part of a constellation of lights scattered across the early medieval world, all connected, all reflecting each other, all contributing to a civilization that was anything but dark. We've traced the art of the Dark Ages from the catacombs of Rome to the mosaics of Ravenna, from the controversies of Byzantium to the trade networks that connected the medieval world. Now it's time to travel to the very edge of the known world, at least the edge as far as Mediterranean civilization was concerned, to a rainy, windswept island that would become one of the most important centres of learning and artistic production in early medieval Europe. We're going to Ireland, where monks on storm-battered rocks created some of the most beautiful objects ever made by human hands, and in the process helped save Western civilization from forgetting how to read. That might sound like an exaggeration. It's not. When the Western Roman Empire collapsed and the urban centres that had sustained classical learning declined or disappeared, the monasteries of Ireland and Britain became the primary repositories of literacy, learning, and book production in Western Europe. The monks who copied manuscripts in cold, damp scriptoriums weren't just preserving religious texts, they were preserving Virgil, Cicero, Pliny, and the accumulated intellectual heritage of the ancient world. Without their efforts, much of what we know about classical civilization would have been lost forever. But before we get to the manuscripts, we need to understand the peculiar form that Christianity took in Ireland, because Irish monasticism was genuinely different from anything else in the Christian world. It developed its own traditions, its own practices, its own aesthetic, and it exported all of these across Britain and into continental Europe with a missionary zeal that transformed the religious and cultural landscape of the early medieval West. Ireland was never part of the Roman Empire. The legions got as far as Britain, built Hadrian's Wall to keep the Scots out, and called it a day. Ireland lay beyond the frontier, known to Roman geographers but never conquered or colonised. This meant that when Christianity arrived in Ireland, traditionally dated to the mission of St. Patrick in the 5th century, though the reality was probably more complex, it arrived without the institutional structures that shaped Christianity elsewhere. There were no Roman cities to serve as episcopal seats, no existing administrative framework to organise the church, no established traditions of how Christianity should be practised in this particular corner of the world. The result was that Irish Christianity developed along lines that would have seemed strange to bishops in Rome or Constantinople. Instead of being organised around cities and bishops, Irish Christianity was organised around monasteries and abbots. The monastery, not the diocese, was the fundamental unit of church organisation. Abbots wielded more power than bishops, and some monasteries controlled vast territories, including dependent churches and smaller monastic communities. This monastic-centred structure gave Irish Christianity a distinctive character that shaped everything from its artistic production to its missionary methods. Irish monasteries were not the comfortable, well-funded institutions that you might picture from later medieval Europe. The great abbeys with their cloisters and libraries and productive farmlands. Early Irish monasteries were austere places, often deliberately located in harsh and inhospitable environments. The monks who founded them seemed to have a particular talent for finding the most uncomfortable spots imaginable and declaring them perfect for serving God. Consider Skellig Michael, perhaps the most extreme example of Irish monastic location. This is a rocky pinnacle jutting out of the Atlantic Ocean about 7 miles off the coast of Kerry, basically a giant stone spike rising from the waves. Getting there involves a boat ride across notoriously rough seas, followed by a climb up more than 600 stone steps carved into the cliff face. At the top, monks built a cluster of beehive-shaped stone huts where they lived, prayed, and presumably wondered occasionally if God really required quite this much discomfort. Skellig Michael is spectacularly beautiful in photographs, but actually living there must have been an exercise in endurance. Cold, wet, exposed to Atlantic storms, with limited space and limited company. Not exactly a resort destination. Why would anyone choose to live like this? The answer lies in a concept that was central to Irish monasticism, peregrinatio pro Christo, or pilgrimage for Christ. Irish monks believed that leaving home, abandoning the comforts and connections of their native place, was a powerful form of spiritual discipline. They called themselves exiles for Christ, people who had voluntarily cut themselves off from family, community, and homeland in order to serve God more fully. The harsher the exile, the greater the sacrifice, and the greater the spiritual reward. This concept of voluntary exile had deep roots in Irish culture. The Irish legal system treated exile as one of the worst possible punishments. To be cut off from your kin group was to lose your legal standing, your social identity, your place in the world. By choosing exile voluntarily, monks were embracing a form of social death that demonstrated their total commitment to spiritual life. They were giving up everything that made them who they were in worldly terms, in order to become something new in spiritual terms. The locations they chose for their monasteries reflected this theology of exile. Islands were particularly popular: Iona off the coast of Scotland, Lindisfarne off the coast of Northumbria, the various rocky outcrops scattered around the Irish coast. Islands were naturally separated from the mainland, cut off by water that could become impassable in bad weather. Living on an island meant living in permanent exile, always aware of the separation between yourself and the ordinary world. But exile didn't mean isolation in the modern sense. These island monasteries were remarkably connected to the wider world. Monks travelled constantly, to visit other monasteries, to go on pilgrimage, to undertake missionary journeys. Ships came and went, bringing supplies, news, visitors, and books. The apparent isolation was spiritual rather than practical. The monks had removed themselves from worldly concerns, but they remained deeply engaged with the Christian community that spanned the known world. The missionary impulse was built into Irish monasticism from the beginning. If exile was spiritually valuable, then the most valuable exile was one that served a purpose. And what better purpose than bringing the Christian faith to people who hadn't yet received it? Irish monks became some of the most active missionaries of the early medieval period, travelling to Britain, to the Frankish kingdoms, to the Germanic lands, even to Italy itself, founding monasteries and converting populations wherever they went. The most famous of these missionary monks was Columba, who founded the monastery of Iona around 563. Columba was an Irish nobleman who'd been involved in a dispute that led to a battle with significant casualties. The sources suggest that his copying of a manuscript without permission somehow escalated into armed conflict, which tells you something about how seriously the Irish took their books. As penance, or perhaps as voluntary exile, Columba left Ireland and sailed to the small island of Iona, off the western coast of Scotland. From Iona, Columba and his monks evangelized the Picts, the people who controlled much of what is now Scotland. They founded daughter monasteries, trained new generations of monks, and created a network of religious communities that would spread the distinctive Irish approach to Christianity throughout Britain and beyond. Iona became one of the most important religious centres in the British Isles, a mother house for countless dependent monasteries, a centre of learning and artistic production. Columba's successors continued the missionary work, pushing into new territories and founding new communities. Aidan, sent from Iona to Northumbria in 635, established the monastery of Lindisfarne and began the conversion of the Anglo-Saxon kingdom. From Lindisfarne, monks spread through northern England, establishing monasteries, training clergy, and creating the conditions for the remarkable cultural flowering that would produce the Lindisfarne Gospels and other masterpieces of insular art. The Irish missionary impulse wasn't limited to Britain. Monks also travelled to continental Europe, founding monasteries in the Frankish kingdoms and beyond. Columbanus, active in the late 6th and early 7th centuries, established monasteries at Luxeuil in Burgundy and Bobbio in northern Italy, bringing Irish monastic practices to the heart of the old Roman world. His foundations became influential centres of learning and culture, and his monastic rule competed with the Benedictine rule for influence in Western European monasticism. These continental missions are remarkable when you think about the logistics involved. Irish monks travelled hundreds or thousands of miles across unfamiliar territory, speaking languages they had to learn from scratch, establishing communities in places where they knew no one and owned nothing. They did this without GPS, without phrase books, without travel insurance. They relied on the hospitality of strangers, the protection of local rulers who might or might not be friendly, and what they would have called the providence of God. That many of them succeeded, that they founded monasteries that lasted for centuries and transformed the religious landscape of Europe, is testimony to their determination, their organizational skills, and probably a fair amount of luck. The monasteries that these monks founded became centers of learning in a world that desperately needed them. The collapse of Roman urban civilization had disrupted the educational systems that had sustained classical learning. The schools that had trained generations of Roman administrators, lawyers, and teachers largely disappeared. Literacy declined dramatically in many parts of Western Europe. The ability to read and write Latin, the language of education, government, and the church, became a rare and valuable skill. The monasteries filled this gap. They needed literate monks to perform the liturgy, to read and interpret scripture, to keep records and correspondence. So they trained literate monks, teaching reading and writing as part of the monastic curriculum. They also needed books, copies of the Bible, liturgical texts, works of theology and biblical commentary. So they produced books, copying manuscripts in their scriptoriums with painstaking care. In the process of acquiring and copying books for their own religious needs, the monasteries ended up preserving a much wider range of literature. A monastery that wanted copies of biblical commentaries by the Church Fathers might acquire manuscripts that also contained classical texts, histories, poetry, philosophy, natural science. Sometimes these classical works were valued for their own sake. Sometimes they were simply bound with religious texts and copied along with them. Sometimes they survived because the expensive parchment they were written on was scraped clean and reused for Christian texts, but traces of the original remained readable. Irish monasteries were particularly active in this preservation work. Ireland had never been Roman, so the monks there had to acquire their classical learning from scratch, importing manuscripts from Britain and the continent. This gave them a curious relationship to the classical tradition. They learned it as something foreign and valuable, something worth tremendous effort to obtain. They didn't take it for granted the way a Roman might have. They treasured it, studied it, copied it with care. The result was that Irish monks became famous throughout Europe for their learning. When Charlemagne wanted to reform education in his empire in the late 8th century, he recruited scholars from Ireland and Britain to lead the effort. The Irishman Dykewil wrote geographical treatises. Sir Julius Scotus composed poetry. Johannes Scotus Erigena produced philosophical works of remarkable sophistication. Irish scholars were intellectual exports, carrying their learning to courts and monasteries across the continent. The books that Irish monasteries produced were distinctive not just in their content but in their physical form. Irish scribes developed their own scripts, particularly the beautiful half-uncial hand that became characteristic of insular manuscripts. They developed their own approaches to page layout, their own systems of abbreviation, their own decorative programs. An Irish manuscript looks different from a continental manuscript, even before you get to the elaborate illuminations that made some of them world famous. The decorative tradition of Irish manuscripts deserves extended attention because it represents one of the supreme artistic achievements of the early medieval period. Irish illuminators developed a style that combined elements from multiple sources: Celtic abstract patterns, Germanic animal ornament, Mediterranean figural traditions, into something entirely new. The result was a visual language of extraordinary complexity and beauty, deployed on the pages of sacred books to create objects of almost unimaginable splendour. The key elements of this insular decorative style include interlace, patterns of interwoven bands that seem to weave over and under each other in endless variations, spiral patterns that curl and uncurl across the page, animal forms that elongate, intertwine, and transform into pure pattern, and occasional figural images that combine naturalistic elements with highly stylized abstraction. These elements appear together on what are called carpet pages, full-page decorations that have no text, functioning as visual preludes to important sections of the manuscript. The carpet pages of the great insular manuscripts are among the most complex decorative compositions ever created. The interlace alone defies casual analysis. Patterns that seem simple at first glance reveal, on closer inspection, layer upon layer of complexity, bands weaving through and around each other in sequences that the eye struggles to follow. Medieval viewers must have spent hours contemplating these pages, tracing the patterns with their eyes, losing themselves in the visual meditation that the designs seem to invite. Where did this style come from? The question has occupied art historians for generations, and the answer is from everywhere. The spiral patterns have roots in Celtic art that predates Christianity by centuries. You can see similar forms on Bronze Age artifacts from Ireland and Britain. The interlace may have multiple origins, including Germanic metalwork, Mediterranean floor mosaics, and Coptic textile designs from Egypt. The animal ornament shows clear connections to the Germanic animal style that appears in Anglo-Saxon and Scandinavian art. The figural elements draw on Mediterranean Christian iconography, but identifying the sources doesn't explain the synthesis. The insular style isn't just a collection of borrowed elements, it's a genuinely new creation that transforms its sources into something unprecedented. The monks who developed this style weren't simply copying what they saw, they were creating something that had never existed before, using elements from across the known world to build a visual language uniquely their own. The production of these manuscripts required not just artistic skill, but organizational capacity. A major illuminated manuscript represented years of work and significant resources. The vellum alone, hundreds of animal skins, carefully prepared and cut to size, represented a substantial investment. The pigments used for illumination included expensive imported materials like lapis lazuli for blue and vermilion for red. The gold leaf that glitters on some pages was literally precious metal applied to parchment, and the time of skilled scribes and illuminators, men who had spent years developing their craft, was itself a valuable resource that the monastery was dedicating to this single project. The monasteries that produced these manuscripts were not isolated hermitages, but substantial communities with significant economic resources. Iona at its height may have housed hundreds of monks, supported by the agricultural labour of dependent peasants, the gifts of kings and nobles, and the revenues from lands controlled by the monastery. Lindisfarne was similarly substantial. These were economic as well as spiritual institutions, capable of mobilizing resources for projects that would take decades to complete. The great insular manuscripts were luxury objects, created for display and veneration rather than everyday use. A monastery might have many copies of the Gospels for regular liturgical reading, plain, functional books that did the job without attracting particular attention. But it might also have one supremely decorated copy, perhaps kept on the altar or brought out for major feast days, that represented the community's wealth, piety, and artistic achievement all in one glittering package. These show manuscripts were statements of status as well as objects of devotion. The survival of any of these manuscripts is something of a miracle. Parchment is fragile. It can be destroyed by fire, water, mold, insects, mice, and simple neglect. The centuries between the creation of these manuscripts and the present have included countless opportunities for destruction. Viking raids that burned monasteries, religious reformations that scattered monastic collections, civil wars that cared. Nothing for ancient books and the simple accumulated damage of time. The manuscripts that survive represent a tiny fraction of what once existed. The lucky few that escaped disaster after disaster. One of the most important Islamic contributions to the early medieval economy was silver. The Abbasid Caliphate, ruling from Baghdad, exploited rich silver mines in Central Asia and minted enormous quantities of silver coins called dirhams. These dirhams flowed through trade networks like blood through arteries, ending up in the most remarkable places. The monastic scriptorum was, in effect, the publishing industry of the early medieval world. There were no printing presses, no mass production of books. Every copy of every text had to be written out by hand, letter by letter, page by page. A skilled scribe might produce 2 or 3 pages of carefully written text in a day of work. A complete Bible might take a year or more to copy. The labour involved was enormous, but the monks considered it a form of prayer, a way of serving God through the work of their hands. The conditions in these scriptoriums were far from comfortable. Good luck finding central heating in an Irish monastery. The monks worked in unheated stone buildings, their fingers numbing in the cold, their breath visible in the winter air. Natural light was limited, especially during the long northern winters, and working by candlelight risked both fire and eye strain. The posture required for writing on parchment, hunched over a sloped desk for hours at a time, must have produced spectacular backaches. Marginal notes in some manuscripts include complaints from scribes about their working conditions, comments like, "Writing is hard work," or "I need a drink," that remind us these were human beings, not just book-producing machines. Despite these challenges, the scriptoriums produced manuscripts of extraordinary quality. The scribes developed techniques to ensure accuracy, comparing their copies against the originals, correcting errors, standardizing spellings and abbreviations. They developed quality control procedures that would impress a modern manufacturing plant. The goal was to transmit texts faithfully, to ensure that the words of Scripture and the Church Fathers reached future generations uncorrupted. In the process of acquiring and copying books for their own religious needs, the monasteries ended up preserving a much wider range of literature. A monastery that wanted copies of biblical commentaries by the Church Fathers might acquire manuscripts that also contained classical texts, histories, poetry, philosophy, natural science. Sometimes these classical works were valued for their own sake. Sometimes they were simply bound with religious texts and copied along with them. Sometimes they survived only as palimpsests, where the expensive parchment was scraped clean and reused. For Christian texts, but traces of the original remained readable. The phenomenon of palimpsests tells us something poignant about medieval book production. Parchment was expensive, and sometimes a monastery couldn't afford new material. So they would take an old manuscript that seemed no longer useful, scrape away the ink and write something new on the cleaned surface. But scraping isn't perfect, especially on good quality vellum, and traces of the original text often remain visible under the new writing. Modern scholars using ultraviolet light and other imaging technologies have recovered texts that were thought lost forever by reading the ghosts beneath later manuscripts. Some of the most important classical texts we possess survived only because medieval monks found them useful enough to copy, or at least not useless enough to scrape away. Works by Cicero, Virgil, Livy, Tacitus, and others made it through the early medieval period in monastic libraries, sometimes in only one or two surviving copies. Had those particular manuscripts been destroyed in a Viking raid, a fire, a flood, we would have lost those texts forever. The margin of survival was often terrifyingly thin. The Irish approach to learning had a certain encyclopedic quality. They wanted to know everything, to gather all available knowledge into their monastic collections. This led them to acquire and copy texts on subjects far removed from their immediate religious needs: scientific treatises, geographical works, grammatical texts, even occasional fragments of secular poetry. The monastery was becoming a kind of early university, a place where the entire range of human knowledge was collected, preserved, and transmitted. One particular area where Irish monks excelled was the study of Greek. In most of Western Europe, knowledge of Greek had largely disappeared by the early medieval period. Latin was the language of the church and of education, and few Westerners could read the Greek classics in their original language. But some Irish monasteries maintained Greek learning, studying Greek texts and even composing works in Greek. This gave Irish scholars access to philosophical and theological traditions that were closed to most of their Western contemporaries. Johannes Scotus Erugena, working at the court of Charles the Bald in the 9th century, translated works by the Greek Church Fathers into Latin, making them available to Western readers for the first time. His own philosophical writings drew heavily on Greek sources, particularly the mystical theology of Pseudo-Dionysius the Areopagite. Erugena's work was controversial. Some of his ideas were later condemned as heretical, but it represented a remarkable intellectual achievement, a bridge between Greek and Latin Christian traditions built by an Irishman working at a Frankish court. Viking raids were particularly devastating to Irish and British monasteries. Starting in the late 8th century, Scandinavian raiders attacked monastic communities across the British Isles, drawn by the wealth that monasteries had accumulated. From a Viking perspective, monasteries were ideal targets: rich, poorly defended, and conveniently located on coasts and rivers accessible by longship. Lindisfarne was raided in 793, an attack that shocked the Christian world and marked the beginning of the Viking Age. Iona was raided repeatedly, with particularly devastating attacks in 795, 802, and 806. These raids destroyed books, scattered communities, and disrupted the networks of learning that Irish and British monasteries had built. Some monasteries never recovered. Others relocated to safer locations. Iona's community eventually moved to Kells in Ireland, taking their most precious manuscripts with them. The Book of Kells, perhaps the most famous of all insular manuscripts, may have been started at Iona and completed at Kells after the community's relocation. Despite the Viking disruptions, Irish monastic learning survived and continued to influence European culture. Irish scholars remained active on the continent throughout the 9th and 10th centuries. Irish scribes continued to produce manuscripts, adapting their techniques to changing circumstances. The distinctive Irish contribution to medieval Christianity, the monastic organisation, the missionary impulse, the passion for learning, the decorative style, remained influential long after the specific monasteries that had nurtured it were destroyed or transformed. The concept of exile for Christ that had driven Irish monks to seek out harsh and distant places also, paradoxically, spread Irish influence across the known world. By choosing exile, by leaving home to serve God in foreign lands, Irish monks carried their culture with them. A monk who left Iona for Lindisfarne brought Irish scribal practices to Northumbria. A monk who travelled from Ireland to Bobbio brought Irish learning to Italy. The willingness to move, to leave comfort behind, to start fresh in new places, made Irish monasticism extraordinarily effective at spreading its influence. The monasteries that Irish monks founded became nodes in a network that spanned Europe. They corresponded with each other, exchanged manuscripts, sent monks to visit and study. A technique developed in one monastery might spread through this network to others thousands of miles away. An artistic innovation might travel from Ireland to Northumbria to the continent and back, transformed at each stage by local conditions but maintaining recognisable connections to its origins. This network was one of the ways that the early medieval world held together intellectually and culturally despite its political fragmentation. There was no longer a Roman Empire to provide administrative unity, no imperial postal system to carry messages, no centralised bureaucracy to coordinate activities across vast distances. But there was a community of monasteries, bound by shared faith and shared practices, that maintained connections across linguistic, political and geographic boundaries. The monks who travelled between monasteries carried not just books and artistic techniques, but news, ideas, and the sense of belonging to something larger than any single kingdom or community. The educational work of the monasteries had lasting effects on European civilization. By preserving literacy through the dark centuries after Rome's fall, by training new generations of readers and writers, by copying and transmitting texts that would otherwise have been lost, the monks created the conditions for later cultural achievements. The Carolingian Renaissance of the 9th century, which saw a revival of learning under Charlemagne and his successors, drew heavily on the educational traditions that monasteries had maintained. The later medieval universities, which would become centres of intellectual life across Europe, grew from seeds planted in monastic schools. The manuscripts that the monks produced remain among the treasures of human civilization. The Book of Kells, now housed in Trinity College, Dublin, draws hundreds of thousands of visitors each year who come to marvel at its interlaced patterns and fantastic animal forms. The Lindisfarne Gospels in the British Library in London is similarly celebrated. These are not just art historical curiosities, they are living links to a culture that valued beauty, learning, and faith with an intensity that still has power to move us. When we call the early medieval period the Dark Ages, we implicitly dismiss the achievements of these monks. We suggest that nothing of value was created during these centuries, that the period was a cultural wasteland waiting for the Renaissance to bring back the light. The manuscripts of Irish and British monasteries refute this narrative absolutely. They are among the most beautiful objects ever created by human hands, products of sophisticated artistic traditions, technical skills, and organisational capacities that rival anything produced before or since. The light in these manuscripts is almost literal. Gold leaf catches available light and throws it back at the viewer. Bright pigments glow against the creamy white of prepared vellum. The intricate patterns seem to move and shimmer as the eye tries to follow their complexities. These were books designed to create a sense of the numinous, to give readers a glimpse of heavenly glory through the medium of decorated pages. They succeeded then, and they succeed now. The monks who created these masterpieces were exiles for Christ, living on storm-battered rocks at the edge of the known world. They chose discomfort, isolation, and hardship as forms of spiritual discipline, and in their cold scriptoriums, by the light of small windows and flickering candles, they created beauty that has outlasted the empires of their age. Their gift to civilization was not just the classical texts they preserved, or the territories they converted to Christianity. It was the demonstration that human creativity can flourish anywhere, under any conditions, when people are committed to something they believe matters. The monasteries at the edge of the world turned out to be centres of the world, centres of learning, art and faith that radiated influence across Europe and down through the centuries. Their apparent marginality was actually their strength, allowing them to develop distinctive traditions that would enrich the broader culture when they spread. The exiles for Christ became teachers to the world, and their lessons are still being learned. As we prepare to explore the specific artistic achievements of this insular world, the metalwork, the manuscripts, the carved stones, we should keep in mind the monastic context that produced them. These weren't works created by individual artistic geniuses expressing personal visions. They were works created by communities of faith, for purposes of worship and devotion, within traditions that valued continuity with the past as much as individual innovation. Understanding that context helps us appreciate what we're seeing when we look at an insular manuscript or an Anglo-Saxon treasure. We're seeing the fruit of a culture that had organised itself around the preservation and creation of beautiful things for the glory of God. That culture flourished in the so-called Dark Ages, on the supposed margins of civilization, in communities that modern observers might dismiss as isolated and backward. The irony is profound. The light of learning, the light of art, the light of faith, all of these burned brightly in monasteries that perched on rocky islands and windswept headlands, tended by men who had given up everything worldly in pursuit of something they considered infinitely more valuable. Their darkness produced more lasting light than many supposedly enlightened eras have managed. The journey continues. Next, we'll look at the specific masterpieces that these monastic communities produced. The dazzling metalwork of Anglo-Saxon craftsmen, the cosmic calligraphy of the Lindisfarne Gospels, the treasures that emerge from this world at the edge of the world. But we carry with us now an understanding of the culture that created them, a culture of exile and learning, of austere discipline and gorgeous beauty, of apparent marginality and actual centrality. The monks at the edge of the earth saved civilization, and they did it by creating some of the most beautiful objects that civilization has ever produced. We've explored the world of Irish monasteries, where monks in cold scriptoriums created some of the most beautiful manuscripts ever made. Now it's time to look at another kind of early medieval masterpiece, one that involves not ink and parchment but gold, garnet, and the kind of technical skill that makes modern jewellers shake their heads in disbelief. We're entering the world of Anglo-Saxon metalwork, where the people that Mediterranean snobs called barbarians were producing objects of breathtaking sophistication, objects that challenge every assumption we might have about the primitive nature of the Dark Ages. The word barbarian itself tells us something about the prejudices we're dealing with. It comes from Greek, originally meaning someone who didn't speak Greek, whose language sounded like bar to Greek ears. The Romans adopted the term for anyone outside their civilization, regardless of how sophisticated that outsider's culture might actually be. When we use barbarian to describe the Germanic peoples who settled in the former Roman Empire, we're unconsciously adopting a Mediterranean bias that dismisses entire civilizations as primitive, because they didn't build aqueducts or write philosophical treatises in Latin. The Anglo-Saxons, the Germanic peoples who settled in Britain after the Roman withdrawal in the early 5th century, were quintessential barbarians in Roman eyes. They came from what is now Denmark, northern Germany, and the Netherlands. They spoke Germanic languages, practiced pagan religions, and organised themselves into tribal societies that looked nothing like the Roman administrative state. To a Roman observer, they would have seemed rough, violent, and culturally backward. That Roman observer would have been spectacularly wrong, at least when it came to metalwork. The Anglo-Saxons and their Germanic relatives were masters of gold, silver, and precious stones. They developed techniques of such complexity that scholars are still trying to figure out exactly how they did it. They created objects that combined technical virtuosity with profound aesthetic beauty. And they did all of this while living in societies that had no cities, no formal schools, and no written tradition of craft instruction. The knowledge was passed from master to apprentice, hand to hand, across generations, creating an accumulated expertise that rivaled anything the civilized world could produce. The discovery that brought Anglo-Saxon metalwork to international attention happened in 1939, on the eve of World War II, when a landowner named Edith Pretty hired a local archaeologist to investigate some mysterious mounds on her property at Sutton. Who in Suffolk, England? What they found beneath one of those mounds was one of the most spectacular archaeological discoveries ever made in Britain. The remains of an entire ship buried in the earth, filled with treasures fit for a king. The Sutton Hoo ship burial dates to the early 7th century, probably around 625 AD. The ship itself, about 90 feet long, had been dragged from the nearby river and placed in a trench dug into the sandy soil. A burial chamber was constructed at the centre of the ship, and into this chamber were placed the grave goods, weapons, armour, feasting equipment, Byzantine silver, coins from Merovingian France, and above all the most extraordinary collection of Anglo-Saxon goldwork ever discovered. The person buried at Sutton Hoo was almost certainly a king, probably Raedwald, who ruled the East Anglian kingdom in the early 7th century and was recognised as overlord of the other Anglo-Saxon kingdoms. The burial represents the kind of send-off you give to a really important person. Not just valuable objects, but the best objects available, gathered from across the known world to accompany the dead ruler into whatever afterlife awaited him. The Sutton Hoo treasures aren't just beautiful, they're a statement of power, wealth, and international connections. Let's look at some of the specific objects, because they demonstrate what Anglo-Saxon goldsmiths could achieve. The Sutton Hoo helmet is probably the most iconic piece. An iron helmet covered with bronze panels decorated with intricate designs, including dancing warriors, intertwined animals, and scenes that may depict mythological stories. The face is covered by a mask with eyebrows, nose and moustache formed from gilded bronze, with garnets set into the eyebrows for additional effect. This isn't just protective equipment, it's a piece of wearable propaganda designed to make the wearer look superhuman, terrifying, and magnificent all at once. The helmet shows clear Scandinavian influences. Similar helmets have been found in Swedish boat graves, suggesting connections between the East Anglian royal house and their relatives across the North Sea. But it also shows distinctively Anglo-Saxon craftsmanship, adapted to local tastes and executed with local skills. The helmet is a hybrid object, drawing on multiple traditions while creating something unique. Even more impressive from a purely technical standpoint is the goldwork. The Sutton Hoo treasure includes several pieces decorated with cloisonné, a technique where thin walls of gold, called cloison, are soldered to a base plate, creating cells that are then filled with cut pieces of garnet, glass, or other materials. The effect is like a stained glass window in miniature, with the gold walls catching light and the coloured fillings glowing between them. The cloisonné work at Sutton Hoo is staggeringly complex. Consider the shoulder clasps, curved pieces of gold that would have fastened a cloak or tunic at the shoulders. Each clasp is covered with a grid of cells filled with precisely cut garnets, creating a checkerboard pattern of red and gold. But look closer, and you'll see that the pattern isn't simple at all. The cells vary in size and shape, creating subtle variations across the surface. Some cells contain patterned gold foil beneath the garnets, adding another layer of visual complexity. The garnets themselves have been cut to exact specifications, their flat backs ground and polished to let light pass through them and reflect off the gold foil below. The technical challenges involved in making these clasps are formidable. The goldsmith had to create the cloisonné framework with walls thin enough to be visually delicate but strong enough to hold the inlays securely. They had to solder these walls to the base without melting them. Goldwork at this scale requires precise temperature control, which is not easy with a charcoal fire and no thermometers. They had to cut each garnet to the exact shape of its cell, which requires lapidary skills of a high order. And they had to design the whole composition so that it worked aesthetically, balancing colour, texture and pattern across the curved surface of the clasp. Modern attempts to replicate Anglo-Saxon cloisonné have met with mixed success. Contemporary goldsmiths, working with modern tools and precise measurements, have struggled to match the quality of work produced by craftsmen in unheated workshops with hand-powered tools over 1,000 years ago. Some scholars believe we've actually lost techniques that the Anglo-Saxons knew. Methods of cutting and polishing garnets, ways of preparing gold foil, tricks of soldering and finishing that died with the craftsmen who developed them. The garnets themselves present a puzzle. As we discussed in the chapter on trade routes, the garnets used in Anglo-Saxon jewellery came from far away, India, Sri Lanka, possibly Bohemia. They travelled thousands of miles along trade networks before reaching English workshops. But the garnets in Sutton Hoo and other Anglo-Saxon treasures aren't just imported stones dropped into settings. They've been cut into specific shapes, with their backs ground flat and sometimes cross-hatched to catch light more effectively. This means that either the garnets were being cut in England by craftsmen who had learned lapidary techniques from somewhere, or they were being cut to specifications somewhere along the supply chain and imported in finished form. Either way, the logistics are impressive. Someone had to communicate across vast distances about what kinds of stones were needed, in what shapes and sizes. Someone had to maintain quality control, ensuring that garnets met the demanding standards of Anglo-Saxon workshops. Someone had to manage the inventory, matching available stones to ongoing projects. This wasn't casual trade in raw materials, it was a sophisticated international supply chain supporting high-end craft production. Beyond cloisonné, Anglo-Saxon goldsmiths mastered other techniques of equal complexity. Filigree involved creating patterns from thin gold wire twisted and coiled and soldered into intricate designs. The wire had to be drawn to uniform thickness, a process involving pulling gold through successively smaller holes in a metal plate, and then manipulated with tools fine enough to bend without breaking these delicate strands. The resulting patterns look almost organic, like frozen spiderwebs or the branching patterns of frost on a window. Granulation was another technique, involving the creation of tiny gold spheres that were then arranged in patterns and attached to surfaces. The spheres had to be uniform in size, which required careful control of the gold melting process. They had to be attached without visible solder. Various methods have been proposed, including diffusion bonding, where the spheres essentially fuse to the surface at high temperature. The patterns created by granulation could be geometric or representational, adding texture and visual interest to gold surfaces. The combination of these techniques, cloisonné, filigree, granulation, plus conventional goldsmithing skills like chasing and repoussé, allowed Anglo-Saxon craftsmen to create objects of almost unimaginable complexity. A single piece might incorporate multiple techniques, each requiring different skills and tools, all integrated into a unified design. The planning alone must have been considerable. You can't easily add cloisonné after you've applied filigree, so the sequence of operations had to be carefully worked out in advance. We don't know how Anglo-Saxon workshops were organised, but we can make some educated guesses based on the objects themselves and on parallels with better documented medieval workshops. Major pieces like the Sutton Hoo treasures probably required multiple specialists working together. One craftsman might be expert in cutting garnets, while another specialised in filigree work. There may have been a master goldsmith who coordinated the overall design and supervised the integration of different elements. Apprentices would have learned by watching and assisting, gradually developing the skills needed to work independently. The knowledge involved was substantial. Anglo-Saxon goldsmiths needed to understand metallurgy, how different alloys behaved, how to achieve specific colours and working properties by adjusting the mix of gold, silver and copper. They needed to understand heat, not just how to achieve high temperatures, but how to control heating and cooling to achieve specific effects. They needed to understand materials, the properties of different gemstones, the behaviour of glass and enamel, the characteristics of various adhesives and finishes. All of this knowledge was practical rather than theoretical, developed through experience and transmitted through demonstration, but it was knowledge nonetheless. The Sutton Hoo discoveries revolutionised scholarly understanding of the Anglo-Saxon period. Before 1939, it was easy to dismiss the early Anglo-Saxons as primitive farmers who happened to produce the occasional piece of decent metalwork. After Sutton Hoo, that dismissal became impossible. Here was evidence of wealth, sophistication and international connections that rivaled anything in the contemporary Mediterranean world. The barbarians were anything but barbaric. But Sutton Hoo isn't the only source of spectacular Anglo-Saxon metalwork. In 2009, a metal detectorist named Terry Herbert was scanning a ploughed field in Staffordshire when he began finding gold objects. Lots of gold objects. Over the following weeks, archaeologists recovered more than 11 pounds of gold and 3 pounds of silver from what became known as the Staffordshire Hoard, the largest collection of Anglo-Saxon gold ever discovered. The Staffordshire Hoard is different from Sutton Hoo in important ways. It's not a burial assemblage, but appears to be a collection of war gear, sword fittings, helmet parts, and other military equipment that was gathered together and buried for reasons we can only guess. Most of the pieces have been violently removed from their original contexts, pommels torn from sword hilts, fittings ripped from scabbards. This looks like battle loot, stripped from defeated enemies and accumulated by a victorious warrior or warlord. The objects in the Staffordshire hoard show the same extraordinary technical quality as the Sutton Hoo pieces. There are cloisonné fittings with intricate garnet patterns. There are filigree panels of astonishing delicacy. There are gold pieces decorated with animal interlace, the distinctive style of intertwined creatures that characterises Anglo-Saxon and insular art. Whatever violence produced this collection, the objects themselves are works of art. The Staffordshire hoard also includes explicitly Christian objects, including a gold strip inscribed with a Latin biblical text, "Rise up, Lord, and let your enemies be scattered, and let those who hate you flee from your face." This suggests that by the mid-7th century, when the hoard was probably assembled, Christianity was influencing Anglo-Saxon warrior culture. The same goldsmithing traditions that had served pagan patrons were now being applied to Christian purposes. This brings us to another major piece of Anglo-Saxon metalwork, the Alfred jewel. Unlike the Sutton Hoo treasures or the Staffordshire hoard, the Alfred jewel is a single object, but it's one of the most famous pieces of early medieval craftsmanship in existence. It was found in 1693 near Athelney in Somerset. Coincidentally, the same area where King Alfred the Great had hidden from Viking invaders in 878, before launching his successful counterattack. The Alfred jewel is small, about 2.5 inches long, but exquisitely made. It consists of a teardrop-shaped frame of gold decorated with filigree and bearing the inscription "Elfred mech het gewerken," Alfred ordered me to be made. Inside the frame is a cloisonné image, made not with garnets but with enamel, depicting a figure holding 2 flowering plants. The figure has traditionally been identified as Christ, or possibly as a personification of sight or wisdom. At the base of the teardrop is a golden animal head, probably a dragon or boar, with a socket that suggests the jewel was originally attached to a rod or pointer. The inscription connecting the jewel to King Alfred has led scholars to associate it with a specific historical project. Alfred, in his efforts to revive learning after the devastation of the Viking Wars, commissioned translations of important Latin texts into Old English and sent copies to the bishops of his kingdom. Each copy was accompanied by an estel, a pointer used to follow text while reading. The Alfred jewel may be one of these pointers, or at least the decorated head of one. If so, it represents a remarkable fusion of artistic excellence and educational purpose, a luxury object created to promote literacy. The Alfred jewel demonstrates that Anglo-Saxon goldsmithing traditions continued and evolved through the 9th century, adapting to Christian patronage and new aesthetic directions. The enamel technique used for the central figure is different from the garnet cloisonné of earlier pieces, showing that craftsmen were experimenting with new materials and methods. The design is more explicitly symbolic and less purely decorative than earlier work, reflecting Christian influence on visual culture. But the technical quality remains supreme. This is clearly the work of a master goldsmith working at the height of his powers. Other notable pieces from the later Anglo-Saxon period include the Fuller brooch, a large circular silver brooch with niello inlay depicting the 5 senses, and various pieces of church plate that show goldsmithing skills applied to liturgical purposes. The tradition that had begun with warrior grave goods had evolved to serve new functions, but the underlying craft knowledge persisted. What functions did these objects serve? At the most basic level, they were markers of status and wealth. In a society without paper currency or formal banking, portable wealth in the form of gold and jewellery served important economic functions. A warrior's arm rings or a nobleman's sword fittings represented his accumulated wealth, visible to all and convertible to other goods when needed. Giving such objects as gifts cemented alliances and created obligations. Receiving them acknowledged subordination or alliance. The economics of early medieval society ran partly on gold and jewellery. But the objects also had symbolic and spiritual functions that went beyond mere wealth display. The animal designs that cover so much Anglo-Saxon metalwork weren't random decoration. They drew on a visual vocabulary with deep roots in Germanic culture. The intertwined creatures probably had protective meanings, their interlocking forms creating magical barriers or invoking powerful spirits. Wearing jewellery decorated with these designs may have been a way of carrying supernatural protection into battle or daily life. The craftsmanship itself may have had spiritual significance. In many traditional cultures, the smith occupies a special position. a figure of power and mystery who transforms raw materials into finished objects through mastery of fire and metal. Anglo-Saxon smiths may have been viewed similarly, their skills seen as quasi-magical, their workshops as places where ordinary rules didn't apply. The exceptional quality of Anglo-Saxon metalwork may reflect not just technical skill, but a cultural investment in the spiritual dimensions of craft. The transition to Christianity didn't eliminate these older meanings so much as overlay them with new ones. A cross decorated with interlaced patterns could draw on both Christian symbolism and the protective power of traditional designs. A reliquary made with cloisonné technique could honour a saint while demonstrating the patron's wealth and the craftsman's skill. The old traditions were adapted rather than abandoned, creating a distinctive Anglo-Saxon Christian aesthetic that combined multiple layers of meaning. The tools available to Anglo-Saxon goldsmiths were simple by modern standards, but allowed remarkable precision in skilled hands. Hammers of various sizes served for shaping and planishing. Files and gravers created fine details. Tweezers and pliers manipulated small elements. Crucibles held molten metal. Blowpipes focused the heat of charcoal fires. Draw plates allowed the creation of wire of uniform thickness. Punches and dies created repeated patterns. None of these tools was particularly sophisticated. Most could be made by any competent smith, but in the hands of a master they could produce miracles. The workspace of an Anglo-Saxon goldsmith was probably modest. A bench near a window for natural light, a small forge for heating metal, storage for materials and works in progress. The goldsmith might have worked alone for simple pieces, but major commissions would have required assistance, someone to work the bellows, someone to prepare materials, apprentices learning the craft by watching and helping. The workshop was both workplace and school, producing objects while transmitting knowledge to the next generation. One aspect of Anglo-Saxon metalwork that deserves attention is the quality of the gold itself. Analysis of Sutton Hoo gold shows that it was exceptionally pure, around 95% gold with small amounts of silver and copper. This purity wasn't accidental. It required either access to naturally pure gold sources or sophisticated refining techniques. Pure gold is easier to work than alloyed gold in some ways. It's softer and more malleable, but it's also more vulnerable to wear. The Anglo-Saxons seem to have preferred purity for its visual quality, accepting the practical trade-offs. The sources of this gold are uncertain. Some may have come from melted Roman coins or earlier objects. Recycling was common, and the Anglo-Saxons inherited substantial amounts of Roman gold. Some may have come from trade with other regions. Some may have been mined locally. There are gold deposits in Wales and Scotland, though we don't know how extensively they were exploited in the early medieval period. Whatever the sources, obtaining enough gold for major projects like the Sutton Hoo treasures required significant resources. The garnets present similar questions about sources and supply. We've discussed the long-distance trade that brought these stones from India and Sri Lanka, but the logistics deserve further attention. Garnets suitable for cloisonné work need specific characteristics: the right colour, sufficient transparency, the ability to be cut cleanly. Not every garnet works. Someone along the supply chain was selecting stones that met Anglo-Saxon requirements, rejecting those that didn't. This implies communication, standards, quality control, the invisible infrastructure of international trade. Recent scientific analysis has revealed details about how garnets were prepared for use in cloisonné. Many stones were backed with gold foil, which reflected light back through the garnet and enhanced its brilliance. Some foils were plain, others were textured with waffle patterns or other designs that interacted with the light in complex ways. The garnets themselves were sometimes cut with faceted backs rather than flat ones, creating additional optical effects. None of this was necessary for simple functionality. A plain garnet in a gold cell would look perfectly nice. But the Anglo-Saxon craftsmen pushed for maximum visual impact. The aesthetic goals of Anglo-Saxon metalwork differed from classical Mediterranean taste. Mediterranean art generally valued smooth surfaces, flowing lines, naturalistic representation. Anglo-Saxon art valued complexity, interlace, abstraction. A Roman viewer might have found Anglo-Saxon metalwork busy, overwhelming, lacking in classical restraint. An Anglo-Saxon viewer might have found Roman metalwork bland, empty, lacking in visual interest. These were different aesthetic systems, each coherent on its own terms, each capable of producing masterpieces. The animal interlace that appears on so much Anglo-Saxon metalwork represents a particular aesthetic achievement. These designs show creatures, often unidentifiable, mixing features from different animals whose bodies twist and interweave across surfaces. Legs become tails, tails become other legs, heads emerge from unexpected places. The creatures aren't meant to be realistic. They're meant to create visual puzzles that reward extended contemplation. Following the lines of an interlaced design requires attention, patience, willingness to be confused before clarity emerges. It's meditative art, designed to occupy the mind. The production of high-quality metalwork required resources, not just materials, but the concentrated wealth needed to support specialist craftsmen. This means that the finest pieces were produced for the richest and most powerful patrons, kings, great lords, and increasingly wealthy churches and monasteries. The quality of metalwork associated with a particular patron reflected their wealth and power. Commissioning exceptional work was a way of demonstrating status. Possessing it was proof that you mattered. Archaeological evidence suggests that major Anglo-Saxon settlements included specialized workshops for metalworking. At sites like Rendlesham in Suffolk, possibly the royal seat of the East Anglian kings, archaeologists have found evidence of gold and bronze working, including crucible fragments and mould debris. These workshops were producing the kind of high-status objects that ended up in treasures like Sutton Hoo. The king's goldsmiths worked within sight of the king's hall, their craft integral to the display of royal power. The relationship between patron and craftsman was probably complex. A skilled goldsmith was valuable, his services sought by competing patrons. He might travel between royal courts, taking commissions from whoever could pay and accommodate his needs. Or he might be attached to a single patron, effectively a member of the household, guaranteed security in exchange for exclusive service. Either way, the goldsmith occupied an unusual position in society, someone whose skill gave them leverage, whose craft made them necessary to the powerful. We can speculate about individual craftsmen, but we know almost none of their names. The objects survive, often beautifully preserved, but the people who made them are anonymous. This is typical of medieval craft in general. The maker matters less than the object itself, and the patron who commissioned it. The Alfred jewel tells us who ordered it made, but not who actually made it. The master goldsmith whose hand shaped that exquisite piece remains unknown. The anonymity extends to the techniques themselves. We have no written Anglo-Saxon manuals of goldsmithing, no treatises explaining how to achieve specific effects. Everything we know about Anglo-Saxon metalworking techniques has been reconstructed from the objects themselves, supplemented by comparative evidence from other cultures and experimental archaeology. Scholars examine the microscopic structure of gold surfaces, analyze the composition of alloys, study the wear patterns that reveal how tools were used. It's detective work, piecing together vanished practices from surviving evidence. This reconstruction process has revealed just how sophisticated Anglo-Saxon goldsmithing was. The more scholars examine these objects, the more impressive they become. Techniques that seemed simple at first glance turn out to be fiendishly complex on close inspection. Effects that might be dismissed as decorative prove to involve subtle manipulation of light and colour. The craftsmen knew exactly what they were doing, controlling their materials with precision that modern technology struggles to match. The term barbarian seems almost laughable applied to people who could produce the Sutton Hoo treasures or the Alfred jewel. These weren't primitive artifacts made by unskilled hands. They were masterpieces of applied art, created by craftsmen who had spent years developing their skills and working at the absolute limits of what was technically possible. The Mediterranean cultures that looked down on Germanic barbarians couldn't necessarily do better. Byzantine goldsmiths were excellent to be sure, but Anglo-Saxon work stands comparison with the best Byzantine production. The prejudice was cultural, not evidence-based. The Dark Ages narrative depends on dismissing the achievements of peoples like the Anglo-Saxons. If we acknowledge that they were creating objects of world-class quality, objects that still inspire wonder more than 1,000 years later, then the narrative collapses. The light was shining brightly in Anglo-Saxon workshops as well as in Irish scriptoriums and Byzantine mosaic factories. The darkness was only in the eyes of the later observers who couldn't see past their own cultural biases. When we look at Anglo-Saxon goldwork today, we're looking at evidence of a sophisticated culture that valued beauty, craftsmanship, and the display of wealth and power through material objects. We're looking at the products of technical knowledge that took generations to develop and that was transmitted through hands-on training from master to apprentice. We're looking at objects that functioned as markers of identity, instruments of politics, vehicles of religious meaning, and repositories of wealth. They did all of these things while also being stunningly beautiful. The masters of gold who worked in Anglo-Saxon England deserve to be remembered as major artists, as important in their way as the painters of the Renaissance or the sculptors of ancient Greece. Their medium was metal rather than canvas or marble, their scale small rather than monumental, their subjects decorative rather than narrative. But within their tradition, they achieved perfection. The Sutton Hoo shoulder clasps, the Alfred Jewel, the countless other pieces scattered through museums and private collections, these are among the finest objects ever made by human beings. The barbarians, it turns out, had spectacular taste. They just expressed it through gold and garnets rather than marble columns and aqueducts. The civilized world could look down on them, but it couldn't dismiss their craftsmanship, not honestly anyway. The objects speak for themselves, glowing with the light of skilled hands and patient mastery, contradicting every prejudice that would diminish the people who made them. That contradiction is part of what makes early medieval art so fascinating. The period we call the Dark Ages kept producing light, in manuscripts, in mosaics, in metalwork. The light took different forms in different places, reflecting local traditions and available resources. But it was light nonetheless, evidence that human creativity persists through every historical condition, that people will make beautiful things regardless of whether empires stand or fall. The Anglo-Saxon goldsmiths worked without the institutional support that empires can provide, without state-funded workshops, without formal academies, without centralized quality standards. They worked in small communities for local patrons using knowledge passed down through personal relationships, and they produced masterpieces. That should tell us something about the resilience of craft traditions and the power of human creativity to flourish in unexpected conditions. The treasures of Sutton Hoo now rest in the British Museum, where visitors can marvel at their golden glow. The Alfred Jewel sits in the Ashmolean Museum in Oxford, small but luminous. The Staffordshire hoard is divided between Birmingham and Stoke-on-Trent, still being studied and conserved more than a decade after its discovery. These objects have survived the centuries, outlasting the kingdoms that produced them, the religions that gave them meaning, the social systems that made them valuable. They endure because they're beautiful, and because beauty persists. The so-called barbarians created that beauty. They hammered gold, cut garnets, twisted wire, and fused it all into objects that still take our breath away. They did it in the Dark Ages, on the margins of Mediterranean civilization, in places that Roman snobs would have considered the edge of nowhere. And they did it brilliantly, with skills we can admire but cannot fully replicate, with aesthetic vision that speaks across the centuries. The masters of gold had something to teach us, about craft, about beauty, about what human beings can achieve when they dedicate themselves to excellence. Their lessons shine from museum cases, challenging every assumption we might have about the supposedly dark centuries when they lived and worked. The light they created isn't metaphorical. It's literal gold, still glowing, still magnificent, still waiting for us to see it properly. We've explored the golden treasures of Anglo-Saxon craftsmen, objects that blazed with garnets and filigree and challenged every assumption about barbarian sophistication. Now we turn to a different kind of treasure, one made not of gold but of ink and parchment, yet equally magnificent, equally challenging to our assumptions, and in some ways even more remarkable. We're going to spend time with the Lindisfarne Gospels, one of the supreme achievements of medieval art, and a book that demonstrates what happens when a culture believes that words themselves possess divine power. The Lindisfarne Gospels is a manuscript of the four Gospels, Matthew, Mark, Luke, and John, created around the year 700 in the monastery of Lindisfarne, a small island off the coast of Northumbria in northeastern England. The monastery had been founded in 635 by Aidan, an Irish monk sent from Iona, and it had become one of the most important religious centres in Anglo-Saxon England. When the monks of Lindisfarne decided to create a gospel book worthy of their community's status, they produced something extraordinary, a book so beautiful, so technically accomplished, so densely packed with meaning that scholars have spent centuries trying to understand it fully. Let's start with the physical object itself, because the Lindisfarne Gospels is impressive before you even open it. The book contains 259 leaves of vellum, that's 518 pages, made from the skins of approximately 150 calves. Each skin had to be carefully prepared, the hair removed, the surface scraped and smoothed, the material cut to uniform size. The resulting pages are of exceptional quality, thin enough to be flexible but thick enough to hold ink without bleeding through, with a creamy white surface that provides the perfect ground for the elaborate decoration. The text is written in a script called Insular Half-Uncial, a distinctive form of writing developed in the monasteries of Ireland and Britain. The letters are rounded, elegant, carefully spaced, the work of someone who had spent years mastering the craft of calligraphy. The scribe maintained this quality across hundreds of pages, a feat of concentration and physical endurance that's hard to appreciate until you try to write neatly for more than a few minutes at a time. Modern people, accustomed to keyboards and autocorrect, can barely imagine the discipline required. But what makes the Lindisfarne Gospels truly extraordinary is its decoration. The book contains 15 major decorated pages, including 5 carpet pages, filled entirely with intricate patterns, 5 pages with elaborately decorated initial letters, and 5 pages with portraits of the 4 evangelists plus 1 additional image. These decorated pages represent some of the most complex and beautiful designs ever created by human hands, patterns so dense and elaborate that they seem to vibrate with energy when you look at them. The carpet pages deserve special attention, because nothing quite like them exists anywhere else in the history of art. A carpet page is a full-page decoration with no text, functioning as a kind of visual prelude to the gospel that follows. The name comes from the resemblance to Oriental carpets, with their geometric patterns and repeating motifs, though the Lindisfarne carpet pages are far more complex than any carpet ever woven. Consider the carpet page that precedes the Gospel of Matthew. At first glance, it appears to be an abstract pattern of interlaced lines against a coloured background. Look closer, and you begin to see that the interlace isn't random. It follows specific paths, bands weaving over and under each other in a logical sequence. Look closer still, and you realise that the pattern includes animal forms, elongated creatures whose bodies twist and intertwine, whose legs become other legs, whose heads emerge from unexpected places in the design. Look even closer, and you discover additional layers of complexity, tiny details, hidden forms, variations in colour and line that reveal themselves only to patient examination. The technical skill required to design such a page is staggering. The artist had to plan the entire composition in advance, working out how every line would relate to every other line, ensuring that the interlace was mathematically consistent, that bands always alternated properly over and under each other, that the pattern resolved correctly at the edges, that the whole thing held together as a unified composition. This isn't doodling, it's engineering. Modern scholars have analysed these designs with computers and found that they follow strict geometric rules, using compasses and rulers to achieve their precise curves and angles. The execution was equally demanding. The designs were first drawn in outline, probably using a hard point that left grooves in the vellum visible in raking light. Then the outlines were traced in ink. Then colours were added, one at a time, requiring the artist to work across the entire page multiple times to build up the layers. The pigments used were precious materials, some imported from great distances, some made through complex chemical processes. The blue came from woad or indigo, the red from lead or organic dyes, the yellow from orpiment, a toxic arsenic compound that the artist handled despite its dangers, the green from verdigris, copper acetate that corrodes over time. Gold was used sparingly but effectively, catching light and adding visual punch to key elements. The time required to create a single carpet page must have been measured in weeks or months, not days. The artist worked in natural light, which in Northumbria means short winter days and frequently overcast skies. He worked in an unheated stone building, his fingers stiffening in the cold, his eyes straining in dim light. He couldn't rush. A single error in the interlace pattern would throw off the entire design, and there was no way to erase ink on vellum without leaving visible damage. He had to be perfect, page after page for years on end. We know who this artist was, or at least we have a strong tradition identifying him. A colophon added to the manuscript in the 10th century states that Eadfrith, bishop of the Lindisfarne Church, originally wrote this book for God and for St. Cuthbert, and for all the saints whose relics are on the island. Eadfrith was bishop. from 698 to 721, which fits the stylistic dating of the manuscript. If the tradition is accurate, then a single man, one person, created the entire book, text, decoration, everything. This is remarkable, because most major medieval manuscripts were collaborative efforts, with different scribes and artists contributing different sections. The Lindisfarne Gospels appears to be the work of one extraordinary individual working alone. This solo creation adds another dimension to our appreciation of the book. Eadfrith wasn't just an artist, he was the bishop of an important monastery, with administrative duties, liturgical obligations, and pastoral responsibilities. He must have carved out time for his book project around these other demands, perhaps working early in the morning or late at night, perhaps dedicating certain days or seasons entirely to the manuscript. The book represents not just artistic skill, but an organizational achievement, years of sustained effort balanced against the other claims on his time. Why would someone invest so much labor in a single book? To understand this, we need to understand how early medieval Christians thought about words, texts, and the physical objects that carried them. For people in the Dark Ages, the written word possessed a power that modern readers, drowning in text from every direction, can barely imagine. Consider what literacy meant in this period. The vast majority of people couldn't read. Written text was mysterious, powerful, associated with authority and knowledge beyond ordinary reach. The few who could read held a kind of magic. They could look at marks on a surface and extract meaning that was invisible to everyone else. The book itself as a physical object participated in this magic. It wasn't just a container for information, it was a talisman, a sacred object, a point of contact between the human world and higher realities. The Gospel book occupied a particularly exalted place in this worldview. The Gospels weren't just stories about Jesus, they were the Word of God, divine truth expressed in human language. Reading the Gospels wasn't just gathering information, it was encountering the divine, participating in a mystery that transcended ordinary understanding. The book that contained the Gospels was therefore more than a book, it was a sacred object, deserving of the same reverence as relics of the saints. This explains why Gospel books receive such lavish decoration. The beauty of the book wasn't separate from its religious function, it was part of that function. A magnificently decorated Gospel book honoured God through the excellence of its craftsmanship. It demonstrated the devotion of its makers, who had invested their skill and labour as offerings to the divine. It created an appropriate setting for the sacred words, a visual environment that prepared the reader for spiritual encounter. The decoration wasn't ornament added to utility, it was theology made visible. The carpet pages in particular may have served meditative functions. A monk contemplating one of these dense, complex designs could lose himself in the patterns, his mind following the interlace through its endless variations, achieving a state of focused contemplation that prepared him for prayer or scripture. Reading. The designs were visual prayer, objects for meditation, aids to the kind of concentrated attention that monastic spirituality valued. Their complexity wasn't showing off, it was invitation, an invitation to slow down, look deeply, and enter a different relationship with the page. The specific visual vocabulary of the Lindisfarne Gospels reflects the cultural crossroads where it was created. We can identify at least three major traditions contributing to its style: Celtic or Irish ornament, Germanic animal art, and Mediterranean Christian iconography. The miracle of the book is how completely these different traditions are synthesized into a unified aesthetic. The Celtic contribution is most visible in the abstract patterns, the spirals, the trumpet shapes, the curving lines that seem to grow organically across the page. These motifs have deep roots in pre-Christian Celtic art. You can find similar forms on Bronze Age metalwork from Ireland and Britain. The early Christians of the British Isles didn't abandon this visual heritage when they converted. They incorporated it into their new religious art, creating continuity between the old traditions and the new faith. The spirals that Celtic craftsmen had used to decorate weapons and jewellery now decorated the pages of holy books. The precision of these spiral designs reveals mathematical understanding that we might not expect from the era. The spirals aren't casually drawn, they follow geometric principles, expanding and contracting at regular rates, intersecting at precise angles. Some scholars have suggested that the artists used compass-like tools to achieve such regularity. Others believe they developed such refined hand control that they could draw these forms freehand with near-mechanical precision. Either explanation testifies to extraordinary skill. The trumpet patterns, shapes that flare from narrow necks to wide mouths, create a sense of movement and flow across the page. They often connect to spirals, creating visual pathways that lead the eye through complex compositions. The effect is organic, almost biological, as if the patterns grew rather than being drawn. This organic quality may have been intentional, suggesting the living, growing nature of divine truth. The Germanic contribution is most visible in the animal interlace, those elongated, intertwined creatures whose bodies form abstract patterns. This zoomorphic style developed among the Germanic peoples of Scandinavia and the North Sea region, appearing on metalwork, carved stone, and other decorated objects. The Anglo-Saxons brought this tradition with them when they settled in Britain, and it became one of the defining characteristics of insular art. In the Lindisfarne Gospels, Germanic animals twist and writhe through Celtic spirals, creating combinations that neither tradition could have produced alone. The animals in the Lindisfarne Gospels are not naturalistic representations of real creatures. They're stylized, abstracted, transformed into vehicles for pattern making. A beast might have a body that stretches across half a page, its limbs entangling with other creatures, its tail becoming another animal's neck. The creatures have prominent jaws, often biting their own tails or other creatures in the design. Their eyes are rendered as simple spirals or dots, giving them an otherworldly appearance quite different from realistic animal depiction. These interlaced animals probably carried symbolic meanings that are now lost to us. In Germanic tradition, certain animals were associated with specific qualities or deities. The eagle, the wolf, the serpent, all had meanings beyond their physical forms. When these animals appeared in Christian art, they may have retained some of their older associations while acquiring new Christian meanings. A serpent in a Christian context might evoke both the Germanic world serpent and the biblical serpent of Eden. The double meanings would have enriched the imagery for contemporary viewers, even if we can no longer fully access them. The Mediterranean contribution is most visible in the evangelist portraits, the images of Matthew, Mark, Luke, and John that precede each gospel. These portraits show the evangelists as seated figures holding books or writing implements, framed by architectural elements that suggest Mediterranean artistic conventions. The style is quite different from the abstract carpet pages. The figures are recognizably human, rendered with attention to proportion and drapery that reflects classical training. These images derive ultimately from late antique models, transmitted to Britain through manuscripts that had travelled north from Italy or the Byzantine world. The evangelist portraits in the Lindisfarne Gospels show an interesting tension between Mediterranean naturalism and insular abstraction. The figures are recognizably human, but they're also somewhat stiff and formal, lacking the ease and movement of classical figures. Their robes fall in patterns that owe more to geometric design than to natural drapery. Their faces are stylized, with large eyes and simplified features. The artist was working from Mediterranean models but interpreting them through an insular aesthetic sensibility. Each evangelist is accompanied by his traditional symbol, Matthew by an angel or man, Mark by a lion, Luke by an ox, John by an eagle. These symbols derive from the vision of the four living creatures in the book of Ezekiel and their appearance in the book of Revelation. They had been associated with the four evangelists since at least the 2nd century, and they appear in Christian art throughout the medieval period. In the Lindisfarne Gospels, the symbols are rendered with the same mixture of naturalism and stylization as the evangelists themselves. The coexistence of these different traditions in a single book tells us something important about early medieval Britain. This wasn't an isolated backwater, cut off from the wider world. It was a place where different cultural streams converged, where artists had access to diverse models and the freedom to combine them in new ways. The Lindisfarne Gospels could only have been created at a cultural crossroads, a place where Celtic, Germanic, and Mediterranean traditions were all available and all valued. The synthesis wasn't effortless or automatic. Someone had to decide how to combine these different elements, how to balance abstract pattern against figurative image, how to create a unified aesthetic from disparate sources. That someone was probably Edfrith himself, working through the design problems, making choices that would shape the book's appearance. The Lindisfarne Gospels represents not just inherited traditions, but active creativity, an artist making decisions about how to use his cultural inheritance. Let's look more closely at some specific pages, because the details reward attention. The opening page of the Gospel of John features a massive decorated initial, the letters IN for in principio, in the beginning. These two letters fill most of the page, their forms elaborated with interlace, spirals, and animal ornament until they've become a visual explosion. The letters are barely recognizable as letters. They've been transformed into abstract patterns that happen to spell something. Around them, smaller letters in different coloured ink spell out the rest of the opening phrase, creating a hierarchy of text where the most important words receive the most elaborate treatment. This approach to text, treating letters as opportunities for decoration rather than just carriers of meaning, is characteristic of insular manuscripts. The scribes who created these books didn't see text and image as separate categories. Letters were images. Images could contain letters. The boundary between writing and drawing blurred and dissolved. A beautifully formed letter was both communication and art, serving double duty in ways that later periods, with their stricter categories, would find harder to achieve. The colours in the Lindisfarne Gospels are remarkable for their variety and vibrancy. Analysis has identified over 90 distinct pigments and shades, mixed and applied with extraordinary precision. Some pages feature sophisticated colour gradations, where one hue transitions smoothly into another within a single element. The artist understood colour theory at an intuitive level, knowing which combinations would harmonise and which would clash, how to use colour to create depth and movement in flat designs. Some of the pigments were local, plant dyes, mineral colours available in the British Isles. Others were imported from distant sources, evidence again of the trade networks that connected even remote monasteries to the wider world. The blue pigment indigo probably came from the Mediterranean or beyond. The red lead came from mining operations that might have been anywhere in Europe. The gold leaf, used sparingly but effectively, was literally precious metal applied to parchment. The materials in the Lindisfarne Gospels came from across the known world, gathered on this small island for the purpose of glorifying God. The binding of the Lindisfarne Gospels, the physical structure that holds the pages together, has been replaced multiple times over the centuries, so we don't know exactly what the original binding looked like. But we know from other evidence that important Gospel books often had elaborate treasure bindings, covers made of gold and silver, encrusted with gems and enamel, designed to make the book as impressive closed as it was open. The Lindisfarne Gospels probably had such a binding originally, though it was lost at some point in the book's long history. The colophon that identifies Eadfrith also mentions that Bilfrith the anchorite made the binding, decorating it with precious metals and gems. An anchorite was a religious solitary, someone who had withdrawn from community life to pursue an even more austere form of devotion. That such a person was called upon to create the book's binding tells us something about how the project was understood, as a spiritual undertaking requiring holiness as well as skill. The history of the Lindisfarne Gospels after its creation is itself a drama. In 875, Viking raids forced the Lindisfarne community to flee their island home, carrying their most precious possessions, including the relics of St. Cuthbert and the Gospel book. They wandered for years, eventually settling at Chester le Street and later at Durham, where the great cathedral was built to house Cuthbert's shrine. The Lindisfarne Gospels travelled with them, surviving the upheavals of the Viking Age to reach the present day. At some point during these wanderings, the book fell into the sea, or so a later legend claims. The community recovered it, miraculously undamaged, a sign of divine protection that confirmed the book's sacred status. Whether this actually happened is impossible to verify, but the story tells us how people thought about the book, as more than a physical object, as something holy that participated in the supernatural order and could be protected by miraculous intervention. In the 10th century, a priest named Aldred added an Old English gloss to the Lindisfarne Gospels, a word-by-word translation written between the lines of the Latin text. This gloss is actually the oldest surviving translation of the Gospels into English, making the Lindisfarne Gospels important not just as art, but as a document in the history of the English language. Aldred also added the colophon identifying Eadfrith, Bilfrith, and others involved in the book's creation. Without his additions, we would know far less about the manuscript's origins. The Lindisfarne Gospels passed through various hands over the centuries, surviving the dissolution of the monasteries under Henry VIII, and eventually ending up in the collection of Sir Robert Cotton in the 17th century. Cotton's library became the foundation of the British Museum's manuscript collection, and the Lindisfarne Gospels is now one of the treasures of the British Library in London, where it's displayed to visitors from around the world. The book's survival is remarkable when you consider how many similar manuscripts were lost. The monasteries of Britain and Ireland produced numerous decorated gospel books during the 7th and 8th centuries, but most have been destroyed, burned in Viking raids, lost in the dissolution, damaged beyond repair by fire or water or simple neglect. The Lindisfarne Gospels represents not just itself, but all the lost masterpieces that didn't survive. When we marvel at its beauty, we should also mourn what has been lost. The most famous of the surviving insular manuscripts besides Lindisfarne is the Book of Kells, created probably in the late 8th or early 9th century. The two books invite comparison, and scholars have debated their relative merits for generations. Kells is more exuberant, more crowded, more willing to push decoration to the point of excess. Lindisfarne is more controlled, more mathematically precise, more unified in its aesthetic. Kells has been called the more creative, Lindisfarne the more perfect. Both judgments contain truth. The Book of Kells may have been produced by multiple artists, which could explain its greater stylistic variety. The Lindisfarne Gospels, as we've discussed, appears to be the work of one man, which gives it a consistency that Kells lacks. But Kells has details that Lindisfarne doesn't attempt: more elaborate initial letters, more varied colour schemes, more adventurous figural compositions. The two books represent different solutions to similar artistic problems, different expressions of the same underlying tradition. Other important insular manuscripts include the Book of Durrow, probably earlier than Lindisfarne, and simpler in its decoration but still remarkable, the Echternach Gospels, created in Northumbria but now in Paris, and various fragmentary manuscripts that give us glimpses of lost masterpieces. Together, these manuscripts define the insular style, a distinctive approach to book decoration that influenced manuscript production across medieval Europe. The creation of the Lindisfarne Gospels was, as we've discussed, a feat of dedication and skill spanning years of work. But we should also understand it as an act of faith, a spiritual discipline undertaken for religious purposes. Eadfrith wasn't creating art for art's sake, a concept that wouldn't have made sense to him. He was creating a sacred object for the glory of God, an offering of his skill and labour to the divine. The beauty of the book was a form of prayer, a way of expressing devotion that went beyond words. This understanding of creative work as spiritual practice runs throughout medieval culture. The monk who copied manuscripts, the craftsman who decorated churches, the goldsmith who created reliquaries, all of them understood their work as participation in sacred activity. The excellence of their craft honoured God. The time they invested was time given to heaven. This doesn't mean they didn't take pride in their skill or pleasure in their accomplishments, but these human satisfactions were framed within a larger religious understanding that gave work meaning beyond itself. The Lindisfarne Gospels also demonstrates the power of a single individual working with dedication over an extended period. In our age of collaborative production and rapid turnover, we sometimes forget what sustained individual effort can achieve. Eadfrith worked for years, perhaps decades, on his book, maintaining his standards through all that time, developing his skills as he went, creating a unified work that bears the stamp of a single artistic intelligence. The book is a monument to what one person can do when they commit themselves fully to a task they consider worthy. At the same time, we shouldn't overemphasize individual achievement. Eadfrith worked within traditions that had been developing for generations. He used techniques that others had invented, followed models that others had created, participated in a culture that shaped his artistic vocabulary. His achievement was possible because he inherited the accumulated knowledge of his community. The Lindisfarne Gospels is both an individual masterpiece and a product of collective tradition, a synthesis of personal creativity and cultural heritage. The book has influenced artists and designers down to the present day. The Celtic revival of the 19th century drew heavily on insular manuscript art, bringing interlaced patterns into popular consciousness. Modern graphic designers have studied the Lindisfarne Gospels for its sophisticated handling of text and image, its complex colour relationships, its solutions to problems of visual organisation. Contemporary calligraphers look to it as a model of excellence in letter forms and page design. The book continues to teach and inspire 13 centuries after its creation. What does the Lindisfarne Gospels tell us about the Dark Ages? It tells us that the period produced works of art that rival anything created before or since. It tells us that supposedly isolated monasteries were actually connected to cultural traditions spanning the known world. It tells us that the people of this era valued beauty, invested resources in creating it, and achieved technical mastery that still challenges modern attempts at replication. It tells us, in short, that the darkness is a myth, that the light of human creativity burned bright in Northumbria around 700 AD, producing illumination that still shines today. The Lindisfarne Gospel sits in its climate-controlled case in the British Library, its pages turned occasionally by conservators to prevent damage, its colours still vibrant after 1,300 years. Visitors queue to see it, bending close to the glass, trying to comprehend the intricacy of designs that reward longer study than museum conditions typically allow. Scholars continue to analyse it, finding new details, proposing new interpretations, marvelling at aspects that previous generations missed. The book remains inexhaustible. There's always more to see, more to understand, more to appreciate. Edfrith, who created this marvel, died in 721 and was buried at Lindisfarne. His tomb, like so much else from the early medieval period, has been lost. We don't know what he looked like, how he sounded, what kind of person he was beyond his artistic achievement. But his book survives, carrying his vision across the centuries, testifying to what was possible in the supposed Dark Ages. The Lindisfarne Gospels is his voice, still speaking to anyone patient enough to listen. The power of the word that early medieval people believed in, the idea that written text possessed an almost magical force, may seem naive to us, surrounded as we are by disposable text on every screen. But perhaps they understood something we've forgotten. Words shaped in beauty, crafted with care, given physical form through skilled labour. Such words carry more weight than the ephemeral streams of digital text we consume and forget. The Lindisfarne Gospels demands attention, rewards contemplation, resists the quick glance and the rapid scroll. It insists on being taken seriously, on being seen properly, on being given the time it deserves. In that insistence, the book offers a kind of critique of our contemporary relationship to text and image. We produce and consume images at a rate that would have seemed insane to medieval people. We treat text as disposable, words as cheap, attention as something to be grabbed rather than earned. The Lindisfarne Gospels reminds us that another relationship is possible, one where text is precious, where images reward deep looking, where the creation and reception of visual communication can be acts of devotion rather than mere transactions. The Dark Ages produced this book. They produced it on a remote island, in an unheated scriptorium, using materials gathered from across the known world, guided by traditions inherited from multiple cultures, animated by a faith that saw creative work as service to God. They produced it through years of sustained effort by a single dedicated individual. And they produced it so well that it still stops us in our tracks 13 centuries later, still challenges our assumptions about what medieval people could achieve, still shines with the light that supposedly wasn't there. The Lindisfarne Gospels is proof that the light was always there. We just needed to learn how to see it. We've travelled a long way together through these supposedly dark centuries. We've descended into the catacombs of Rome, where the first Christians painted their hopes on underground walls. We've stood beneath the golden mosaics of Ravenna, where emperors and empresses gaze out across 15 centuries. We've weathered the storms of iconoclasm, when Byzantium turned against its own artistic heritage. We've traced the trade routes that connected Ireland to Baghdad, proving that medieval Europe was anything but isolated. We've visited the wind-battered monasteries where Irish monks preserved classical learning and created books of staggering beauty. We've marvelled at the golden treasures of Anglo-Saxon craftsmen whose technical sophistication challenges modern attempts at replication. And we've spent time with the Lindisfarne Gospels, that cosmic manuscript where Celtic spirals meet Germanic beasts meet Mediterranean tradition. Now it's time to step back and consider what all of this means, for our understanding of history, for our appreciation of human creativity, and for the stubborn myth of the Dark Ages that we've been systematically dismantling throughout this journey. Let's start by acknowledging something important. The term Dark Ages isn't just wrong, it's actively harmful to our understanding of the past. It distorts our perception of a crucial period in human history, causing us to dismiss or ignore achievements that deserve recognition. It reflects biases that say more about the people who invented the term than about the era they were describing. And it creates a false narrative of decline and recovery that obscures the far more interesting reality of continuous transformation and development. The term was invented, as we discussed at the beginning of our journey, by the Italian poet Petrarch in the 14th century. Petrarch was obsessed with ancient Rome. He saw classical civilization as a golden age of literature, philosophy, and culture, and he viewed everything that came after Rome's fall as a depressing come-down. He called the intervening centuries dark, not because he had carefully studied them and found them lacking, but because he assumed they must be inferior to the classical world he idealized. This assumption was wrong even by the standards of Petrarch's own time. By the 14th century, Europe had produced Gothic cathedrals that still take our breath away, universities that had transformed intellectual life, literary masterpieces like Dante's Divine Comedy, and artistic achievements that rivaled anything from antiquity. If the centuries between Rome and Petrarch were really dark, where had all this come from? Did medieval Europeans suddenly wake up one day and decide to start being creative again? Obviously not. The achievements of Petrarch's era grew from roots that reached back through the entire medieval period, including the early medieval centuries that he dismissed as worthless. Later, historians elaborated on Petrarch's prejudice, turning his casual insult into a scholarly framework. The Dark Ages became a standard periodization, taught in schools, repeated in textbooks, absorbed into popular consciousness. Even as specialists in medieval history rejected the term, as they have for decades now, it persists in popular culture, shaping how ordinary people think about the past. Most people who use the phrase Dark Ages today probably couldn't tell you where it came from or what assumptions it encodes. They just know that the period between Rome and the Renaissance was somehow bad, primitive, worth skipping over on the way to more interesting historical territory. Our journey through early medieval art has demonstrated, I hope, just how wrong this assumption is. The period from roughly the 4th century to the 11th century, the core Dark Ages in traditional periodization, was actually one of the most creative and transformative eras in Western history. The art we've examined isn't primitive or inferior to what came before. It's different, innovative, responsive to new conditions and new needs. The people who created this art weren't stumbling in darkness. They were actively building something new, using whatever materials and traditions they could access, solving problems that had never been faced before. Consider what these centuries actually achieved. They created the visual language of Christianity, the symbols, the iconographic conventions, the architectural forms that would define Western religious art for a millennium and beyond. The fish and the Chi Rho, the peacock and the Good Shepherd, the basilica plan and the mosaic technique. All of these originated or were developed during the Dark Ages, becoming the foundation on which later Christian art would build. They preserved classical learning through the darkest moments of political and economic disruption. When cities shrank and trade networks contracted and formal education systems collapsed, the monasteries kept the flame of literacy alive, copying manuscripts, training readers, maintaining the infrastructure of knowledge transmission that made later revivals possible. Without the monks of the Dark Ages, we would have lost Virgil, Cicero, Pliny, and countless other classical authors whose works survived only because medieval scribes thought them worth copying. They developed new artistic traditions that had no classical precedent. The interlaced patterns, the animal ornament, the carpet pages, the elaborate metalwork techniques that we've examined in detail. These weren't failed attempts to imitate Rome, they were successful attempts to create something new, drawing on non-classical traditions that Mediterranean snobs had always dismissed, but that had their own sophistication and beauty. They maintained connections across vast distances, trading goods and ideas along routes that stretched from Scandinavia to Baghdad, from Ireland to Byzantium. The Dark Ages weren't isolated. They were networked, connected, cosmopolitan in ways that challenge our assumptions about medieval insularity. A monastery on a remote Irish island could acquire pigments from the Mediterranean, manuscripts from Italy, and artistic influences from across the known world. They built institutions, monasteries, bishoprics, royal courts, that would shape European civilization for centuries to come. The political and religious structures of medieval Europe have their roots in the Dark Ages, when Germanic kingdoms fused with Roman administrative traditions, when Christianity spread across new territories, when the basic framework of medieval society took shape. All of this happened during centuries that we've been taught to dismiss as a cultural wasteland. The label Dark Ages is not just inaccurate, it's insulting to the people who lived through these times and created these achievements. It erases their contributions, dismisses their struggles, denies them the recognition they deserve. So let's retire the term. Let's call this period the Early Middle Ages, or the early medieval period, neutral terms that don't carry built-in judgments about the era's worth. Let's approach these centuries with the same curiosity and respect we'd bring to any other period of human history. Let's learn to see the light that was always there, even when later biases told us it had gone out. Now let's trace the connections between early medieval art and what came later, because this is where the importance of the Dark Ages becomes even clearer. The achievements of the early medieval period weren't dead ends. They were foundations on which later European art and culture would build. Without understanding the Dark Ages, we can't fully understand the Romanesque, the Gothic, or even the Renaissance. The Romanesque style that emerged across Europe in the 11th and 12th centuries drew directly on early medieval traditions. Romanesque churches used the basilica plan that early Christians had adapted from Roman civic architecture. Romanesque sculpture incorporated interlaced patterns and stylized animal forms that descended from Germanic and Celtic traditions. Romanesque manuscript illumination continued the techniques and conventions developed in Insular and Carolingian scriptoriums. The Romanesque wasn't a break from the Dark Ages, it was a development of trends that had been building throughout the early medieval period. Consider Romanesque portals, the elaborate carved doorways that became one of the style's distinctive features. These portals often feature intricate interlaced patterns, animal forms, and stylized vegetation that would be immediately familiar to anyone who has studied early medieval art. The sculptors who carved them were working in traditions that reached back to the carpet pages of Insular manuscripts and the zoomorphic ornament of Germanic metalwork. They had added new elements, more naturalistic figural sculpture, new architectural forms, but the underlying visual vocabulary remained rooted in early medieval innovations. The Gothic style that succeeded Romanesque in the 12th century took things in new directions, but it too built on early medieval foundations. Gothic architecture's famous use of light, those soaring windows that filled cathedrals with coloured illumination, developed from early medieval experiments with light as a theological concept. The early Christian builders who designed their basilicas to catch and direct natural light, the Byzantine mosaicists who used gold tesserae to create luminous surfaces, the theorists who associated light with divine presence, all of these contributed to the Gothic obsession with transforming stone buildings into vessels of light. Gothic stained glass, arguably the style's most distinctive art form, combined early medieval traditions of colourwork and symbolism with new technical possibilities. The gorgeous blues and reds of Chartres Cathedral's windows used pigment recipes that had been developed and refined over centuries. The iconographic programs, the biblical stories and symbolic figures depicted in glass, drew on conventions established in early medieval manuscripts and mosaics. Gothic artists didn't invent their visual language from scratch. They inherited it from their early medieval predecessors and developed it further. The illuminated manuscripts of the Gothic period show particularly clear connections to early medieval traditions. The elaborate decorated initials, the intricate border designs, the integration of text and image, all of these features had been pioneered in manuscripts like the Lindisfarne Gospels and the Book of Kells. Gothic illuminators added their own innovations, including more naturalistic figural styles and new decorative motifs, but they worked within a framework that early medieval artists had established. Even the Renaissance, which explicitly defined itself against the medieval period, owed more to the Dark Ages than its propagandists wanted to admit. The humanist scholars who drove the Renaissance's rediscovery of classical learning were working with manuscripts that had been preserved in medieval monasteries. The classical texts they edited, translated, and celebrated had survived only because early medieval scribes had copied them. Without the preservation work of the Dark Ages, there would have been nothing for the Renaissance to rediscover. Renaissance artists, for all their interest in classical models, also inherited medieval techniques and conventions that they couldn't entirely escape. The oil painting methods that became central to Renaissance art developed from medieval tempera techniques. The iconographic traditions that Renaissance religious art employed had been established centuries earlier. Even perspective, that supposedly revolutionary Renaissance discovery, had medieval antecedents that prepared the way for its fuller development. The Renaissance myth of a direct connection to classical antiquity, bypassing the medieval period entirely, was always an exaggeration, a piece of self-promotion by people who wanted to distinguish themselves from their immediate predecessors. In reality, the Renaissance was as much a development of medieval trends as a recovery of classical ones. The Dark Ages hadn't been a gap in cultural development. They had been a crucial phase of transformation that made the Renaissance possible. This pattern of continuity and development continues beyond the Renaissance. Many features of modern Western culture have roots in the early medieval period that we've been exploring. The Christian visual tradition that still shapes religious art today was largely established during the Dark Ages. The book as a physical object, with bound pages, decorated covers, and sequential organization, reached its mature form in early medieval scriptoriums. The very idea of Europe as a cultural unit, distinct from but connected to other civilizations, emerged during these centuries of transformation. Even specific aesthetic preferences that we might consider timeless or universal often have early medieval origins. The Western love of intricate pattern, of designs that reward close examination, may owe something to the interlaced traditions developed by Celtic and Germanic artists. The association of gold and jewels with spiritual value, the sense that precious materials are appropriate for sacred purposes, was established and reinforced by early medieval art. Our visual vocabulary for representing the sacred is still shaped by decisions made in Roman catacombs and Byzantine mosaic workshops. Understanding this continuity changes how we should think about historical periods in general. The neat divisions we impose on history, ancient, medieval, modern, Dark Ages, Renaissance, Enlightenment, are conveniences for organizing our thinking, not accurate descriptions of how change actually happens. Human culture doesn't progress in discrete jumps from one era to the next. It flows continuously, with each period growing from and contributing to the periods around it. The Dark Ages weren't a pause or a regression in this flow. They were part of the flow itself, a period of intense transformation when old forms were adapted to new circumstances and new forms emerged to meet new needs. The people living through these centuries didn't know they were in a dark age. They were simply dealing with their present, using the resources available to them, creating the best art and culture they could. That art and culture turned out to be pretty impressive, as we've seen. Let's think about what was actually happening during these supposedly dark centuries. The Roman Empire in the West was collapsing, or rather transforming, since empires rarely just vanish overnight. Political structures were changing, cities were shrinking, some long-distance trade networks were contracting. These were real disruptions that affected real people's lives, often painfully. Nobody should romanticize the difficulties of the period or pretend that everything was wonderful. But disruption isn't the same as darkness. When old structures break down, new ones emerge to replace them. When established ways of doing things stop working, people improvise new solutions. The early medieval period was full of this kind of creative adaptation, people figuring out how to maintain what mattered to them while adjusting to changed circumstances. The monasteries that preserved classical learning weren't doing so out of nostalgia for Rome. They were meeting their own contemporary needs for religious texts and educated clergy. But in meeting those needs, they happened to preserve knowledge that would be valuable to future generations. The craftsmen who developed new metalworking techniques weren't trying to surpass Roman achievements. They were serving the taste of their current patrons. But in doing so, they created artistic traditions of lasting significance. This is how culture actually works. People responding to their immediate circumstances create things that turn out to have implications far beyond those circumstances. The early medieval artists we've studied weren't consciously laying foundations for later developments. They were solving their own problems, expressing their own values, serving their own communities. But their solutions, expressions, and services became resources for later generations to build upon. The lesson here extends beyond art history to how we think about periods of difficulty and change more generally. When societies go through disruptions, economic collapses, political upheavals, technological transitions, observers often describe the results in terms of decline, loss, and darkness. And certainly there are genuine losses. Skills disappear, institutions fail, people suffer. But there are also gains. New forms of organization emerge, new creative possibilities open up, new solutions get developed to problems that the old order couldn't solve. The early medieval period experienced both the losses and the gains. Roman urban civilization, with its infrastructure and institutions, largely disappeared from Western Europe. But monasteries emerged as new centers of learning and culture. Classical artistic traditions faded, but new traditions, Celtic, Germanic, Byzantine, took their place and eventually merged into something unprecedented. The Dark Ages were dark in some ways and brilliantly illuminated in others. Calling them simply dark misses half the story. We should also consider the question of perspective. Dark to whom? The period we've been exploring looks very different depending on where you're standing. If you're looking from the perspective of an Italian humanist who idealized classical Rome, yes, early medieval Italy might seem like a come-down. But if you're looking from the perspective of an Irish monk creating the Book of Kells, or an Anglo-Saxon goldsmith crafting treasures for a king, or a Byzantine mosaicist working in Ravenna, the period doesn't look dark at all. It looks like a time of remarkable achievement, of creative flourishing, of work that mattered deeply to the people doing it. The Mediterranean bias of traditional historiography has been particularly damaging to our understanding of the early medieval period. The Dark Ages label was invented by people who measured civilization by Mediterranean standards: classical literature, urban culture, centralized political structures. By those standards, early medieval Western Europe did fall short. But those aren't the only standards by which civilization can be measured, and they're not neutral or universal standards. They reflect the preferences of a particular tradition, not objective criteria for evaluating human achievement. When we adopt a broader perspective, one that includes the artistic traditions of non-Mediterranean peoples, the picture changes dramatically. The barbarians who settled in the former Roman territories weren't culturally inferior. They were culturally different, with traditions of their own that produced remarkable achievements. The insular art of Ireland and Britain, the metalwork of Germanic craftsmen, the visual cultures of peoples whom Romans dismissed as savages, these deserve recognition on their own terms, not condemnation for failing to be Roman. The early medieval period was, fundamentally, an era of synthesis, a time when different traditions encountered each other and merged into new combinations. Roman and Germanic, Christian and pagan, Mediterranean and northern, classical and innovative, all of these met and mixed during the Dark Ages, producing hybrid forms that would define European culture for centuries to come. This synthesis wasn't always peaceful or easy. The iconoclast controversy, with its violence and destruction, reminds us that cultural encounter can be traumatic. The Viking raids that devastated monasteries show that cross-cultural contact sometimes took brutal forms. The early medieval period had plenty of conflict and suffering, as does every period of history. But the synthesis happened nonetheless. Out of the meeting of different traditions emerged something new, a European civilization that was neither purely Roman nor purely Germanic, neither exclusively Christian, nor entirely cut off from classical heritage. This civilization would go on to produce the Gothic cathedrals, the Renaissance masterpieces, the scientific revolution, the Enlightenment, and eventually the modern world. All of that grew from roots planted during the Dark Ages. As we conclude our journey, let's remember some of the specific lights we've seen shining through these supposedly dark centuries. The fish scratched in Roman dirt, carrying a secret message of faith. The golden mosaics of Ravenna, where Justinian and Theodora still gaze out across the ages. The elaborate manuscripts of Irish monasteries, where Celtic spirals dance with Germanic beasts. The treasures of Sutton Hoo, blazing with garnets from the other side of the world. The Lindisfarne Gospels, where one man's decades of devoted labour produced a cosmic masterpiece. Each of these lights represents not just artistic achievement but human determination. The refusal to stop creating even when circumstances were difficult, the insistence on making beautiful things because beauty matters, the commitment to passing on. Knowledge and tradition to future generations. The people who made this art were responding to challenges that might have crushed lesser spirits. They were building civilization in the ruins of empire, maintaining learning when institutions failed, creating beauty when resources were scarce. They were, in short, being human in the fullest sense, and their humanity shines through their work. The Dark Ages were not dark. They were a crucible, a period of transformation when an old world was dying and a new world was being born. The death was painful, the birth was difficult. But from the pain and difficulty emerged something remarkable. The foundations of European civilization, the artistic traditions that would shape Western visual culture, the institutions that would carry knowledge forward through the centuries. Modern popular culture continues to perpetuate myths about the medieval period that our journey has thoroughly debunked. Movies and television shows depict the early Middle Ages as a time of unrelenting grimness, filth, and ignorance. Video games set in this period emphasize violence and barbarism. Even well-meaning educational materials often present the era as a regrettable interlude between the glories of Rome and the achievements of the Renaissance. These depictions aren't just inaccurate, They actively prevent us from appreciating one of the most fascinating periods in human history. When we assume that everyone in the Dark Ages was illiterate, we miss the sophisticated manuscript culture that preserved and transmitted classical knowledge. When we assume they were artistically primitive, we miss the technical virtuosity of cloisonné metalwork and insular illumination. When we assume they were isolated and parochial, we miss the trade networks that connected remote monasteries to the silk routes of Asia. The persistence of these myths says more about us than about the early medieval period. We seem to need a dark age in our historical imagination, a period that was worse than our own, that we can feel superior to, that makes our own achievements seem more impressive by contrast. The Renaissance invented the Dark Ages partly to make itself look better. We perpetuate the myth for similar reasons. But this need for a dark age comes at a cost. It blinds us to the genuine achievements of our ancestors. It impoverishes our understanding of how civilization develops. It creates a false narrative of progress that doesn't match how history actually works. And it deprives us of inspiration that we could draw from the creativity and resilience of early medieval peoples. Consider what it took to create the Lindisfarne Gospels. One man, working for years in a cold stone building with limited light and basic tools, produced a book of such beauty that it still takes our breath away 13 centuries later. That's not darkness. That's the most brilliant light, the light of human dedication and skill and love of beauty. That's exactly the kind of inspiration we need in our own challenging times. Or consider the monastery of Skellig Michael, perched on its Atlantic rock. Monks chose to live there, voluntarily accepting extreme hardship in pursuit of spiritual goals they believed in. They maintained learning, produced manuscripts, kept alive traditions that might otherwise have perished. That's not darkness. That's the light of conviction, of purpose, of willingness to sacrifice for something greater than oneself. The early medieval period was full of such lights if we're willing to see them. Every monastery that preserved a classical text, every craftsman who perfected a technique, every artist who created beauty in difficult circumstances, each of these was a point of light in their world, contributing to a constellation that illuminated the whole era. The darkness we've been taught to see was never there. It was projection, prejudice, failure of imagination. We've been told for so long that these centuries don't matter, that they were a gap to be skipped over, a valley between the peaks of classical antiquity and the Renaissance. We've been taught to look away from the early medieval period, to dismiss its achievements, to assume that nothing important happened between the fall of Rome and the rise of Florence. This teaching was wrong, and we need to unlearn it. The light that burned during the Dark Ages never went out. It changed form, moved to new locations, adapted to new circumstances, but it kept burning. The monks in their cold scriptoriums, the craftsmen in their workshops, the mosaicists on their scaffolds, all of them tended the flame, kept it alive, passed it on. Without their efforts, the later lights of European civilization could never have been kindled. So here's the final message of our journey. The Dark Ages deserve better. They deserve to be studied with curiosity rather than dismissed with contempt. They deserve to be appreciated for what they actually achieved rather than condemned for what they supposedly lacked. They deserve a place in our historical imagination as a creative, transformative, consequential period of human history. Not a gap, not a failure, not a darkness, but a light of its own kind, shining in its own way, contributing its own irreplaceable gifts to the human heritage. The next time someone mentions the Dark Ages, you'll know better. You'll know about the catacombs and the mosaics, the manuscripts and the metalwork, the monasteries and the trade routes. You'll know that the people who lived through these centuries created art that still moves us today, preserved knowledge that we still depend on, and built foundations on which our entire civilization rests. You'll know that the darkness was a myth, invented by people with axes to grind and prejudices to promote, and that the light was always there for anyone willing to see it. The early medieval world was not perfect. No world is. It had its violence, its injustice, its suffering, but it also had its beauty, its creativity, its moments of transcendence. It had people who cared passionately about making the world better, more beautiful, more meaningful. It had artists and scholars and craftsmen who devoted their lives to excellence. It had communities that valued learning, faith, and artistic achievement. These are the things worth remembering, worth celebrating, worth carrying forward into our own time. The art of the Dark Ages speaks to us across the centuries, telling us that human creativity can flourish under any circumstances, that beauty can emerge from difficulty, that light can shine even in the darkest places. That message is as relevant today as it was in the 7th century. We face our own challenges, our own moments of darkness and uncertainty. The early medieval artists working in their cold scriptoriums and smoky workshops offer us an example. Keep creating, keep caring, keep tending the flame. The light will endure, and with that thought, our journey comes to an end. We've travelled from Rome to Ravenna, from Constantinople to Lindisfarne, from the underground to the transcendent. We've met monks and metalworkers, emperors and scribes, people who built civilizations with their faith and their skill. We've seen the light that burned through the supposed darkness, the beauty that emerged from the supposed chaos, the achievement that defied the supposed decline. The Dark Ages weren't dark. They were simply centuries like any other, full of struggle and triumph, loss and creation, ordinary life and extraordinary achievement. The people who lived through them did the best they could with what they had, and what they created has endured for more than 1,000 years. That's not darkness. That's light, shining across the ages, inviting us to see it clearly at last. May the light that never went out continue to illuminate our understanding of the past, and may it inspire us to create our own light for future generations to discover. Thank you for joining me on this journey through the art of the so-called Dark Ages. I hope you've learned something new, had some of your assumptions challenged, and come to appreciate an era that deserves far more recognition than it usually receives. History is full of surprises for those willing to look beyond the stereotypes, and the Dark Ages are perhaps the biggest surprise of all. Not an age of darkness, but an age of transformation, creativity, and enduring light. Good night, sweet dreams, and may your sleep be as peaceful as a moonlit monastery, as golden as a Ravenna mosaic, and as richly patterned as a carpet page from Lindisfarne. Until next time.